Chapter 1. The Mercy Mandate. The Galactic Senate chamber was designed to make you feel small. The ceiling was a dome of crystallized void glass, 40 stories high, through which the light of a dozen stars filtered in a spectrum that never quite warmed you. The walls were carved from Vornexian marble and inlaid with the seals of 400 member species, each positioned according to a hierarchy so Byzantine that entire academic careers had been built on interpreting the placement politics. At the center, arranged in concentric rings, sat the delegates. The High Chancellor's podium rose from the innermost ring, a tower of black stone that put him exactly 3.7 meters above everyone else. Not 3 meters, not 4, 3.7. Because at some point in the Senate's long history, a committee had determined that 3.7 meters was the optimal height to project authority without appearing overtly tyrannical. High Chancellor Vrel stood at that podium now, his forearms folded in the gesture his species used to signal patient disappointment. Before him, at the supplicant's platform, exactly 0.7 meters below floor level, stood First Speaker 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 of the Greev collective. The Greev were a small people, barely a meter tall, with three-fingered hands and large eyes designed for perpetual twilight. 𝐭𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞's people had numbered 17 billion 14 months ago. Current projections put them at 3 billion by next quarter. The Vorkash raids had reduced their orbital infrastructure to 14% operational capacity. Agricultural output had collapsed by 67%. Average life expectancy had dropped from 127 years to 41. Statistics. Just statistics. First Speaker 𝐭𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞, Vrel said, his voice modulated to project reasonable authority in 847 languages simultaneously. The Galactic Senate hears your petition for military intervention under Article 74 of the Strategic Non-Intervention Doctrine. 𝐭𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 activated his data slate. A hologram materialized. Real-time feeds from his homeworld. Cities burning. Orbital platforms reduced to debris. Agricultural zones scorched to glass. The Vorkash are exterminating us, 𝐭𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 said. His voice was flat, clinical. He'd already used up all his emotion in the pre-session briefings that no one had read. 17 billion to 3 billion in 14 months. Systematic eradication of pre-FTL population centers. We petition for protection under... The Vorkash are signatories, First Speaker, Vrel interrupted. Problematic ones, certainly, but they have seats in this chamber. Article 74 is intended for existential threats from non-signatory aggressors. In the outer rings, a cluster of delegates with chitinous armor and too many mandibles shifted in what might have been satisfaction. We project extinction within 18 months, 𝐭𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 said. No pleading, no tears, just math. Total population collapse. Genetic viability threshold crossed at 400 million. We will cease to exist as a species. Your developing species, Ambassador Threx of the Consolidation Worlds called from the third ring. His scales glittered with institutional certainty. The Greev have not achieved FTL capability. You haven't met the minimum criteria for protection under the Collective Defense Accords. The Senate cannot set precedent by intervening in pre-FTL conflicts. 𝐭𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞's hands trembled slightly. Not from emotion, from malnutrition. He'd given his food rations to younger Greev for 3 weeks running. So we die, he said. You are offered refugee status. Vrel replied smoothly. The Senate will open humanitarian corridors for evacuation. Any Greev who wishes to relocate to designated sanctuary worlds will be processed through standard asylum protocols. The vote will proceed on the motion, strategic military intervention in the Greev-Vorkash conflict, with approval requiring 3/4 majority. Point of order. Every head in the chamber turned. The voice came from the 8th ring, the emerging market seats, the section where they put observer species, the ones expected to sit quietly and take notes. Ambassador Arthur Miller of the Terran Compact stood with practiced ease. Tall, gray at the temples, wearing a suit that cost more than most planets' quarterly budgets. He smiled with the warmth of a contract lawyer reviewing foreclosure paperwork. The chair recognizes the observer delegation from Earth, Vrel said, irritation barely masked. You understand that as non-voting members, seeking clarification on Senate law, Chancellor, Miller said. His voice had the smooth condescension of someone who'd read every word of legislation you'd signed without reading. Specifically, the Universal Relief and Sovereign Uplift Protocol, subsection 4b, paragraph 17, subclause A, durid I. Vrel's expression suggested he'd just stepped in something unpleasant. The 𝐒𝐿 is a humanitarian framework, Ambassador. It has no bearing on military intervention. Strictly speaking, you're correct. Miller pulled out a data slate. Not a cheap model. This was custom built, with processing power that shouldn't be legal for civilian use. However, the 𝐒𝐿 does establish that any species with recognized Senate standing, including observers, as per Section 2, paragraph 4, can provide unlimited humanitarian assistance to developing civilizations facing existential crisis, provided said assistance is delivered through a registered non-governmental organization meeting Senate humanitarian certification standards. The chamber went very quiet. The 𝐒𝐿, Threx cut in, requires Senate approval for any aid package exceeding 100 billion credits over a 5-year period. Yes, Miller agreed. Which is precisely why we're filing under Section 7, Emergency Crisis Response Exemption. That subsection waives the approval requirement for registered NGOs responding to Category 5 extinction events, as defined by your own Senate Humanitarian Assessment Bureau. He tapped his slate, which classified the Greev situation as Category 5 existential approximately 14 months ago. Vrel's 4 hands found each other in a complex gesture. Ambassador Miller, you cannot seriously be suggesting the Lending Hand Foundation, Miller said, and the way he said it made it sound less like charity and more like a corporate acquisition, is a Terran Compact registered NGO with full Senate humanitarian certification, certified 14 months ago by your oversight committee. We've been waiting for an appropriate operational deployment. He tapped his slate once. Every display in the chamber activated simultaneously. The Lending Hand Foundation maintains an operational budget of 14.3 trillion credits across 17 primary investment portfolios and approximately 4,000 subsidiary holding corporations. Our crisis response fleet consists of 47 heavy lift vessels, each rated for 400,000-ton cargo capacity. We have staging facilities in 12 neutral systems, and as of, he checked an old-fashioned watch. 4 hours ago, we finalized a mutual assistance agreement with First Speaker 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 and the Greev Collective. 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 stared at Miller like a drowning man watching a life raft materialize from nowhere. Except this life raft had lawyers. You're offering aid? As per the agreement, First Speaker. Miller's smile never wavered. The Lending Hand Foundation specializes in infrastructure support for developing civilizations. We can deploy the first convoy within 36 hours. Infrastructure support? Threx practically snarled. You cannot arm a pre-FTL species. That violates. The 𝐒𝐿 explicitly permits provision of all necessary materials for the preservation of civilian life and restoration of basic societal function, Miller recited. That includes defensive fortifications, as established in the Korth Mandela precedent of 2741. We're not providing weapons, Ambassador. We're building hospitals, agricultural facilities, water treatment centers. If those facilities happen to be constructed from 400 mm reinforced metacrete with redundant power systems, he shrugged. We build to last. Our legal team has prepared a comprehensive assessment demonstrating full compliance with. The Senate will not permit, Vrel started. Strictly speaking, Chancellor, the Senate doesn't have to permit anything. Miller's tone remained pleasant, condescending, like explaining property law to a child. The 𝐒𝐿 was designed to bypass Senate gridlock in humanitarian emergencies. Your legislation, passed unanimously in 2741, if memory serves, Section 44 specifically prohibits Senate interference with certified relief operations unless the Senate can demonstrate, and I'm quoting directly, clear and immediate evidence of military weaponization inconsistent with civilian reconstruction objectives. He paused. You're welcome to try, of course, though I should mention that our legal compliance team has prepared 847 pages of precedent analysis. We're confident in our positioning. Vrel looked at the data now flooding every screen in the chamber. Tonnage figures, deployment timelines, legal citations going back 3 centuries. The Senate will monitor this operation, he said slowly. As per Section 44C reporting requirements, we'll provide weekly updates. Miller turned to 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞. First speaker, the preliminary agreement requires your authorization. Thumbprint here, here, and here. Initial the rider clause on page 2847. 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞's hands shook as he pressed his thumb to the data pad. He didn't read page 2847. He didn't read any of it. He was drowning, and someone had thrown him a rope. And you don't ask about the rope's tensile strength when you're drowning. Standard service level agreement for benevolent uplift, Miller said smoothly. Duration of crisis, plus standard reconstruction period. You grant us coordination authority with your local governments, landing rights, resource allocation, security consultation. We provide comprehensive infrastructure support as specified in Appendix 14B through 14Q, all perfectly standard. He produced an actual physical pen from his jacket and handed it to 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞. Excellent. Welcome to the Lending Hand Foundation family, first speaker. Across the chamber, Vrel watched his carefully constructed non-intervention policy evaporate in real time. Ambassador Miller, he said quietly, if there is even the slightest indication of military escalation, Chancellor, we respect your position entirely. Miller's smile could have frozen helium. You've chosen non-intervention, that's your prerogative. But you don't get to intervene in how other entities respond to a crisis you've refused to address. The Lending Hand Foundation operates under Senate-certified humanitarian protocols. We'll be bringing medicine, agricultural support, water purification systems, construction equipment. He paused. You can't legally stop a soup kitchen, Chancellor, can you? 42 hours later, First Speaker 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 received his first status report from the Lending Hand Foundation. It was 127 pages long. Most of it was procurement documentation, cargo manifests, tonnage calculations, deployment schedules cross-referenced with local infrastructure capacity assessments. On page 83, buried in a subsection titled Phase 1 Agricultural Support Infrastructure, he found a line item. Modular Emergency Response Platforms, Defender Class, 47 units. The specifications noted each platform as fortified humanitarian distribution centers with integrated sensor arrays for atmospheric monitoring and defensive countermeasures against environmental hazards. The weight rating was listed at 4,400 tons per unit. The power requirements suggested enough capacity to run a small city, or a planetary defense grid. Kyle didn't have military training, but he'd spent 14 months watching his world burn. He recognized a weapons platform when he saw one, even when it was described in the passive voice of humanitarian logistics. He kept reading. Heavy-duty excavation and agriculture equipment, 400 units, various classifications. The technical specifications mentioned high-velocity soil disruption capabilities and orbital-grade telemetry integration for precision resource mapping. Another line item caught his eye. Industrial compounds, agricultural grade, 14,000 tons. The chemical composition was listed in Appendix 47J. 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 looked it up. Ammonium nitrate, 98% purity. For fertilizer, the documentation noted. 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 sat in his empty office. Most of the government complex had been evacuated after the last Vornexian raid, and stared at the manifest. The humans weren't coming to save his people. They were coming to prove a point, and his people were the proof. He should have felt horrified, manipulated, used as a pawn in some larger game he didn't understand. Instead, he felt something else entirely. Hope. His comlink chimed, a priority message from Ambassador Miller. First speaker. Fleet deployment proceeding on schedule. First convoy arrives in 14 days. I've attached the preliminary site assessment data. Our survey team has identified optimal locations for Phase 1 infrastructure deployment. You'll note we've prioritized locations with strategic oversight of major population centers, purely for efficient aid distribution, of course. One administrative note. The agreement requires us to coordinate with your local authorities on security consultation. We'll need to establish a joint working group to ensure our operations don't conflict with your existing defense infrastructure, such as it is. We'll handle the details. You focus on keeping your people alive until we arrive. As per the agreement, Ambassador Arthur Miller, Chief Legal Officer, Lending Hand Foundation. Cale read it 3 times. Such as it is. The condescension was almost beautiful in its precision. He activated his reply channel. Ambassador Miller. The Greev Collective accepts your terms and looks forward to your arrival. All requested access permissions will be granted. Our surviving government officials await your coordination team's instructions. First speaker, Cale. He sent it and sat back in his chair, looking out at the smoke rising from what used to be the capital's eastern district. Somewhere in the void, 14.3 trillion credits worth of humanitarian assistance was accelerating toward his dying world. And the Vorcache had absolutely no idea what was coming. 14 days later. The Greev Central Observatory had been abandoned for 8 months. Orbital defense took priority over astronomy when your species was facing extinction. But someone had reactivated the main telescope, and now a cluster of Greev technicians stood in the darkened control room staring at feeds that made no sense. Confirm the mass readings, the senior tech said quietly. Confirmed. Lead vessel displacement, 12 million tons. Classification. The junior tech's voice trailed off. The database is calling it a humanitarian response cruiser. On the main display, rendered in the cold light of distant stars, the TFS Compassion decelerated into Greev orbital space. It was enormous. 2.4 kilometers of industrial mass, built with the kind of over-engineered brutality that suggested the designers had started with a military dreadnought and then asked, but what if we made it bigger? The hull was pristine white, not the off-white of aging paint, but the kind of deliberate, expensive white that required constant maintenance. A statement, not a color choice. Across the broadside, visible even at 40,000 kilometers, a massive red heart had been painted with almost aggressive cheerfulness. Below it, in 47 languages. The Lending Hand Foundation, Humanitarian Aid Division. That's not a relief ship, one of the techs whispered. Technically, the senior tech said, that's exactly what it is, according to our agreement with the Terran Compact anyway. The Compassion's approach vector brought it into formation with 3 identical vessels that had been holding position at the system's edge. Behind them, 14 heavy cargo haulers, each one massing 800,000 tons, began their final burn toward orbit. The feed zoomed in on the Compassion's hull. What the Lending Hand Foundation called emergency lighting arrays ran in regular patterns along the superstructure. The Greev techs recognized point defense tracking systems when they saw them. They'd watched enough of their own defense platforms get destroyed to know the configuration. What the manifest called collision shielding showed the telltale ablative layering of military-grade armor plating. What the technical specifications described as debris management systems were mounted in turret housings with 360-degree traverse arcs. It's a warship, the junior tech said. It's a humanitarian vessel, the senior tech corrected, pulling up the legal documentation. Says so right here in the Senate certification. Everything visible on that hull is compliant with civilian aid operation protocols. But nothing. That's the point. On screen, the Compassion began deploying cargo pods. Each pod was the size of a small building, painted the same aggressive white, each one stenciled with a red cross and alphanumeric codes that probably meant something to human logistics officers. They fell toward the Greev homeworld in formation so precise that military-grade guidance systems were the only possible explanation. The senior tech pulled up the manifest data scrolling across his auxiliary display, line after line of equipment classifications. Modular emergency response platforms, Defender class, 47 units industrial compounds, agricultural grade, 14,000 tons heavy-duty excavation equipment, 400 units autonomous cargo handling systems, 4,000 units, all of it perfectly legal, all of it dual use, All of it arriving at his dying world with the inevitability of a corporate takeover. "They're not here to save us," the senior tech said quietly, watching the white ships deploy across his orbital space like pieces on a game board. "Then why are they here?" The senior tech thought about the 4,000-page agreement first speaker 𝐭𝐨 had signed, the rider clauses no one had read, the subsections and appendices that granted coordination authority and resource allocation oversight and security consultation rights. "They're here to prove they can," he said finally. The Senate said no. Earth said watch this, and we're the proof of concept. He zoomed out on the display showing all 4 Mercy-class cruisers now holding stable orbit, their white hulls and cheerful red hearts gleaming against the black. It looked like a rescue operation. It looked like humanitarian intervention. It looked like everything the Senate had refused to provide. And that, the senior tech realized, was exactly the point. "When the Senate says no war," he murmured, watching the ships deploy, "humans bring peace at Mach 5. The junior tech looked up. "What?" "Nothing. Just send the confirmation to First Speaker 𝐭𝐨. Tell him the Lending Hand Foundation has arrived, as per the agreement." First Speaker. 𝐭𝐨 received the confirmation in his makeshift office. The actual government complex had been hit 3 days ago, so he was working out of a reinforced bunker that had been a grain silo in better times. He pulled up the orbital imagery on his tablet. 4 white dreadnoughts with hearts painted on them. 14 cargo haulers with enough tonnage to rebuild his civilization 3 times over. And somewhere in those holds, buried in manifest codes and equipment classifications, enough dual-use technology to turn his dying colony into something the 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 couldn't touch without triggering a cascade of treaty violations. 𝐭𝐨 stared at the image for a long time. He knew what this was. He wasn't stupid. The humans weren't here out of altruism or moral conviction or some fundamental belief in helping the weak. They were here because Earth had found a loophole in Senate law that let them deploy overwhelming force while wearing a humanitarian mask. And they needed a test case to prove the model worked. His people were the test case, the proof of concept, the demonstration that you could weaponize charity and call it mercy. He should have felt used, manipulated, angry that his species' extinction was being leveraged for someone else's geopolitical chess game. Instead, he felt the cold mathematics of survival clicking into place. The 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 had given the Greev 18 months before genetic viability collapsed. Earth had just given them 4 white ships, 5.6 million tons of aid, and enough legal protection to make the whole operation untouchable. It wasn't altruism, it was a transaction. And 𝐭𝐨 would take it, because dying with dignity was a luxury his people couldn't afford, and being a pawn in Earth's game was still better than being extinct. He activated his reply channel to Ambassador Miller. "Ambassador Miller. Fleet arrival confirmed. All orbital coordination protocols are now active. Our ground teams await your deployment schedules." As per the agreement, First Speaker 𝐭𝐨. He sent it and looked back at the orbital imagery. 4 white ships with red hearts. Peace at Mach 5. His people would survive this. Whatever the cost, whatever strings came attached to that 4,000-page contract, whatever Earth ultimately wanted in exchange for their humanitarian assistance, his people would survive. And if that made them debt slaves to a species that had turned charity into a weapon, well, at least they'd be alive to regret it. In the Senate chamber, High Chancellor Vrel sat alone at his 3.7-meter podium, reviewing the legal brief Miller's team had filed. 847 pages, 412 precedents cited. Treaty law going back to the Senate's founding, completely bulletproof. Earth was deploying to Greev space with enough humanitarian aid to rebuild a civilization, enough legal protection to make it untouchable, and enough carefully worded loopholes to drive a battle fleet through. And there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it. His tablet chimed. Another message from Ambassador Miller. "Chancellor, thank you for your time during today's session. I recognize these situations are never straightforward, and I appreciate the Senate's measured approach to complex crises. Fleet deployment initiated per 𝐸RSUP Section 7 protocols. Estimated arrival at Greev space, 14 days. Will provide weekly status updates as per Section 44C reporting requirements. One procedural note. I observed that the Senate hasn't formally recognized sovereignty over Greev orbital space. Understandable given their pre-FTL status. However, IRSUP coordination protocols require us to work with local authorities on airspace management. In the absence of Senate recognition, we'll establish a temporary administrative framework directly with First Speaker 𝐭𝐲's government. Standard procedure, traffic control, import-export oversight, customs authority to prevent interference with humanitarian shipments, all properly documented, naturally. We'll file the necessary paperwork. Wouldn't want anyone thinking we're operating outside proper channels. As per the agreement, Ambassador Arthur Miller Terran Compact, Senate Observer Delegation, Chief Legal Officer, Lending Hand Foundation. Vrel read it 3 times. Then he activated his secure channel to the Senate Intelligence Committee. Start a file on the Terran Compact, he said. Classification, existential threat. Director Kess's mandibles clicked. Sir, they're an observer species. Limited fleet presence, no significant territorial. They just weaponized charity using our own legislation, Vrel interrupted. They've effectively annexed an entire star system through aggressive philanthropy. When I tried to object, their ambassador quoted Senate regulations I didn't even know existed and smiled like a loan officer foreclosing on a pension fund. He paused. Find out what they're really deploying. Find out what the Lending Hand Foundation actually is. And find out how we stop this before they export the model. And if we can't? Vrel looked at the manifest one more time. Agricultural equipment, medical supplies, construction materials, all perfectly legal, all clearly designed for something else entirely. Then we pray, he said quietly, that Earth decides they like us more than they like the next dying species that shows up begging for help. He closed the channel and sat alone in the empty chamber, looking up at the void glass dome and the stars beyond. Somewhere out there, humanity was deploying 5.6 million tons of humanitarian assistance, and Vrel had the sinking feeling that this was only the beginning. Chapter 2. The Fine Print. The rain on the Greev homeworld was acidic. Not dramatically so, you wouldn't dissolve if you stood in it, but enough that exposed metal corroded within weeks, and unprotected skin developed a rash after prolonged exposure. It was one of the many environmental factors that had kept the Greev civilization confined to sheltered habitats, unable to expand aggressively across their planet's surface. The humans didn't seem to care. Landing Zone Gamma, formerly an agricultural depot before the Vorkash had reduced it to rubble, was now a sea of churned mud, emergency lighting, and the kind of organized chaos that only happens when you deploy 400,000 tons of equipment onto a planet that lacks the infrastructure to receive it. Prime Minister Vorek stood under a prefab shelter watching cargo haulers descend through the gray sky with the regularity of factory machinery. Each hauler was the size of a city block. Each one shook the ground when it landed, and each one disgorged more containers, more equipment, more humans in pristine white uniforms with the Lending Hand Foundation logo emblazoned across their shoulders. They'd been landing for 18 hours straight. Vorek's aide, a young Greev named Tess who'd survived the raider attacks through sheer statistical luck, handed him a data slate. The human legal team is ready for the signing ceremony, Prime Minister. Vorek looked at the slate. The document displayed was titled Benevolent Uplift Service Level Agreement, Revision 47B. Parties: Greev Collective Provisional Government, Lending Hand Foundation, Humanitarian Operations Division. He'd seen it before, all 4,000 pages of it. He'd even tried to read it before his advisors had pointed out that the Vorkash were currently bombing his planet's last functional spaceport, and perhaps this wasn't the time for comprehensive legal review. Where's the ceremony? He asked. Conference Pod 7. The humans set it up this morning. Vorek walked through the mud, real mud, not the synthetic floor coverings he'd spent his career walking on, and tried to remember when he'd last felt rain. His planet was dying. His people were dying. And somewhere in that 4,000-page document was probably a clause explaining exactly how much of his sovereignty he was about to trade for the privilege of continued existence. Conference Pod 7 turned out to be a prefab structure that the humans had assembled in approximately 4 hours. It was nicer than most permanent buildings on the Greev homeworld. climate-controlled, proper lighting, furniture that wasn't salvaged from bombed-out offices. A human woman stood at a conference table, reviewing holographic displays with the focused intensity of a predator calculating strike vectors. She was tall. All humans seemed tall to the Greev, with dark hair pulled back in a style that suggested military efficiency, wearing a suit that probably cost more than Vorek's annual salary. She looked up when he entered and smiled. It was a lawyer's smile. "Prime Minister Vorek," she said, extending a hand in the human gesture of greeting. Sarah Chen, lead legal advisor for the Lending Hand Foundation. "We spoke via holocom yesterday." Vorek shook her hand. Her grip was firm, professional, exactly calibrated to convey confidence without aggression. "Ms. Chen, I appreciate your team's efficiency. We operate on tight deployment schedules," Chen said, pulling up a document on the holo display. "The SLA has been updated since our last communication. Revision 47B includes several optimization clauses that our logistics team requested after the initial site assessment. Nothing major, mostly infrastructure coordination protocols and resource allocation frameworks." She said it the way you might describe a minor software update. Vorek looked at the document. The page count had increased to 4,247. "How many revisions have there been?" 47, as noted in the designation. Standard iterative process for complex humanitarian deployments. Each revision incorporates operational feedback from our ground teams. You'll find the change log in Appendix 94C. Vorek didn't bother looking. He'd learned early in his political career that some documents weren't meant to be read. They were meant to create the illusion of process, while the real decisions happened elsewhere. "Where do I sign?" Chen's smile didn't waver, but something in her eyes suggested approval. She appreciated efficiency. Section 1, page 3, that's the primary authorization. Then Section 14, page 847, Resource Coordination Protocols. And finally Section 71, page 3 out 892, the Mutual Aid Infrastructure Clause. Your biometric signature on each, please. Vorek pressed his thumb to the designated fields. The document flashed green with each authorization. Accepted, accepted, accepted. "Excellent," Chen said. "The Lending Hand Foundation is now authorized to commence Phase 2 operations as specified in the deployment matrix. You'll receive daily status reports via the coordination framework we established in..." The building shook. Not from landing ships this time. This was different. A sharp, percussive impact followed by the distant rumble of atmospheric re-entry. Vorek's communicator lit up with priority alerts. His aide's voice came through, barely controlled panic beneath professional training. "Prime Minister, Vorkash Raiders. 4 scout ships approaching from orbital vector 7. They're targeting the landing zone." Vorek looked at Chen. She was already pulling up tactical displays on her holo screen, moving with the kind of practiced calm that suggested she'd been expecting this. "Raiders attempting to disrupt aid operations," she said, more to herself than to Vorek. "That's a violation of Section 12, Subsection 4, Paragraph 17 of the Humanitarian Transit Protection Protocols." Another impact. Closer this time. Through the pod's small window, Vorek could see explosions blooming in the sky. Vorkash kinetic rounds hitting the perimeter defense grid his people had cobbled together from salvaged components. Chen tapped her communicator. "Chen to LHF orbital. We have hostile contacts interfering with aid distribution. Authorization to engage under defensive protocols?" A voice crackled back, male, calm, with the kind of accent that suggested military training and expensive education. "Roger that, Ms. Chen. We have visual on 4 Vorkash light scouts. Deploying tugboat Resolution for hazard clearance." Vorek stared at her. "Tugboat?" "Standard orbital infrastructure support vessel," Chen said, watching her tactical display. "Used for moving cargo containers, repositioning satellites, general heavy lift operations. Very versatile." On her screen, a new icon appeared, a ship designation labeled LHF Resolution, Orbital Infrastructure Support. Vorek pulled up his own tactical feed. The Resolution was accelerating from high orbit at speeds that suggested military-grade fusion drives. Its mass signature read at 140,000 tons. That was not a tugboat. Or rather, It had been a tugboat the same way a combat knife is technically a kitchen utensil. The 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐝𝐷𝐞 scouts scattered as the Resolution entered engagement range. One of them, probably the patrol leader, Vorek thought, tried to maintain position, firing kinetic rounds at the human vessel. The rounds bounced off the Resolution's hull plating. "They're engaging your ship," Vorek said quietly. "Technically, they're interfering with a registered humanitarian operation," Chen corrected, adjusting her tie with one hand while manipulating the tactical display with the other. "The Resolution is authorized to clear navigational hazards from our operational zone, as per Section 12 defensive protocols." On screen, the Resolution activated what its technical specifications probably called a docking tractor beam, a standard piece of equipment used to grab and move cargo containers in zero-gravity environments. Vorek had seen tractor beams before. They were low-power, short-range devices used for delicate maneuvering. This was not that. The beam locked onto the 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐝𝐷𝐞 scout ship with enough force to stop its evasive burn mid-thrust. Then it began pulling, not toward the Resolution, into the Resolution's plasma exhaust plume. The 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐝 ship lasted approximately 4 seconds before its hull began ablating, 8 seconds before its reactor containment failed, 12 seconds before it was an expanding cloud of superheated debris. The other 3 scouts broke formation and ran. "Hazard cleared," the voice on Chen's communicator reported. "Returning to station. No munitions expended." Chen closed the tactical display and turned back to Vorek as if nothing had happened. Behind her, through the window, the remains of a 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐝 scout ship were still glowing as they burned up in the atmosphere. "My apologies for the interruption, Prime Minister. As I was saying, you'll receive daily status reports via the coordination framework. Now, there's one additional document that requires your signature. Just a formality, really, but the legal team insisted." She pulled up another file. Temporary Sovereignty Transfer Authorization. Subsection Mutual Aid Infrastructure Implementation Clause. Vorek read it, then read it again. "This says..." He stopped, searching for words that would make it sound less insane. "This says I'm transferring sovereign authority over Greev orbital space to a human-owned shell corporation." "Sovereign receivership," Chen corrected gently. "It's a technical legal distinction. We're not occupying your planet, Prime Minister. We're simply providing 24/7 custodial oversight of your sovereign assets during the crisis period. It's necessary for operational efficiency. If we're going to coordinate defense of humanitarian shipments, we need authorization to manage orbital traffic, establish security protocols, enforce no-fly zones, that sort of thing. You're annexing my planet." "We're providing comprehensive infrastructure support as specified in the SLA," Chen said, and her voice remained perfectly professional. "The receivership clause is temporary, duration of the crisis plus a standard reconstruction period. Probably 18 months, 2 years at most. After that, full sovereignty returns to the Greev Collective, assuming the crisis is resolved." She paused, and for the first time, something almost like sympathy crossed her face. Almost. "You signed the agreement, Prime Minister. Section 71, page 3892. The Mutual Aid Infrastructure Clause. This is just the implementation documentation. It was all there in the original SLA." Vorek thought back to 18 hours ago, when he'd been standing in the ruins of his government complex watching 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐝 bombers reduce his civilization to statistical extinction projections. When Ambassador Miller had appeared with his 4,000-page agreement and his smooth assurances, and his fleet of white ships with hearts painted on them, he'd signed it. Because his people were dying, and you don't negotiate the fine print when you're drowning. He just hadn't realized how much of the rope he was signing away. "What if I refuse?" he asked quietly. Chen's expression didn't change. "Then you're in breach of contract, and the Lending Hand Foundation is legally obligated to cease all humanitarian operations and withdraw from Greev space. We'd file the necessary paperwork with the Galactic Senate, note the breach in our operational logs, and be off-planet within 48 hours. She let that hang in the air for a moment. "Of course, that would also mean the immediate cessation of all defensive support. The 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐝 would presumably resume their raids. Current extinction projections estimate..." What was it again? She consulted her data slate. Yes. Total population collapse within 14 months. Genetic viability threshold crossed at 380 million individuals. Vorek looked at her. Really looked at her. She was young, maybe 30 in human years, wearing a suit that cost more than a starship, standing in a prefab office on a dying world, explaining with perfect professional courtesy why he had no choice but to sign over his planet's sovereignty to a humanitarian foundation that deployed tugboats with military-grade tractor beams. And she was right. He had no choice. He never had. "Where do I sign?" he asked. Chen brought up the authorization screen. "Biometric signature here, here, and here. Initial the liability waiver on page 47. And thumbprint the transfer confirmation on page 103. Vorek signed. The screen flashed green. Sovereign receivership authorized. Greev orbital space now under Lending Hand Foundation custodial oversight. "Excellent," Chen said, filing the documentation with efficient keystrokes. "The receivership takes effect immediately. You'll notice improved coordination in defensive operations within the next 6 hours. Our tactical team is already integrating with your existing infrastructure. We'll also be establishing a joint operations center to streamline communication between your government and our logistics teams." "Joint operations," Vorek repeated numbly. "Standard procedure for receivership scenarios. Don't worry, your government retains full authority over internal affairs. We're just handling the orbital security and large-scale infrastructure deployment. Think of it as outsourcing your military and logistics to a highly competent contractor." Through the window, another wave of cargo haulers was descending through the rain. Vorek could see human workers in environmental suits beginning to unload massive containers marked with alphanumeric codes he didn't understand. "Ms. Chen," he said quietly, "what happens when the crisis is over? When you decide it's time to return our sovereignty?" Chen looked at him with what might have been genuine curiosity. "Prime Minister, by the time the crisis is over, your economy will be integrated into our supply chains. Your defense grid will be running on our power infrastructure. Your orbital space will be managed by our traffic control systems. Your government officials will be trained in our operational protocols." She smiled. "Technically, we'll give you back full legal sovereignty, but as a practical matter," she shrugged, "you'll find that sovereignty without infrastructure is just expensive paperwork, as per the agreement." She gathered her data slates and headed for the door, pausing at the threshold. "Welcome to the Lending Hand Foundation family, Prime Minister. I think you'll find this is the beginning of a very productive partnership." Then she was gone, leaving Vorek alone in the climate-controlled prefab office, staring at the legal authorization on his screen. Sovereign receivership authorized. Outside, the rain continued to fall, and somewhere in orbit, 4 white ships with red hearts painted on them were establishing what the legal documents called custodial oversight, and what everyone else would eventually recognize as occupation by contract. 2 hours later, Sarah Chen stood in the command center of the THFS Compassion, reviewing deployment metrics on a wall-sized display. The orbital platform was humming with activity, hundreds of cargo containers being sorted and cataloged, automated systems coordinating traffic patterns, human logistics officers working in synchronized teams that suggested military training nobody was supposed to notice. Ambassador Miller appeared on her comm screen from his office on the Compassion's diplomatic level. "I saw the receivership documentation came through," he said. "Any complications?" Vorek signed, Chen replied. He understood what he was signing, which actually made it easier. No need to pretend he had a choice. "Good. The Senate will receive the notifications within 6 hours. By the time they figure out we've effectively annexed Greev space through humanitarian law, it'll be too late to object without looking like they're interfering with crisis relief operations." Chen pulled up a tactical overlay showing the Greev orbital space. It was already being divided into sectors: humanitarian corridors, defensive zones, restricted areas, quarantine boundaries. A framework of legal control disguised as traffic management. "The Vorkash are going to escalate," she said. "Let them," Miller replied. "Every time they interfere with a humanitarian operation, we get to expand our defensive protocols. Every attack justifies another layer of security infrastructure, and all of it is perfectly legal under the receivership clause." He smiled that lawyer's smile. We're not conquering the Greev homeworld, Ms. Chen. We're providing comprehensive crisis management support. There's a difference. What's the difference? About 3,000 pages of legal documentation, and the fact that when this is over, we get to file it all with the Senate as a successful case study in humanitarian intervention. Chen looked at the deployment metrics. Phase 2 was already 34% complete. Defender-class platforms being positioned at strategic locations. Agricultural compounds being distributed to farming collectives. Heavy excavation equipment being deployed to reconstruction sites. All of it dual use. All of it perfectly documented. All of it turning a dying colony into a fortified client state that would owe Earth everything and own nothing. How many more systems are we planning to export this model to? She asked. Miller's smile widened slightly. How many dying civilizations do you think the Senate is going to refuse to help, Ms. Chen? She thought about that for a moment. Thought about the 4 white ships in orbit. Thought about the 4,000-page contracts and the receivership clauses and the humanitarian protocols that were really annexation frameworks. Thought about Prime Minister Vorek signing away his sovereignty because the alternative was extinction. All of them, she said finally. Exactly, all of them. And we'll help every single one, as per the agreement. The comm screen went dark. Chen turned back to her deployment metrics, adjusting tie with one hand while authorizing the next wave of humanitarian assistance with the other. Outside the window, the Greev homeworld turned slowly in the void, its orbital space now divided into neat sectors on her tactical display. Each sector color-coded, each one labeled with human designations: sovereign receivership, custodial oversight, temporary crisis management. Call it whatever you wanted. On paper, it was humanitarian aid. In practice, it was the most efficient form of conquest ever devised, one where the conquered signed the paperwork themselves and thanked you for the privilege. Chapter 3: Tractors and Turrets. Assembly Plant. Theta smelled like hot metal and industrial lubricant. It had been a Greev manufacturing facility once, something to do with water filtration systems according to the faded signage, before the Vorkash had bombed it into structural irrelevance. Now it was what the Lending Hand Foundation called a forward agricultural equipment staging area, which was technically accurate in the same way that a tactical nuke is technically a rapid excavation device. The building was alive with activity. Arc welders threw cascades of white sparks across the assembly floor. Hydraulic systems hissed and whined as massive components were maneuvered into position. And everywhere, absolutely everywhere, was the deep, bone-rattling thrum of Earth-manufactured fusion power cores spinning up to operational capacity. Chief Engineer Marcus "Sully" Sullivan stood on a gantry platform overlooking the floor, reviewing deployment schedules on a ruggedized tablet while drinking something that was technically classified as coffee, but had the consistency and taste profile of industrial degreaser. He was a big man, 2 meters tall and built like someone who'd spent 40 years working with heavy machinery in high-gravity environments. His coveralls were pristine white with the Lending Hand Foundation logo, but they fit like military fatigues, and the way he moved suggested someone who could strip a fusion reactor blindfolded and reassemble it before the core temperature dropped. Below him, the first Titan-class agricultural harvester was being rolled out of the assembly bay. It was magnificent. 47 tons of agricultural equipment, standing 8 meters tall on 6 articulated legs, each one terminating in a ground pressure distribution pad rated for hostile soil conditions. The main chassis was built from 400 mm tungsten carbide composite armor, environmental shielding, with redundant power systems, atmospheric processors, and enough sensor arrays to map terrain down to the centimeter. The technical specifications called it a heavy-duty autonomous farming platform designed for extreme environments. Sully called it beautiful. A younger engineer, Jenkins, fresh out of the Martian Technical Institute, and still naive enough to think engineering was about optimization rather than creative interpretation of specifications, approached with a data slate. "Chief, we've got a problem with Unit 7. The dispersal mechanism keeps jamming on the calibration tests." "What's the failure mode?" "Kinetic disperser won't cycle past 400 rounds per minute. Specs call for 600. Sully took the slate and reviewed the diagnostic data. You're over-lubricating the feed mechanism. The Titan uses a dry cycle system for the seed dispersal unit. Too much grease and you get friction buildup in the acceleration rails. Jenkins blinked. Acceleration rails? For seeds. For high-velocity seed dispersal, Sully corrected. You need significant muzzle velocity to penetrate hard-packed soil. Sometimes you've got to shoot seeds through solid rock to get them into viable planting depth. Standard agricultural engineering. Right. Agricultural. Jenkins didn't sound convinced, but he was smart enough not to ask follow-up questions. The main bay doors opened with a hydraulic groan, and a figure in a Senate Oversight Committee uniform walked in, flanked by two aides carrying enough recording equipment to document a war crimes trial. Sully sighed and drained the last of his coffee. Inspector Van Torix was a 𝐒𝐫𝐤𝐫, a species known for their attention to detail, their bureaucratic fastidiousness, and their complete inability to understand when they were being professionally mocked. He stood about 1.3 meters tall, with 4 eyes arranged in a diamond pattern and enough appendages to operate 6 data slates simultaneously. Perfect for inspections, terrible for understanding subtext. Chief Engineer Sullivan, Torix called out in the tone of someone who'd practiced saying the name phonetically. I am Inspector Torix of the Galactic Senate Humanitarian Oversight Committee. I'm here to conduct a compliance review of your agricultural deployment operations. Sully climbed down from the gantry with deliberate slowness, wiping his hands on a rag that had probably never been clean. Inspector, welcome to Plant Theta. You'll want to wear a hard hat. Safety regulations. We're running heavy machinery today. He handed Torix a helmet. It was white with a red heart on it. Torix examined it like it might contain surveillance equipment, then reluctantly put it on. I have reviewed your equipment manifests, Torix said, pulling up holographic displays on multiple slates. The Senate has received complaints from the Consolidation Worlds regarding the, quote, excessive militarization of your humanitarian aid packages. Specifically, concerns have been raised about these. He gestured at the Titan harvester looming over them. Agricultural equipment that appears to be armored combat vehicles. Sully looked at the Titan with the expression of a proud parent. That's a Titan-class heavy agricultural harvester, Inspector. Top-of-the-line farming equipment, designed for extreme environment crop management. It has armor plating. Environmental shielding, Sully corrected. The Greev homeworld has acidic rain. You probably noticed on the way in. That's 400 millimeters of tungsten carbide composite to protect the internal mechanisms from corrosive atmospheric conditions. Can't grow crops if your equipment dissolves in the rain. It's 8 meters tall. Vertical clearance for optimal crop coverage. These units can process a 200-meter planting zone in a single pass. The elevated position provides superior sensor coverage for soil analysis and irrigation management. It has what appears to be weapon mounts. Sully followed Torix's gesture to the Titan's main dispersal mechanism, a twin-barreled assembly mounted on a 360-degree rotating turret. That's the dual-use kinetic dispenser, Sully said, emphasizing each word like he was explaining basic physics to a child. It's for seed distribution. You need significant kinetic energy to penetrate hard-packed soil and achieve optimal planting depth. Think of it like a really aggressive fertilizer spreader. Torix's 4 eyes focused on the assembly with professional skepticism. The barrel configuration suggests a firing mechanism rather than dispersal. Well, yeah. You fire the seeds into the ground. That's how kinetic dispersal works. At what velocity? Sully consulted his tablet. Calibrated for approximately 850 meters per second at optimal atmospheric pressure, variable depending on soil density and desired penetration depth. That's faster than most small arms munitions. Aggressive soil, Inspector. Sometimes you've got bedrock to deal with. Can't plant through solid stone with a gentle hand. One of Torix's aides was recording everything on a high-resolution scanner. The other was pulling up comparative data on known military equipment. Chief Engineer, these specifications match combat walker designs within a 94% confidence interval. Well, sure, Sully said reasonably. Same engineering principles. You want a platform that can navigate difficult terrain, operate in hostile environments, carry heavy loads. Turns out that's also what you need in a good farming machine. It's just physics, Inspector. Mass, leverage, power to weight ratios. Military and agricultural engineering share a lot of common ground. He gestured to the assembly floor where 3 more Titans were being prepared for deployment. Come on, I'll show you the planting demonstration. We're doing field tests this afternoon. The test field was 2 kilometers from the assembly plant, a stretch of land that had been agricultural before the war and was now mostly mud, acid rain, and the occasional unexploded Vorkash ordnance. Perfect for demonstrating agricultural equipment. 4 Titans stood in formation, their 6-legged stances giving them the appearance of massive mechanical insects. Human technicians, all wearing tactical headsets and moving with the synchronized efficiency of people who'd spent time in military logistics, ran final systems checks. 𝐸 stood under a prefab shelter, all 4 eyes tracking the machines with visible suspicion. This is a standard planting operation, 𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐬 explained, pulling up a agricultural overlay on his tablet. We're demonstrating rapid deployment crop coverage using the kinetic dispersal system. Each Titan can process approximately 400 hectares per day in optimal conditions. And in suboptimal conditions? About the same, but louder. 𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐬 activated his communicator. Control, this is Sullivan. Authorization to begin field test Theta-7. Copy that, Chief. Initiating dispersal sequence. The Titan's main assemblies rotated with smooth hydraulic precision, targeting designated zones across the test field. For a moment, everything was quiet except for the hum of power cores and the hiss of hydraulic systems. Then they fired. The sound was like industrial thunder, a rhythmic thum, thum, thum as the kinetic dispersers launched their payloads at 850 meters per second. The seed pods streaked across the field in ballistic arcs, impacting the ground with enough force to penetrate 2 meters into the soil. Some of them hit bedrock. The bedrock lost. Explosions of pulverized stone erupted across the field as the pods drilled through solid granite, burying themselves in viable planting depth. 600 rounds per minute, 𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐬 noted with satisfaction. Jenkins fixed the feed mechanism issue. 𝐸 was staring at the devastation with all 4 eyes. The field looked like it had been hit by artillery. That's not agriculture, he said quietly. That's weapons fire. It's high-velocity seed dispersal, 𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐬 corrected. Admittedly on the aggressive end of the spectrum, but these are extreme conditions. You can't grow crops in this environment without specialized equipment. What kind of seeds require ballistic velocity to plant? Hardy ones. The pods are designed for extreme depth planting in hostile soil. Each one contains a seed matrix, nutrient gel, and microsensors for monitoring growth conditions. Microsensors. For soil analysis, 𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐬 said smoothly. Temperature, moisture content, mineral composition, standard precision agriculture. The sensors network together to provide real-time data on field conditions. Helps optimize irrigation and fertilizer distribution. He didn't mention that the sensors also functioned as a planetary-scale detection grid capable of tracking orbital movements down to a meter's precision. That would have been outside the scope of the agricultural demonstration. 𝐸 pulled up sensor data on his slate. These seed pods are transmitting radio signals, telemetry data for the soil monitoring network. The signal encryption suggests military-grade communications protocols. Data security, Inspector. We can't have our agricultural data getting intercepted by competitors. Trade secrets and all that. One of 𝐸's aides was analyzing the impact patterns. Chief Engineer, these pods are being deployed in a grid formation that matches standard area denial munition distribution. Optimal coverage pattern, 𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐬 said without missing a beat. You want uniform crop distribution across the field? You use a grid. Basic geometric efficiency. 𝐸 walked to the edge of the field where one of the pods had impacted. The crater was 1/2 meter wide and punched clean through bedrock. He pulled out the pod, a sleek cylinder about the size of his arm, made from composite materials that absolutely did not need to be that reinforced for agricultural purposes. This is a sensor platform, he said flatly. This is a military-grade detection node. It's a precision agriculture monitoring system, 𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐬 replied. That happens to have robust environmental shielding and advanced sensor capabilities. You know what's hard, Inspector? Growing crops on a planet being actively bombed by raiders. We need to know when Vorkash ships are approaching so we can protect our agricultural investments. The sensors just happen to be good at detecting orbital signatures. Dual-use technology. Dual use, Toryx repeated. Exactly, like how a kitchen knife can cut vegetables or defend against intruders. Doesn't make it a weapon, just makes it versatile. Toryx looked from the pod to the Titans to the cratered field. His expression, as much as 𝐒𝐫𝐞𝐻 expressions could be read, suggested a man watching a legal loophole swallow a tank battalion. Chief Engineer, what you've deployed here is a defensive sensor grid under the guise of agricultural infrastructure. I've deployed a precision farming network under the authorization of our humanitarian aid mandate. Whether that network also happens to provide early warning capabilities for our civilian operations is just efficient engineering. This violates the spirit of the humanitarian relief protocols. Inspector, Sully said, and his voice took on the patient condescension of someone explaining contract law to a toddler. The protocols specify that we can deploy any necessary equipment for the restoration of agricultural capacity. This planet's soil is hostile, the atmospheric conditions are corrosive, and there are active military forces attempting to disrupt farming operations. The Titans are exactly what we need to establish sustainable crop production in this environment. He gestured back at the machines, which had finished their dispersal sequence and were now standing in formation like mechanical sentries. It's not my fault that effective agricultural equipment in a combat zone looks a lot like military hardware. That's just convergent engineering. Toryx was silent for a long moment, cycling through his data slates like he was searching for a regulation that would make this make sense. What about the fertilizer shipments? He asked finally. I reviewed your manifest. You're importing 14 million tons of ammonium nitrate compounds. For the crops, Sully said. Ammonium nitrate is used in explosives manufacturing. It's also the most efficient nitrogen source fertilizer for nitrogen-poor soils. The Greev homeworld has been bombed for 14 months. The agricultural zones are depleted. We need massive fertilizer inputs to restore crop viability. 14 million tons. It's a big planet, Inspector. The purity rating is 98%. High-quality product. We don't cut corners on agricultural inputs. That purity level is unnecessary for farming and ideal for explosive compound synthesis. Sully looked at him with perfect professional innocence. Are you suggesting the Greev would use our agricultural supplies for weapons manufacturing, Inspector? Because that would be a violation of their agreement with the Lending Hand Foundation, and we'd have to report it to the Senate immediately. The trap closed with bureaucratic precision. If Toryx accused the Greev of weaponizing the fertilizer, he'd be accusing a dying species of violating humanitarian aid agreements. If he accused Earth of deliberately supplying explosive precursors, he'd have to prove intent, despite all the perfectly documented agricultural justifications. Either way, 14 million tons of high-purity ammonium nitrate was already planetside, buried in supply depots that the manifest called agricultural storage facilities, and everyone else would eventually recognize as munitions bunkers. Toryx stood there in his white hard hat with the red heart on it, surrounded by the sound of industrial machinery and the smell of hot metal, watching agricultural equipment that could double as assault platforms plant sensors that could double as targeting systems using kinetic dispersers that could double as anti-personnel weapons. This entire operation is militarization disguised as humanitarian aid, he said quietly. This entire operation is agricultural reconstruction using appropriate technology for hostile environments, Sully corrected. If you have specific violations to cite, Inspector, I'm happy to review them with our legal team. Otherwise, we have 17 more Titans to deploy before the end of the week, and I need to supervise the installation. He started walking back toward the plant, then paused. Oh, and Inspector? Make sure you file your report through proper channels. Wouldn't want anyone thinking the Senate is interfering with certified relief operations. That would be problematic. That evening, Sully sat in his office, a converted storage container with a desk, a cot, and a coffee maker that dispensed industrial degreaser, reviewing the day's deployment metrics. 47 Titan-class harvesters deployed. Check. Sensor grid coverage, 47% of designated agricultural zones. Fertilizer compounds distributed, 2.4 million tons. Senate Inspector thoroughly confused. Definite check. His communicator chimed. Sarah Chen's face appeared on screen. I heard you gave Inspector Torix the full agricultural tour. He seemed very interested in our farming techniques, Sully said blandly. Asked a lot of questions about seed dispersal velocities and fertilizer purity ratings. And he's currently writing a report about how everything we're doing is technically legal, but obviously militarization, which will go to the Senate Oversight Committee, where it will be buried under 400 other complaints about humanitarian operations, and nothing will change. Chen smiled. How's the sensor grid integration? 47% coverage as of 1800 hours. Full planetary detection capability within 6 days. After that, nothing enters Greev orbital space without us knowing about it 30 seconds before the Greev defense network does. Perfect. And the Titans? Operating within specifications. The dispersal mechanisms are calibrated for both agricultural deployment and, hypothetically speaking, area denial, if we needed to reconfigure them for defensive purposes. How hypothetically? About 4 minutes and a software patch. Chen's smile widened. You know what I love about you, Sully? You build farming equipment like other people build weapons platforms. I build solutions, Ms. Chen. Whether those solutions happen to have dual-use applications is just efficient engineering. The screen went dark. Sully pulled up the tactical, agricultural overview of the Greev homeworld. 47 red dots marking Titan positions. Thousands of smaller dots showing sensor pods. Lines connecting everything in a network that looked suspiciously like integrated air defense coverage. All of it perfectly documented as agricultural infrastructure. All of it dual use. All of it turning a dying colony into a fortified position that could detect, track, and theoretically engage anything that tried to interfere with humanitarian operations. He took a sip of his terrible coffee and got back to work. Somewhere out there, a Senate inspector was writing a report that would change nothing. And somewhere else, the Vorkash were about to learn that farming equipment was the most dangerous designation in the Lending Hand Foundation catalog. Chapter 4. The Neutral Zone. The SDF Vigilance was the kind of ship the Galactic Senate deployed when they wanted to project authority without technically starting a war. Sleek, expensive, bristling with sensor arrays and diplomatic suites, armed just heavily enough to remind everyone that peacekeeping and blockading existed on a spectrum, and the Senate could slide between them at will. It hung in high orbit above the Greev homeworld like a chrome and crystal monument to institutional power, its observation decks offering panoramic views of the planet below and the expanding network of humanitarian infrastructure spreading across its surface like a benign infection. Admiral Kes Vorian stood in the primary observation lounge, watching another wave of Earth cargo haulers descend through the cloud layer. His mandibles clicked in a rhythm that his subordinates had learned meant barely controlled frustration. He was Kralik, a species known for their tactical acumen, their strategic patience, and their complete inability to tolerate bureaucratic nonsense. 40 years in the Senate Defense Forces, 3 tours commanding peacekeeping operations, 2 commendations for maintaining stability in contested sectors. And now he was babysitting a humanitarian operation that looked increasingly like a military deployment. Status report, he said to his tactical officer. Commander Threx, no relation to the Consolidation Ambassador, pulled up holographic displays. Human operations have expanded to 14 landing zones. Current deployment, 2,400 personnel planetside, classified as medical staff, agricultural workers, and civic advisors. Tonnage delivered, approximately 8.3 million tons, and increasing. Weapons signatures, nothing that qualifies under standard munitions definitions. However, Threx highlighted several zones on the tactical map. These agricultural harvesters are emitting power signatures consistent with military-grade fusion cores. The vertical farming towers have structural reinforcement patterns matching anti-aircraft emplacements. And we've detected what the humans call sanitation teams installing equipment that our analysis suggests are point defense batteries. Proof? Nothing actionable. Everything has civilian documentation, dual-use classifications, agricultural and medical justifications. Kess's mandibles clicked faster. What about the medical transport? Inbound now. The TEF Mercy, registered as a humanitarian medical supply vessel. Mass displacement, 340,000 tons. Cargo manifest lists surgical equipment, pharmaceutical supplies, and what they're calling emergency response exoskeletons. Exoskeletons. For, quote, assisting medical personnel in high-gravity rescue operations. Kes pulled up the cargo manifest on his personal tablet. The technical specifications for the emergency response exoskeletons included powered servo joints, reinforced titanium frame construction, integrated sensor suites, and modular equipment mounting points. They were power armor, medical power armor, according to the documentation, but power armor nonetheless. I want boarding authorization, Kes said. Full inspection of cargo holds. If they're smuggling military equipment under humanitarian cover, I want documentation for the Senate Oversight Committee. Sir, they're operating under URSUP Section 7 protocols. We don't have legal authority to board without evidence of treaty violations. Then we'll create evidence. Prepare a peacekeeping intercept. Cite. What's that regulation about biological contamination risks? Section 44, Interstellar Health and Safety Protocols. Perfect. We're concerned about potential biological contamination from off-world medical supplies. Require inspection before planetary delivery. By the book. Threx looked uncomfortable. Admiral, the Terran Compact has excellent legal teams. If we overstep... We're not overstepping, Commander. We're enforcing health and safety regulations. If they refuse inspection, they're in violation. If they comply, we get evidence of their military smuggling. Either way, we stop this shipment. He activated his comm system. This is Admiral Vorian of the Senate Defense Forces to approaching vessel THFS Mercy. You are ordered to halt your approach and prepare for mandatory health inspection under Section 44 protocols. Acknowledge. The response came back within seconds, not from the ship, but from a small diplomatic shuttle that had apparently been holding position behind the Vigilance for the past 20 minutes. Admiral Vorian, this is Ambassador Arthur Miller of the Terran Compact. I'd like to request permission to come aboard and discuss your concerns in person. I believe we can resolve this matter efficiently. Kes's mandibles stopped clicking. Miller was here. Personally, that meant lawyers. Permission granted, he said reluctantly. Docking Bay 7. Arthur Miller stepped off the diplomatic shuttle carrying a briefcase. Not a data slate, not a tablet. An actual physical briefcase made from something that looked like earth leather, but probably cost more than a small moon. He wore the same expensive suit from the Senate chamber, gray, perfectly tailored, with a tie that probably had more computing power than most starship navigation systems. His hair was immaculate. His smile was professional. He looked like a man who'd come to discuss quarterly earnings, not a military blockade. Admiral Vorian, Miller said, extending his hand in the human greeting gesture. Thank you for agreeing to meet. I understand you have concerns about the Mercy's cargo. Kes didn't shake his hand. I have concerns about your entire operation, Ambassador. The Senate has received multiple reports suggesting militarization of your humanitarian mission. I'm exercising my authority to inspect your medical transport for compliance with interstellar health standards. Of course, Miller said pleasantly. Health and safety are paramount. However, I should inform you that the Mercy is currently under biological hazard protocols. We can't authorize boarding at this time. Biological hazard? Yes. Standard quarantine procedures. One of our medical technicians presented with symptoms consistent with what humans call the common cold, a minor respiratory infection, completely treatable, but we're required to maintain a 14-day quarantine period to ensure no cross-species contamination. You understand, I'm sure. Can't risk exposing your crew to unknown pathogens. Kes stared at him. You're quarantining a medical supply ship because someone has a cold. Section 44, paragraph 12, subsection A, Miller said, pulling a data slate from his briefcase. Any vessel carrying biological materials must undergo mandatory quarantine if crew members present with infectious symptoms, 14 days minimum. We take interstellar health very seriously, Admiral. That regulation is for actual biological threats, plague ships, contamination events. The regulation, Miller said with the patience of someone explaining contract law to a child. Doesn't specify severity thresholds. It says infectious symptoms. The common cold is infectious. Technically, we could face Senate sanctions if we allowed boarding before the quarantine period expires. This is absurd. This is compliance, Admiral. 𝐬𝐭𝨫's tactical officer leaned in. Sir, he's right. Section 44 doesn't have severity classifications, if they're citing quarantine protocols. I know what he's doing, Commander. 𝐬𝐭𝨫 turned back to Miller. You're obstructing a lawful inspection. I'm protecting your crew from potential biological exposure. If you'd like to wait 14 days, we'd be happy to accommodate an inspection after the quarantine period expires. Miller checked his watch. That would be approximately 336 hours from now. Of course, by then, the cargo will have been delivered planetside, but I'm sure that's not a concern. 𝐬𝐭𝨫's mandibles began clicking again. Faster now. Ambassador, I can order my ships to fire on your transport. We have legal authority to disable vessels that refuse inspection. You absolutely do, Miller agreed. Section 44 does grant enforcement powers to Senate vessels in health emergency situations. However, he pulled a document from his briefcase. Actual paper. Physical. Probably printed on something rare and expensive just to make a point. I should inform you that my firm, Hastings, Chen and Partners, represents approximately 400 of the quadrant's largest insurance underwriters, including the Consolidation Mutual Fund, which I believe manages the pension portfolios for, let me see. He consulted the document. Approximately 94% of Senate Defense Forces personnel. The clicking stopped. Are you threatening my pension, Ambassador? Threatening? No, Admiral. I'm providing relevant financial context. Miller's smile didn't waver. You see, if you fire on a certified humanitarian vessel operating under 𝐬𝐿SUP protocols, you create liability. Significant liability. The Mercy is insured for approximately 47 billion credits. Its cargo is insured for another 23 billion, and the Lending Hand Foundation itself carries comprehensive coverage against military interference. He set the document on the conference table. If your ships damage our vessel, our insurance carriers will file immediate claims. Those claims will be processed through the interstellar commerce courts, which, incidentally, recognize human legal jurisdiction in humanitarian operations. The litigation could take decades, during which time the insurance funds would need to maintain reserves to cover potential payouts. Miller paused, letting that sink in. Reserves that would come from their investment portfolios, including, hypothetically, pension funds. Your pension fund, specifically, along with every member of your crew, and their families, and basically everyone you've ever served with. He pulled out another document. This is a notice of liability. It's a standard legal instrument informing parties that their actions may create financial exposure for connected entities. I'm required to serve this to you before any potential incident. Strictly speaking, it's just a formality, but it does mean that if you fire on our ship, you'll be doing so with full knowledge that you're potentially bankrupting your own retirement. 𝐬𝐭𝨫 looked at the document like it might explode. This is blackmail. This is actuarial defiance, Admiral. We're not threatening you with force. We're informing you of the financial consequences of your choices. Very different things, legally speaking. You can't defend a military operation with insurance policies. We're not defending a military operation. We're protecting a humanitarian mission using standard risk management protocols. If the Senate wants to challenge our insurance arrangements, they're welcome to file objections with the Commerce Courts. I estimate resolution time at approximately 40 years, given the backlog and complexity of cross-jurisdictional claims. Miller tapped his briefcase. Until then, the Mercy is a legally certified humanitarian vessel under biological quarantine. You can wait 14 days for inspection, or you can authorize planetary approach. But if you fire, Admiral, you're not shooting at a ship. You're shooting at a lawsuit that will follow you into retirement. 𝐬𝐭𝨫's tactical officer was pulling up data on his own tablet. His expression suggested someone watching their pension fund evaporate in real time. Admiral, he said quietly, Consolidation Mutual is the primary underwriter for the Defense Forces retirement system. If they tie up reserves in litigation, I'm aware, Commander. 𝐬𝐭𝨫 pulled up the insurance documentation on his tablet. Pages of legal text, liability clauses, reinsurance frameworks, financial instruments that turned a simple weapons discharge into a decades-long legal nightmare that would follow him through retirement and probably into his grave. His screen flashed a notification. Notice. Commercial transaction pending review. Legal hold active. Authorization required for military action. Estimated litigation period, 37 to 42 years. Contact legal counsel before proceeding. Then another notification. Access denied. Legal hold. The weapons authorization interface had locked him out, not because of military restrictions, not because of Senate oversight, but because his own insurance carrier had flagged the transaction as too risky to authorize without legal review. "You've locked my weapon systems," Kess said flatly. "I've created a legal hold on actions that would trigger liability claims," Miller corrected. "Your weapons are fine. You just can't use them without accepting personal financial responsibility for the consequences. Free will, Admiral. You can still make choices. Just expensive ones." Kess stared at the tablet in his hands, at the flashing red text, at the legal documentation that had turned his warship into an extremely expensive paperweight. How to defeat a galactic empire with a PDF. "The Mercy will be allowed to proceed," he said quietly. "Excellent decision, Admiral." Miller gathered his documents with practiced efficiency. "I'll inform the Mercy that quarantine protocols are being respected. They'll deliver their medical supplies, including those emergency response exoskeletons, and return to orbit within standard operational parameters." He paused at the door.
"Oh, one more thing. I noticed your observation vessel is currently positioned within what our legal team has designated as the Greev System Humanitarian Priority Zone. We filed for temporary jurisdiction over this sector approximately 6 hours ago, standard procedure for crisis operations. The Commerce Courts are reviewing the application now. You're claiming jurisdiction over an entire star system? Temporary jurisdiction, for humanitarian coordination purposes, should be resolved in 30 or 40 years, depending on Senate objections. Until then, Senate vessels operating in this zone technically require authorization from the Lending Hand Foundation's Orbital Coordination Office. Just a formality, but we do need to maintain proper documentation." Miller smiled. "You're welcome to remain, of course. We just need you to file the appropriate paperwork. It's only about 400 pages. Shouldn't take more than a few weeks to process. You're blockading us with bureaucracy. We're ensuring proper coordination of humanitarian operations through established legal channels. If that happens to create administrative overhead for military vessels operating in our jurisdiction..." He shrugged. "Well, that's just efficient crisis management." Then he was gone, leaving Kess alone in his own conference room, on his own ship, staring at a tablet that wouldn't let him fire his weapons because a human lawyer had turned warfare into an insurance liability. The THFS Mercy descended through the Greev atmosphere without incident, delivering 340,000 tons of medical supplies to Landing Zone Gamma. The cargo containers were efficiently unloaded by automated systems. Medical equipment was distributed to field hospitals. Pharmaceutical supplies were cataloged and stored. And 4,000 units of emergency response exoskeletons were delivered to what the manifest called Civilian Rescue Coordination Centers. Within 6 hours, Greev personnel were being trained in their operation. The training was conducted by humans who all had suspiciously excellent posture and used terminology like tactical deployment and suppressive fire positions, before quickly correcting themselves to say evacuation coordination and debris clearing patterns. The exoskeletons themselves were exactly what the specifications promised: powered assistance frames designed for high-gravity rescue operations, with integrated sensor suites for casualty location, and modular equipment mounting points for medical supplies. That the mounting points were also compatible with heavy weapons was purely coincidental. That the sensor suites could designate targeting data was just efficient engineering. That the exoskeletons made Greev civilians look like armored infantry was simply a side effect of good protective design. All perfectly legal, all perfectly documented, all part of the humanitarian assistance package that the Senate couldn't stop without triggering financial Armageddon. In his office aboard the Compassion, Arthur Miller filed his daily report to Earth.
Blockade attempt. Resolved via actuarial defiance. Senate military authority, effectively neutered in operational zone. Jurisdiction filing, pending, Esther 3742 year resolution. Power armor deployment, 4,000 units delivered, classified as medical equipment. Senate response, bureaucratically paralyzed. He closed the report and pulled up a star chart showing 12 other systems where pre-FTL civilizations were currently facing existential crises. 12 more opportunities for humanitarian intervention. 12 more potential clients for the Lending Hand Foundation. 12 more test cases for proving that you could conquer a galaxy without firing a shot, if you had good enough lawyers. His comm chimed. Sarah Chen's face appeared. I heard Admiral Vorian tried to blockade the Mercy. He made an excellent tactical decision not to, Miller replied. Very wise. Very financially prudent. How long until the Senate figures out we've effectively claimed the entire sector? 37 to 42 years, according to the Commerce Court processing estimates, by which time we'll have exported the model to enough systems that overturning one case won't matter. Chen smiled. You turned a military blockade into an insurance problem. I turned a military confrontation into a risk management exercise. Much more civilized. No one gets hurt. Everyone just gets legally entangled until they give up. What about Vrel? He's going to escalate. Let him. Every escalation attempt gives us another opportunity to expand our legal framework. Every blockade becomes a liability case. Every inspection attempt becomes a quarantine issue. Every Senate objection becomes a 400-page filing requirement. Miller looked at the star chart. The Senate thinks they're fighting a humanitarian operation. They're actually fighting a legal framework that turns their own regulations into weapons. And the beautiful thing about bureaucratic warfare, Ms. Chen, what's that? Nobody realizes they've lost until decades after the battle's over. The screen went dark. Outside his window, the Greev homeworld continued its slow rotation. On its surface, 4,000 Greev in power armor were learning evacuation coordination from humans who'd spent careers teaching actual infantry tactics. In orbit, the SDF Vigilance sat paralyzed by legal holds and insurance liability. And somewhere in the Senate chamber, 14 billion light-years away, Chancellor Vrel was probably reading Miller's jurisdiction filing and realizing that Earth had just claimed an entire star system using nothing but contract law and financial instruments, conquest by PDF, the most efficient kind. Chapter 5. The Fortress Hospital. The construction of Greev Central Mercy Hub began with explosives, not weapons, or at least not weapons according to the documentation. The Lending Hand Foundation's engineering corps used precision excavation charges to clear 40,000 cubic meters of bedrock from what would become the foundation. The charges were calibrated for optimal material displacement with minimal seismic disturbance. They were also, coincidentally, identical in composition and yield to military-grade bunker-busting munitions. But that was just convergent engineering. Dr. Mara Voss stood at the edge of the excavation site, watching human workers set charges with the practiced efficiency of combat engineers. She was a Greev physician, one of the few who'd survived the 14 months of Vorkash raids by being useful enough that her clinic had received military protection, until the military had collapsed. Now she was watching humans build what they called a state-of-the-art medical facility in a crater that looked more appropriate for a missile silo. Chief Engineer Sullivan appeared beside her, materializing with the quiet confidence of someone who'd spent enough time on construction sites to develop a sixth sense for when people were about to ask uncomfortable questions. Dr. Voss, he said, offering the human hand gesture. Sully Sullivan, I'll be overseeing the construction of your new hospital. Mara shook his hand. His grip was firm, the kind that came from years of actually building things rather than just planning them. Mr. Sullivan, I appreciate the Lending Hand Foundation's generosity, but I have to ask, why are we excavating 9 meters below grade for a medical facility? Radiation shielding, Sully said without hesitation. Greev homeworld has elevated background radiation from all the orbital bombardment, broken reactor containments, unshielded nuclear sources, that sort of thing. We need deep foundation positioning to ensure proper medical safety standards. We've operated surface facilities for decades without Earth medical standards, sure. But we're building to code. Our code. Can't have patients getting secondary radiation exposure during surgery. Liability nightmare. He pulled up a holographic schematic of the proposed structure. Mira stared at it. The Greev Central Mercy Hub looked less like a hospital and more like a fortress. The main structure was a hexagonal complex with walls that the schematic listed as 9.1 meters thick at load-bearing points. The foundation extended 40 meters below ground. The roof was described as multi-layered protective shielding with integrated atmospheric management. Those walls, Mira said slowly, that's bunker construction. Medical-grade ferro-concrete, Sully corrected. Reinforced with titanium carbide composite and sealed with polymer membranes rated for, let me see, he consulted his tablet. Approximately 400 atmospheres of external pressure. Why would a hospital need to withstand 400 atmospheres? Worst case scenario planning. What if there's a catastrophic pressure event, industrial accident, containment breach, that sort of thing? These walls will keep your patients safe during any conceivable disaster. Including orbital bombardment? Well, yes. That would fall under conceivable disaster, wouldn't it? Below them, the first concrete pour was beginning. Massive pumps fed a continuous stream of gray slurry into the foundation excavation. The sound was like a river made of stone, a heavy, wet thud as thousands of tons of concrete settled into position. The pour is continuous, Sully noted with professional satisfaction. We're using rapid cure formulations with integrated sensor networks. The concrete monitors its own structural integrity during curing. Very advanced stuff. Sensor networks in the concrete. For quality assurance. Can't have weak spots in medical-grade construction. The sensors detect stress fractures, temperature variations, any structural anomalies. Then they report back to the construction management AI for real-time analysis. He said it like it was the most normal thing in the world. Sentient concrete reporting to artificial intelligence. A high-pitched whine cut through the ambient noise. Industrial diamond cutters slicing through bedrock to create precise mounting points for structural anchors. The sound set Mira's teeth on edge. How long will construction take? She asked. Primary structure, 6 weeks. Interior build-out, another 4. Full operational capacity within 90 days, assuming no delays. 90 days to build a facility this size. We're very efficient, and we brought our own equipment. Week 3 of construction. The walls were rising at a rate that defied Mara's understanding of civil engineering. The human construction crews worked in rotating shifts. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Automated systems poured concrete with machine precision. Welding robots assembled structural frameworks that looked more appropriate for starship construction than medical facilities. Mira had been invited to tour the interior as a medical consultation. Her input on facility layout, equipment positioning, workflow optimization. What she saw made her question whether the humans understood what hospital meant. Sully met her at the main entrance, a tunnel that descended at a 15-degree angle into the structure. The walls were smooth concrete, already cured to stone-hard permanence. Emergency lighting strips cast everything in a clinical white that made the space feel less like a building and more like a precision instrument. We're still working on interior partitions, Sully said, leading her deeper. But the primary structure is complete. Walls are at final thickness, 9.1 meters at critical points, 4.3 meters for interior divisions. Why so thick? Radiation shielding. Also provides excellent soundproofing for patient comfort. They entered what the schematic called Primary Care Coordination Center, a large circular room at the heart of the structure. Holographic displays flickered across one wall, still being calibrated. Equipment racks lined the perimeter, and at the center, a raised platform with enough workstations for 20 operators. It looked exactly like a military command center. This is the emergency room? Mira asked. Central Medical Coordination, Sully corrected. We're using distributed care models. Patients can be in any of the 47 treatment rooms, but all their vitals, diagnostics, and care protocols are managed from here. Maximum efficiency. Mira walked to one of the workstations. The display showed what appeared to be a 3-dimensional tactical map of the surrounding terrain. This is terrain mapping. Patient transport routing. We need to know optimal paths for emergency vehicle access. Traffic patterns, road conditions, that sort of thing. It's showing Vorkash ship signatures. Sully looked at the display with casual interest. Must be pulling from the agricultural sensor network. The Titan platforms are always tracking orbital traffic, helps with scheduling supply deliveries. I guess the medical coordination system is integrating that data for emergency preparedness. For emergency preparedness. Sure, if raiders are approaching, we need to know when to expect casualties. Proactive care planning. Mara looked at the display. It was tracking 17 separate contacts in near Greev space. Most were human supply vessels. 3 were Vorkash patrol ships. The system was providing trajectory predictions, estimated arrival times, and what looked very much like weapons engagement solutions for emergency preparedness. The operating theaters are on level 2, Sully said, apparently satisfied that Mara had seen enough of the command center, medical coordination center. I think you'll be impressed with the layout. Level 2 was accessed via a reinforced lift that descended another 20 meters below grade. The doors opened onto a corridor that was less hospital hallway and more bunker complex. The operating theaters were arranged in a radial pattern around a central hub. Each one was a self-contained unit with independent power, independent atmospheric systems, and walls that Mara estimated at 3 meters thick. Why are the operating rooms isolated like this? She asked. Contamination control. Each theater has its own air handling system. HEPA filtration, positive pressure maintenance, independent scrubber units. If you get a contamination event in one room, it doesn't spread. He pulled up specifications on his tablet. The atmospheric systems can filter out particles down to 0.01 microns. That's basically everything. Bacteria, viruses, chemical agents, radiological contamination. You could operate during a nerve gas attack and the patients would be fine. We don't have nerve gas on our world. Worst case scenario planning, Doctor. What if the Vorkash escalate? What if someone deploys chemical weapons? These systems will keep your patients breathing clean air, regardless of external conditions. Mara walked into one of the operating theaters. The space was smaller than traditional designs, maybe 20 square meters, but the equipment mounting points suggested capacity for surgical systems more advanced than anything the Greev had ever manufactured. And in one corner, disguised as a medical equipment rack, was what she recognized as a fire control station. She'd seen enough of them in military facilities before the collapse. Mr. Sullivan, she said carefully, why does an operating theater have targeting computers? Those aren't targeting computers. They're patient monitoring stations with integrated diagnostic displays. Very sophisticated medical imaging systems. They have ballistic calculation subroutines. For trajectory analysis, medical imaging requires precise positioning calculations, radiation beam angles, surgical robot arm movements, that sort of thing. It's all trajectories, Doctor. Whether you're firing a missile or positioning a scalpel, the math is the same. He said it with such perfect professional certainty that Mara almost believed it. Almost. What is this building really for? She asked quietly. Sully looked at her for a long moment. His expression shifted, not into hostility or defensiveness, but into something that might have been respect. It's a hospital, Doctor. Top-of-the-line medical facility. 47 treatment rooms, 12 surgical theaters, comprehensive diagnostic equipment, enough pharmaceutical storage for a population of 2 million. Everything you need to save lives. He paused. It's also the tactical coordination hub for the entire Western Hemisphere. Command and control center for the defensive grid we're building. Communications relay for orbital traffic management. Strategic reserve facility for critical supplies. And, if necessary, a bunker capable of sustaining 4,000 people for 6 months during total siege conditions. That's militarization. That's dual-use infrastructure, Doctor. We're building you a hospital that happens to be designed well enough to survive anything short of direct nuclear strike. You can use it to save lives. We can use it to coordinate defensive operations. Everyone wins. The Senate will see this as a violation. The Senate will see a certified medical facility built to humanitarian aid specifications. All the weapon systems, medical monitoring systems are properly documented. All the fortifications are justified as radiation shielding. All the command infrastructure is explained as patient care coordination. He pulled up the official documentation on his tablet. Pages of technical specifications, medical equipment manifests, construction permits approved by the Greev provisional government. All perfectly legal, all clearly describing something else entirely. "Why are you telling me this?" Mira asked. "Because you're going to be the chief medical officer of this facility. You need to understand what you're really working with. This building will save lives, that's real. But it's also going to be the nerve center for planetary defense operations. You'll have medical patients in the treatment rooms and tactical officers in the coordination center. You'll be treating Vorkash raid casualties while the command staff upstairs is directing counter-battery fire." Sully gestured at the space around them. "The Lending Hand Foundation built you a fortress that happens to have excellent medical facilities. What you do with it is up to you. But don't pretend it's just a hospital, doctor. It's too expensive and too well designed for that." Week 12. Greev Central Mercy Hub went operational on schedule. The opening ceremony was small. The Greev provisional government didn't have resources for celebrations, and the humans didn't seem interested in public relations. Dr. Voss cut a ceremonial ribbon. Ambassador Miller gave a brief speech about humanitarian cooperation and medical excellence. Sully stood in the background looking satisfied with his engineering work. Then the first patients arrived. Refugees from a Vorkash raid on the eastern continent. 47 casualties. Burn victims, radiation exposure, blunt force trauma from building collapses. The kind of wounds that had become routine in 14 months of systematic extermination. The Mercy Hub systems came online like a precision instrument. Patients were triaged in the Central Coordination Center, their vitals displayed on holographic screens, their treatment protocols optimized by medical AI, their care distributed across the 47 treatment rooms with machine efficiency. In the surgical theaters, Greev doctors worked with equipment so advanced they barely recognized it as medical technology. Automated surgical systems guided by human-built AI. Diagnostic scanners that could identify internal injuries with millimeter precision. Pharmaceutical synthesizers that could manufacture custom medications on demand. They saved 39 of the 47, better than any survival rate the Greev had managed in the past year. And while the doctors worked, the tactical systems hummed quietly in the background. The sensor network tracking orbital traffic. The communications array coordinating with the Titan platforms scattered across the hemisphere. The fire control stations monitoring Vorkash patrol patterns 2 systems away. All of it running simultaneously with life-saving medical operations. Dual-use infrastructure at its finest. 3 days after the opening, Mira stood in the Central Coordination Center during a quiet shift. Most of the treatment rooms were empty. The holographic displays showed routine monitoring, orbital traffic patterns, atmospheric conditions, the sensor grid data from the agricultural network. Sully appeared beside her, carrying 2 cups of the terrible coffee that humans seem to survive on, despite all medical evidence suggesting it should be toxic. "How's the facility working out?" he asked. "We saved lives," Mira said. "Real lives. People who would have died in our old clinics. But I'm watching tactical displays track enemy ship movements while I'm supposed to be coordinating patient care. I'm working in a building that can survive orbital bombardment. I'm using equipment that was designed by the same people who build your warships. Is that a problem?" Mira thought about the 39 patients who'd survived, about the treatment capabilities she now had access to, about the fact that this facility, fortress, hospital, whatever it really was, represented the first time in 14 months that she'd felt like she could actually help her people instead of just documenting their decline. "No," she said finally. "It's not a problem. It's just not what I expected when I signed up to be a doctor." "Welcome to crisis medicine, doctor. Sometimes the best way to save lives is to make sure you're still alive to do it. This building gives you that." On the main display, a priority alert flashed. Vorkash signatures detected an approaching vector. 3 scout ships. Estimated arrival, 40 minutes. The coordination AI automatically activated emergency protocols. Defensive grids were notified. Titan platforms adjusted positioning. The agricultural sensor network began painting detailed tracking data, and in the background, almost as an afterthought, the medical systems prepared for potential casualties. "You should get to the treatment coordination station," Sully said quietly. "If they hit civilian targets, you'll want to be ready." "This is normal now," Mara said, "treating patients while monitoring enemy fleet movements. This is dual-use infrastructure, Doctor. You're doing both jobs simultaneously because the building was designed for it. Most efficient form of crisis management humanity's ever developed." He finished his coffee and headed for the exit. "One more thing, Doctor. The AI running the tactical coordination, it's not just tracking those Vorkash scouts, it's running probability calculations on their targeting patterns, cross-referencing with population density data, and predicting likely strike zones with about 87% accuracy. That data is feeding to the defensive grid automatically. So we can shoot them down. So you can have ambulances pre-positioned at probable casualty sites. The shooting is someone else's job. You just focus on saving the ones who survive." Then he was gone, leaving Mara alone with her tactical displays and her medical systems and the slowly growing realization that she was now part of something much larger than healthcare. The Mercy Hub was a hospital. It was also a command center. It was also a bunker. It was also the first node in what would eventually become a planet-wide defensive network that the Greev didn't even know they were building. All perfectly legal, all perfectly documented, all part of the humanitarian assistance package. On her display, the Vorkash scouts continued their approach, 40 minutes until probable engagement. Mara activated the medical emergency protocols and got to work. Because that's what doctors did, even when the operating room had targeting computers, even when the hospital was a fortress, even when saving lives meant being part of a military infrastructure you didn't fully understand. You did the work, and you were grateful someone had built you walls thick enough to survive in. Chapter 6. The Software Patch. The Agricultural Optimization Center occupied the third floor of what used to be a Greev data processing facility before the Vorkash had bombed it into obsolescence. Now it was a wall of monitors. 473 screens arranged in a curved grid, each one displaying telemetry from the Ecosystem Revitalization Initiative, the Lending Hand Foundation's agricultural drone program. The screens showed flight paths, sensor data, pollination efficiency metrics, and what the documentation called nutrient density mapping. Dr. Thomas Reeves sat at the central control station drinking coffee that was somehow worse than Sully's and reviewing deployment statistics with the satisfied expression of someone watching a very expensive system work exactly as designed. Reeves was human, mid-40s, with the lean build of someone who spent most of his time in front of screens rather than in field operations. He'd come from Earth's Autonomous Systems Division, which was technically a civilian agricultural technology firm and definitely not a cover for military drone development. Definitely not. His official title was Pollination Logistics Coordinator. His actual job was managing the largest autonomous swarm intelligence network ever deployed in the name of humanitarian aid. A Greev agricultural technician, young, eager, still naive enough to think Earth's systems made sense, approached the control station with a data slate. "Dr. Reeves, we're showing anomalous behavior in Swarm Cluster 47. The drones are deviating from optimal pollination patterns." Reeves pulled up the relevant display. Cluster 47 was operating in the eastern agricultural zones, 4,000 individual drones, each one the size of a human fist, equipped with what the specifications called advanced botanical analysis sensors. The drones were supposed to be pollinating the reconstructed crop fields. Instead, they were flying in tight geometric formations that looked suspiciously like tactical search patterns. "They're running calibration protocols," Reeves said. "The swarm AI is still learning optimal flight paths for this atmospheric density. Give it another few hours. But the pattern recognition algorithms are functioning within parameters. The drones need to map terrain features to avoid obstacles. That's just good navigation." The technician looked unconvinced but didn't argue. He'd learned that arguing with human engineers usually resulted in being buried under technical documentation until you forgot what you were objecting to. On the main display, the global deployment map showed the full scale of the operation. 47,000 drones distributed across the Greev homeworld in 12 primary swarm clusters. each drone broadcasting telemetry, each one coordinating with the others through distributed mesh network protocols, each one classified as agricultural equipment. The manifest description was precise. Autonomous pollination drones, APD 4000 series, designed for ecosystem revitalization in post-conflict agricultural zones, equipped with multispectral botanical analysis sensors, precision pollen distribution systems, and advanced navigation AI. What the manifest didn't mention was that the multispectral botanical analysis sensors were high-resolution LiDAR systems capable of mapping terrain down to centimeter precision, or that the advanced navigation AI was running military-grade swarm intelligence protocols, or that the mesh network coordination system used rotating encryption keys preloaded into each drone at manufacturing. Keys that would take the Senate's intelligence services approximately 20 years to brute force crack. Agricultural equipment, very advanced agricultural equipment. Reeves pulled up the sensor integration dashboard. The drones were feeding data to the Titan platforms, the Mercy Hub tactical AI, and what the documentation called the Comprehensive Agricultural Management Network. In practice, they were building a real-time, three-dimensional map of the entire planet with resolution good enough to track individual vehicles. For agricultural optimization, naturally, his communicator chimed. Sarah Chen's face appeared on screen. Dr. Reeves, I'm seeing reports that the Senate Defense Forces are concerned about our pollination operations. Concerned how? They think we're conducting surveillance. Admiral Vornexian has filed a formal complaint citing unauthorized monitoring of Senate vessel movements. Reeves looked at his deployment map. One of the swarm clusters was currently operating in zones that happened to provide excellent sightlines to the SDF Vigilance's orbital position. We're conducting agricultural optimization, he said. If the drones happen to detect large metallic objects in their operational airspace, that's just environmental awareness. Can't have them flying into starships. The Admiral is threatening to jam the drone control signals. That would interfere with humanitarian agricultural operations, Section 12 violation. He's aware. He's doing it anyway. Jamming begins in approximately... She checked her tablet. 4 minutes. Reeves smiled. Perfect timing. We were planning to push the new firmware update today anyway. The mesh network upgrade, among other features. Tell the Admiral he's welcome to try jamming us. It'll be educational. 4 minutes later, every drone in the network simultaneously lost connection to the central control system. The Greev technicians in the Agricultural Optimization Center watched their screens go dark with mounting panic. 473 displays showing signal lost, connection terminated. What happened? One of them shouted. Senate jamming, Reeves said calmly, pulling up diagnostic subroutines. They're broadcasting broad-spectrum interference across standard communication frequencies. Textbook denial of service attack. Can we restore connection? Not on the current firmware. The drones are designed for centralized control. Cut the uplink and they go autonomous with basic navigation protocols. They'll just hover in place until the jamming stops. He said it like it was a minor inconvenience. Then he activated his secure channel to the THFS Compassion's Orbital Communications Array. This is Reeves. Authorization code Tango 7 Alpha. Execute firmware update package Harvest 2.0. Full network deployment. A pause. Confirmed. Deploying update via satellite relay. Estimated propagation time, 90 seconds. Reeves pulled up his coffee and watched the countdown timer. The Greev technicians were still panicking, trying to manually restore connections that were being actively jammed by a Senate warship. They didn't understand that the jamming wasn't a problem. It was a feature. The countdown reached 0. Across the Greev homeworld, 47,000 agricultural drones received a software update from an Earth satellite operating on frequency-agile encrypted channels that hopped across civilian weather satellite bands. Channels the Senate's jamming couldn't touch because they were monitoring agricultural monitoring frequencies, not satellite uplinks. The update was small, only 47 megabytes of code. It changed everything. The transformation was beautiful in its simplicity. One moment, the drones were hovering in place, waiting for central control signals that would never come through the jamming. The next moment, They were a distributed intelligence network running on encrypted mesh protocols that didn't need central control because each drone was simultaneously a node, a relay, and an independent decision-making unit. On the monitors in the Agricultural Optimization Center, the displays flickered back to life, but the data had changed. The flight patterns were different, no longer individual drones following programmed paths, but coordinated swarm movements with the fluid precision of a school of fish, or a tactical strike formation. The sensor data had multiplied exponentially. Instead of basic terrain mapping, the system was now displaying high-resolution three-dimensional models of everything within the drone's operational range. Buildings, vehicles, orbital positions. The communication protocols had shifted from standard broadcast to frequency-hopping encrypted mesh networking that showed exactly zero vulnerability to jamming. "What just happened?" the Greev technician asked, staring at displays that now looked more like military tactical feeds than agricultural monitoring. "Firmware update," Greev said. "The drones adapted to the jamming by switching to distributed swarm intelligence. No central control needed. They coordinate peer-to-peer using encrypted mesh protocols. That's military-grade autonomous networking. It's adaptive pollination logistics. The drones need to coordinate efficiently to maximize agricultural coverage. Same principle." On the main display, Swarm Cluster 23, operating in the Northern Hemisphere, had reorganized into a formation that was definitely not optimized for pollination. The 4,000 drones were flying in a geometric pattern that provided overlapping sensor coverage of every square meter of terrain below them, and, coincidentally, perfect triangulation data on the SDF vigilance in high orbit. Reeves pulled up the sensor integration feed. The swarm's LiDAR systems were painting the Senate warship with enough resolution to identify individual hull panels. "Dr. Reeves," the technician said slowly, "the drones are scanning that Senate vessel. They're mapping atmospheric density variations. The ship's mass creates gravitational microvariations that affect pollination dispersal patterns. The drones need to compensate. It's environmental adaptation. Standard agricultural optimization." Another alert flashed on screen. The Senate was attempting to jam the new mesh network protocols. It wasn't working. The drones had shifted to adaptive spread-spectrum peer-to-peer communication that didn't use any of the frequency bands the Senate was targeting. Every attempt to jam them just resulted in the swarm adapting, finding new channels, optimizing communication paths with machine learning that evolved faster than jamming protocols could follow. Reeves's communicator chimed again. Chen's face appeared, looking amused. "I'm getting very angry messages from Admiral Vornexian. He's claiming our drones are conducting military reconnaissance. We're conducting agricultural sensor mapping. If the sensors happen to be good at detecting large metallic objects..." Reeves shrugged. "That's just versatile engineering. He wants to know how our pollination drones are resistant to military-grade jamming." Adaptive mesh networking. The drones coordinate through distributed intelligence protocols. It's actually based on bee colony optimization algorithms, standard agricultural biomimicry. The bees don't need a queen to tell them where to fly. They figure it out collectively. Same principle. The sensors are tracking his ship's stealth coating. They're measuring nutrient density variations in atmospheric particulates. The ship's hull composition creates distinctive sensor returns. Not our fault if their stealth systems interfere with our agricultural monitoring. Jen's expression suggested she was reading from prepared talking points while trying not to laugh. "The Admiral is filing another formal complaint. He's claiming the drones are painting targeting data for ground-based weapon systems. That's absurd. The drones are sharing environmental data with our agricultural platforms. The Titans need to know atmospheric conditions for optimal seed dispersal. If that data happens to include precise spatial coordinates..." Another shrug. "Well, precision agriculture requires precise data." On screen, the swarm clusters were continuing their geometric pattern flights. To someone with military training, it looked exactly like a distributed targeting network providing fire control solutions to ground-based weapons. To the official documentation, it was optimal pollination coverage utilizing advanced swarm coordination protocols. The difference was about 4 megabytes of firmware and a willingness to maintain extremely technical lies with a straight face. Reeves pulled up the integration dashboard showing data flow between the drones, the Titans, and the Mercy Hub tactical AI. The drones were feeding real-time position data on every Senate vessel within sensor range. The Titans were calculating ballistic solutions using what their targeting computers called soil density analysis, requiring orbital reference data. The 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 AI was coordinating everything through what the medical system documentation referred to as comprehensive environmental monitoring for patient transport optimization. It was a planetary-scale targeting network, built entirely out of agricultural equipment. "Tell the Admiral," Reeves said to Chen, "that we're happy to explain the technical specifications of our pollination optimization protocols. We have a 400-page white paper on swarm intelligence biomimicry that I'm sure he'd find fascinating." "He won't read it." "Exactly. But when he files his complaint with the Senate, we can cite the white paper as evidence that everything we're doing is properly documented agricultural technology. Not our fault if military personnel can't distinguish between precision farming and reconnaissance operations." 6 hours after the firmware update, the swarm network had achieved full integration. 47,000 drones operating in perfect coordination. Real-time three-dimensional mapping of the entire planet. Continuous tracking of all orbital traffic, including stealth-coded Senate vessels that didn't think agricultural equipment could see them. Target designation data feeding to ground-based agricultural platforms with enough precision to put kinetic dispersal rounds through a specific window from 40 kilometers away. All of it running on encrypted mesh protocols that evolved faster than jamming could adapt. All of it documented as ecosystem revitalization technology. Reeves stood in the Agricultural Optimization Center watching his displays paint the SDF vigilance with LiDAR precision, and felt the quiet satisfaction of an engineer who'd just weaponized bees. His communicator chimed one more time. This time it was Sully. "Reeves, I'm seeing beautiful targeting data from your swarm network. The Titans are getting fire control solutions with 0.3 meter accuracy. Soil density mapping data," Reeves corrected. "The drones are analyzing particulate composition in atmospheric layers. The Titans use that for seed dispersal ballistics." "Right, seed dispersal. Listen, hypothetically speaking, if we needed to reconfigure the Titans from agricultural deployment to defensive applications, hypothetically, how much warning would your targeting network provide on incoming hostile craft?" Reeves pulled up the swarm's orbital tracking capabilities. The drones were currently painting 17 separate contacts in near Greev space, with enough precision to track their exhaust plume variations. The sensor network can detect orbital signatures from approximately 400,000 kilometers. Full trajectory analysis with impact prediction at about 200,000 kilometers. Fire control solutions start updating in real time at 50,000 kilometers. "And you're calling this agricultural monitoring?" "Atmospheric density analysis for pollination optimization. All properly documented." "Beautiful. Keep it running. I have a feeling we're going to need precision targeting data very soon." "Precision agricultural coordination data." "Right. That's what I said." The connection closed. Reeves looked at his displays, at the swarm network painting targets across an entire planet, at the integration data flowing to weapons platforms that were technically farm equipment, at the real-time tactical picture being compiled by 47,000 drones that were officially designed to help flowers reproduce. The Greev technician approached again, still looking confused. "Dr. Reeves, I've been reviewing the drone sensor data. These LiDAR systems are detecting Senate stealth coatings. That's military-grade sensor technology." "It's nutrient density analysis," Reeves said patiently. "The drones need to map atmospheric composition to optimize pollen dispersal. The sensors are calibrated to detect microscopic particulate variations. If they happen to be good at detecting hull composition through stealth coatings," he pulled up the technical specifications, "well, that's just sensitive equipment. Not our fault the Senate uses materials that interfere with agricultural monitoring. But the targeting solutions, ballistic dispersal calculations, for seeds. The math is the same whether you're launching pollen or launching..." He paused. "Or launching seeds through hard soil. It's all just trajectory optimization." The technician stared at him for a long moment. Then slowly he smiled. "Trajectory optimization for agriculture. Exactly. and the swarm intelligence protocols that look exactly like distributed combat drone networking. Bee colony optimization, standard biomimicry, very cutting-edge agricultural technology, and the fact that we're currently painting targeting data on a Senate warship. Atmospheric density mapping. That ship's mass signature is disrupting our pollination efficiency models. The technician nodded slowly. I understand. Agricultural optimization. Now you're getting it. On the displays, the swarm continued its geometric patterns, mapping everything that moved in Greev space with precision that military intelligence agencies would kill for. All in the name of helping plants have sex more efficiently. Dual-use technology at its absolute finest. That night, in orbit aboard the SDF Vigilance, Admiral Vornexian read the technical white paper that Earth had helpfully provided about their advanced pollination optimization systems. It was 400 pages long. It cited 847 peer-reviewed agricultural studies. It included detailed biomimetic analysis of bee colony coordination behaviors. It had 17 appendices on swarm intelligence theory. And nowhere, absolutely nowhere, did it mention military applications, tactical networking, or targeting systems. It was all agriculture, all pollination, all perfectly documented civilian technology that happened to be tracking his stealth-coated warship with better precision than his own sensors could achieve. He closed the document and activated his secure channel to the Senate Intelligence Committee. Director Kess, I need to update our threat assessment on the Terran Compact. What's the issue, Admiral? They've deployed 47,000 autonomous reconnaissance drones disguised as pollination equipment. They're currently mapping our entire fleet with LiDAR precision through our stealth coatings. And when I tried to jam their communications, they adapted in 90 seconds using frequency-agile mesh protocols that our best electronic warfare systems can't touch. A pause. How is that possible? Because they're calling it agricultural technology. They've documented the entire system as ecosystem revitalization equipment. When I confronted them, they sent me a 400-page academic paper about bee optimization algorithms. Bees. Bees. Another pause. Admiral, are you telling me that Earth has deployed a planetary-scale tactical reconnaissance network using civilian agricultural drones that we can't jam, can't blind, and can't legally challenge because they're technically farming equipment? That's exactly what I'm telling you. A very long pause. This is going to require a policy review. The policy review will take 40 years, by which time they'll have exported this model to every dying civilization in the quadrant. Recommendations? Vornexian looked at his tactical display. At the cloud of green dots representing agricultural drones that were currently tracking every ship in his fleet with millimeter precision. Find out what else they're calling agricultural equipment, he said quietly, because if they can weaponize bees, I don't want to know what they're doing with their tractors. Chapter 7. The Debt Ledger. The Greev High Council chamber had survived 14 months of orbital bombardment through sheer luck and structural over-engineering. It was one of the oldest buildings on the homeworld, constructed during the Third Prosperity era, when the Greev still believed they had a future worth building monuments to. The walls were carved from native stone. The ceiling was a dome of reinforced crystal that had somehow survived 3 near-miss kinetic strikes. The chamber could seat 200 delegates during full sessions. Today, it held 17. That was what remained of the Greev provisional government. 17 survivors out of the 200-member council that had existed before the Vorkash arrived. The rest were dead, missing, or had evacuated to Senate refugee colonies and weren't coming back. Prime Minister Vorek sat at the head of the truncated council table, staring at a holographic projection that filled most of the chamber. It was a bill. Technically, the documentation called it a comprehensive aid utilization statement with projected service obligations. The Lending Hand Foundation's accounting department had clearly spent significant time making it look professional. Color-coded sections, cross-referenced line items, appendices for days. But everyone in the chamber understood what they were looking at. It was a bill, and it was 47,000 pages long. The hologram stretched from the floor to the ceiling, a glowing tower of itemized expenses that represented every kilogram of aid, every hour of labor, every piece of equipment that Earth had deployed to the Greev homeworld over the past 90 days. Vorik scrolled through it with numb fascination. Humanitarian Assistance Comprehensive Accounting. Parties: Greev Collective Provisional Government Lending Hand Foundation. Accounting period: Day 1, Day 90. Total outstanding obligation: 847,492, 183,471 credits. 847 billion credits. Councillor Mera, the only economist who'd survived the siege of the capital, pulled up comparative data on her tablet with shaking hands. Prime Minister, our entire planetary GDP before the war was approximately 12 billion credits annually. At current reconstruction projections, we're looking at maybe 3 billion per year for the next decade. Meaning it would take us approximately 282 years to pay this back, assuming zero interest, zero additional expenses, and that we dedicate our entire economic output to debt service. The chamber was silent except for the hum of the holographic projector. Vorik scrolled deeper into the accounting. Each section was meticulously documented. Each line item had supporting documentation. Each expense was justified with reference to the original service level agreement. Section 4. Agricultural Infrastructure Deployment. Titan-class heavy agricultural harvesters, 47 units, RARV 247,000 credits per unit. Autonomous pollination. Drone network, 47,000 units, RARV 84,000 credits per unit. Industrial agricultural compounds, 14,000 tons, RARV 4,200 credits per ton. Installation, training, and operational support, 18,947,000 credits. He kept scrolling. Section 7. Medical infrastructure. Greev Central Mercy Hub construction, 94,000 credits. Emergency response. Exoskeletons, 4,000 units or 2,100,000 credits per unit. Pharmaceutical supplies and synthesis equipment, 7,400,000 credits. Medical personnel deployment and training, 12,300,000 credits. Every hospital, every drone, every kilogram of fertilizer, every hour of human labor, all of it precisely calculated, professionally invoiced, and completely unpayable. This can't be right, Councillor 𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐬 said quietly. He was old, one of the few Greev who'd lived past 100 even before the war. His voice carried the weight of someone who'd seen civilizations rise and fall. Agricultural harvesters don't cost 247 million credits per unit. They do, Vorik said, when they're equipped with military-grade fusion cores, tactical sensor arrays, and weapon systems disguised as seed dispersal mechanisms. We're not paying for farm equipment, 𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐬. We're paying for the actual cost of everything Earth deployed. They just happen to call it agricultural assistance. He pulled up another section. Section 12. Orbital Coordination and Security Services. Sovereign Receivership Administration, 47,000 credits. Defensive Grid Integration and Management, 89,000 credits. Traffic Control and Communications Infrastructure, 34,000 credits. 24/7 Tactical Coordination and Response Services, 127,000 credits. They're charging us for occupying our own orbital space, Mera said in disbelief. They're charging us for the service of protecting our orbital space, Vorik corrected, which we signed over to them in the receivership agreement, which we agreed to pay for as specified in Section 71, page 3892 of the original SLA. He'd read that section eventually, after the Mercy Hub was operational, after the drones were deployed, after the Vorkash raids had stopped because Earth's agricultural equipment made attacking the planet a statistically inadvisable decision, after it was far too late to object. The door to the council chamber opened. Ambassador Arthur Miller entered, accompanied by a human woman Vorik hadn't met before. She was younger than Miller, maybe late 30s, wearing a suit that suggested expensive education and experience with hostile negotiations. Her tablet was smaller than Miller's briefcase, but probably more dangerous. "Prime Minister Vorik," Miller said with his professional smile, "thank you for agreeing to meet. This is Caroline Ostroff, our chief financial adjuster. She's here to discuss your accounting review and explore options for service obligation optimization." Vorik gestured at the holographic bill filling his council chamber. 847 billion credits, Ambassador. Our entire civilization doesn't have 847 billion credits. We couldn't pay this debt if we had 1,000 years. Actually, Ostrov said, pulling up financial projections on her tablet, our models suggest approximately 282 years at current reconstruction trajectories, though that's assuming optimal economic growth and no additional crisis events. Realistically, you're looking at closer to 400 years. She said it the way you might describe weather forecasts. Ms. Ostrov, Vorek said carefully, surely you understand this debt is impossible to service. The debt is calculated based on actual costs incurred, Ostrov replied. Everything we deployed, everything we built, everything we provided, all of it was documented in the original SLA with standard humanitarian aid pricing frameworks. You're not being overcharged, Prime Minister. You're being charged the real cost of preventing your extinction. She pulled up a breakdown. The Mercy Hub alone cost 94 billion credits to construct. That's actual construction costs, materials, labor, equipment, installation. We didn't inflate prices. We didn't add hidden fees. We built you a fortress hospital that can survive orbital bombardment, and fortresses that can survive orbital bombardment are expensive. We didn't ask for a fortress. You asked for protection from raiders who were bombing your medical facilities. We provided infrastructure that accomplishes that objective. The SLA specifies that we would provide necessary materials for the preservation of civilian life. Necessary is expensive. Vorek looked at Miller, searching for the lawyer who'd promised humanitarian assistance without political strings. The man who'd smiled and handed him a pen and made it all seem simple. Miller's expression was sympathetic. Almost. Prime Minister, the Lending Hand Foundation is a registered non-profit organization. We operate on a cost recovery basis. Everything in that accounting statement represents actual expenditures. We're not profiting from your crisis. We're just ensuring the foundation can sustain operations for future humanitarian deployments, at prices that guarantee we'll be in debt for 4 centuries. At prices that reflect the actual cost of the equipment we deployed, Ostrov corrected. Military-grade construction doesn't come cheap, Prime Minister, even when we call it humanitarian infrastructure. She pulled up another projection. However, Ms. Chen mentioned you wanted to discuss payment optimization. The Lending Hand Foundation does offer alternative service obligation arrangements for clients experiencing long-term solvency challenges. Alternative arrangements. Debt-to-equity conversions. Asset-backed obligation transfers. Long-term lease agreements that offset service costs. We have several frameworks designed for exactly this situation. Vorek felt the trap closing with bureaucratic precision. You want us to sell you parts of our planet. We want to help you restructure your obligations into manageable terms, Ostrov said smoothly. The Foundation has no interest in colonial acquisition. However, we do maintain legitimate operational needs for certain strategic resources that could serve as collateral for debt forgiveness arrangements. She pulled up a map of the Greev homeworld. 2 points were highlighted at the planetary poles. Your world's magnetic poles generate exceptional field strength due to your iron-rich core composition. The Foundation is interested in establishing long-term research facilities at these locations, purely for scientific purposes. Magnetic field studies, atmospheric ionization research, that sort of thing. Research facilities, with associated power generation infrastructure to support the research equipment. The facilities would require approximately 400 square kilometers at each pole, minimal ecological impact, completely self-contained operations. In exchange for 99-year lease rights, we'd be willing to forgive. She consulted her tablet. Approximately 240 billion credits of outstanding obligations. Councillor Mera was already pulling up data. The magnetic poles are uninhabited. Extreme climate conditions make them unsuitable for settlement. No current economic value. Exactly, Ostrov said. You're trading access to terrain you can't use for debt reduction that immediately improves your fiscal position. The facilities would be managed by Lending Hand Foundation personnel. No additional burden on your government. After 99 years, full access reverts to Greev control. What kind of research requires 400 square kilometers of facilities? Vorek asked. Large-scale magnetic field interaction studies, Ostrov said. The equipment is quite extensive. Ionization chambers, particle acceleration systems, that sort of thing. All standard scientific infrastructure. Vorek looked at Miller. You're building weapons. We're building research facilities, Miller corrected. That happened to be positioned at locations ideal for projected energy field generation. If those energy fields hypothetically created a planetary-scale defensive barrier against kinetic bombardment, he shrugged. Well, that would be a fortunate side effect of scientific research, wouldn't it? Ion cannons, Vorek said flatly. You want to build ion cannons on our magnetic poles. We want to build power generation and research facilities, Ostrov said. That the facilities might have dual-use applications for planetary defense is incidental to the primary research objectives, and regardless of nomenclature, the offer stands. 99-year lease rights in exchange for $240 billion in debt forgiveness. She pulled up more documentation. We also have interest in establishing telecommunications relay stations at 3 orbital positions around your planet. Another $80 billion in forgiveness. And there's a request from our Materials Science Division for extraction rights to your 4th moon. It has interesting rare earth deposits. That's worth another $120 billion. Mara was doing the math on her tablet. That's $440 billion. Still leaves us with over $400 billion in outstanding debt, which we can restructure into a long-term payment plan, Ostrov said. Approximately 8 billion credits annually for the next 50 years. Very manageable compared to your current obligations. 8 billion is 2/3 of our projected annual GDP. For the next 50 years, yes. But consider it in context, Prime Minister. Without the Foundation's intervention, your civilization would have ceased to exist. 0 GDP, 0 anything. We're offering you a path to survival that includes manageable debt service, defensive infrastructure you couldn't afford to build yourselves, and territorial access terms that don't significantly impact your population centers. She said it like she was explaining a mortgage to first-time homebuyers. Vorek looked around his council chamber, at the 17 survivors of a government that had once held 200, at the holographic bill that represented the price of not going extinct, at the humans who'd arrived with humanitarian assistance and were now calmly explaining how to trade sovereignty for solvency. You're buying our planet, he said quietly. We're restructuring your obligations through asset-backed collateral arrangements, Ostrov corrected. The Greev Collective retains full governmental sovereignty. We're simply taking long-term lease positions on strategically insignificant terrain in exchange for debt relief. And if we refuse? Miller spoke up for the first time in several minutes. Then you remain obligated for the full 847 billion credits as specified in the original service level agreement. The Foundation would expect payment according to standard terms, approximately 30 billion annually until the debt is satisfied. At current GDP projections, that would consume your entire economic output for the next 282 years, assuming no additional humanitarian crises requiring Foundation intervention. He paused. We'd also be legally obligated to cease providing ongoing support services, orbital coordination, defensive grid management, agricultural infrastructure maintenance. All of those are contingent on active service agreements. If you default on payment obligations, we withdraw support, as per the agreement. The threat was delivered with perfect professional courtesy. Pay us for 282 years with money you don't have, or trade us access to your magnetic poles and accept manageable terms, or lose everything we've built and watch the Vorkash come back. Vorek pulled up the lease documentation. It was comprehensive, professional, probably written by lawyers who specialized in making colonial extraction look like mutual benefit. 99-year leases on the magnetic poles, telecommunications relay orbital rights, extraction access to the 4th moon, all of it legal, all of it documented, all of it presented as debt relief rather than annexation. The facilities at the magnetic poles, he said slowly, if they're defensive systems, research facilities, Ostrov corrected automatically. Then they protect our planet from future attacks. That's valuable to us. Absolutely. The Foundation has no interest in seeing our humanitarian investments destroyed by renewed Vorkash aggression. Strong defensive capabilities serve both parties' interests. And the telecommunications relays? What are those really for? Orbital monitoring and communications infrastructure, Miller said. We need reliable data links for ongoing humanitarian coordination. The fact that they also provide comprehensive sensor coverage of near Greev space is just efficient engineering. Vorek looked at the numbers again, at the astronomical debt, at the manageable payment plan that would consume 2/3 of their GDP for 50 years, but at least left them with 1/3 to rebuild with, at the alternative, total debt, no support, eventual Vorkash return, and extinction. The Council will need to review the lease terms. Of course, Ostrov said. Take 48 hours. We've provided a comprehensive impact analysis in Appendix 94 through 107. Everything is fully transparent. She pulled up one final document. I should mention that the Foundation is also prepared to offer a 5% discount on future service obligations if you sign the debt restructuring agreement within the next week. Administrative efficiency incentive. The discount would apply to all ongoing support services, orbital coordination, grid management, that sort of thing. Over 50 years, it adds up to approximately $47 billion in savings. She said it like she was offering a promotional deal on appliances. Vorek looked at Miller, searching for something, anger, shame, guilt, anything that suggested the ambassador understood what he was doing to the Greev civilization. Miller's expression was professionally sympathetic. Prime Minister, I understand this is difficult, but the Lending Hand Foundation operates on financial sustainability principles. We can't provide humanitarian assistance at a loss. It would undermine our ability to help other civilizations in crisis. These terms are designed to be mutually beneficial. You get debt relief and defensive infrastructure. We get long-term operational access to strategically valuable locations. Everyone wins. Except we're trading sovereignty for survival. You're trading unused terrain for manageable debt terms, Miller corrected. Your government retains full control over your population centers, your economic policy, your internal affairs. We're not governing your planet, Prime Minister. We're just leasing some empty land. Empty land with magnetic poles perfect for planetary defense systems. Empty orbital space ideal for surveillance networks. Empty moon territory rich in resources Earth needed. All of it empty. All of it strategically critical. All of it about to become Earth's for the next 99 years in exchange for not bankrupting a civilization that couldn't afford to say no. Councillor Thev spoke up from the far end of the table. At least we'll be alive to regret it. The council chamber went silent. Then slowly, several council members nodded, because that was the truth of it. The Lending Hand Foundation had arrived when the Greev were 3 billion and falling. They'd deployed fortress hospitals and weaponized tractors and pollination drones that tracked stealth ships. They'd built infrastructure that turned a dying colony into a defensible position. And now they were presenting the bill. 847 billion credits. Or you can trade us the magnetic poles and we'll call it even. Your choice. Except it wasn't a choice. It was a calculation. Survival with debt versus extinction without it. We'll sign, Vorek said quietly. Ostrov pulled up the documentation with practiced efficiency. Excellent decision, Prime Minister. I've prepared the asset-backed debt restructuring agreement. You'll need biometric authorization here, here, and here. Initial the collateral transfer clause on page 847, and thumbprint the long-term service obligation framework on page 1203. Vorek signed. The holographic bill flickered and recalculated. Total outstanding obligation, 407, 192, 183, 471. Credits. Restructured payment plan, 8,140,000 credits annually for 50 years. Collateral assets. Transferred magnetic pole lease rights, 99 years. Orbital relay positions, 3. Fourth moon extraction rights, 400 billion instead of 800 billion. Manageable terms instead of civilizational bankruptcy. Ion cannons and surveillance networks that Earth would build on Greev territory to protect Earth's investment. Construction on the magnetic pole facilities begins immediately, Ostrov said, filing the documentation. We'll have the primary power generation systems operational within 6 months. Full defensive capabilities within 18 months. You'll notice a significant decrease in Vorkash approach attempts once the systems are active. Because they'll see the ion cannons. Because they'll see the research facilities with their impressive power signatures, Ostrov corrected with a slight smile. Nomenclature matters, Prime Minister. She gathered her materials. You've made a sound financial decision today. The Greev Collective's fiscal position is significantly improved. Your people will have protection. Your economy can rebuild. And the Lending Hand Foundation can continue providing ongoing humanitarian support without risk of service interruption. We're a subsidiary now, Vorek said. Aren't we? Ostrov paused at the door. You're a sovereign government with manageable long-term financial obligations to a non-profit humanitarian foundation. Legally speaking, you're absolutely not a subsidiary. And practically speaking? Practically speaking, Prime Minister, you owe us 400 billion credits and we control your planetary defense infrastructure, your orbital surveillance network, and a significant portion of your strategic resource base for the next 99 years. She smiled. But you're absolutely not a subsidiary. That would be colonial acquisition, which the Senate strictly prohibits. This is just humanitarian assistance with asset-backed payment terms. Very different things, legally. Then she was gone, leaving Vorek alone with his counsel and a holographic bill that now said 407 billion instead of 847 billion, and felt like victory because the alternative had been 847 billion and extinction. That night, Vorek stood in his office watching construction crews begin work at the northern magnetic pole. Even from orbital observation, the scale was obvious. Earth wasn't building research facilities. They were building fortresses, power generation systems that could feed weapons requiring gigawatt-scale outputs, particle acceleration systems that looked suspiciously like ion projection arrays, magnetic field manipulation equipment that could theoretically create planetary-scale defensive barriers. All of it legal, all of it documented as scientific research, all of it turning the Greev homeworld into a fortified position that Earth would control for the next century. His communicator chimed. Dr. Mara Voss from the Mercy Hub. Prime Minister, I'm seeing construction authorization for new facilities at the magnetic poles, power generation and research, Vorek said, to offset our debt obligations. They're building weapons platforms. They're building research facilities that happen to have defensive capabilities. Very different things, legally. A pause. We sold them our planet, didn't we? Vorek looked at the construction site, at the massive excavations already underway, at the cargo haulers delivering equipment that civilian research didn't require, at the power plants that would let Earth project force across an entire star system from Greev territory. We traded empty land for survival, he said. They get the poles, the orbital positions, and the fourth moon. We get debt relief and defensive infrastructure. In 99 years, it all reverts to our control. If we survive that long, Vorek agreed, which we wouldn't have without Earth's intervention. So yes, Doctor, we sold them our planet, because the alternative was not having a planet to sell. He closed the channel. On his desk sat the final accounting statement. 407 billion credits, payable at 814 billion annually for 50 years, after which point the Greev Collective would be debt-free and sovereign again, assuming Earth didn't find new ways to charge them for services, assuming the lease agreements didn't somehow extend beyond 99 years, assuming humanitarian assistance didn't evolve into something more permanent. But those were problems for future councils to address. Tonight, Vorek's problem was simpler. His people were alive, their planet was defended, and the price was merely everything they owned and a century of debt servitude. In humanitarian accounting terms, that counted as a successful outcome for both parties, as per the agreement. Chapter 8, Jurisdictional Fog. The Greev System Custom Station had been hastily repurposed from a cargo transfer hub. It hung at the L4 Lagrange point, gravitationally stable, strategically positioned, and now operating under what the Lending Hand Foundation called Humanitarian Priority Zone Traffic Management Protocols. The station was technically still Greev property. Practically, it was run by humans who treated customs enforcement like a military operation, which made sense given that most of the customs officials were former naval boarding specialists. Senator Threx Vorn of the Consolidation Worlds stood in the station's observation deck, watching a human customs officer inspect his transport's cargo manifest with the kind of obsessive attention usually reserved for diffusing explosives. Threx was Kelvar, a species known for their diplomatic acumen and their complete inability to tolerate bureaucratic nonsense. He'd spent 40 years navigating Senate politics. He'd mediated 3 trade wars. He'd personally negotiated the Korth-Mandela Accords. And now he was being held at a customs checkpoint by a human in a white uniform who was questioning whether his transport's relief supplies qualified as legitimate humanitarian cargo. "Senator," the customs official said. His name tag read, Chen, no relation to the lawyer. "I'm seeing some discrepancies in your cargo documentation." "There are no discrepancies. That transport is carrying medical supplies and food rations for Greev civilian populations, standard Senate Humanitarian Committee provisions." "Right. But the manifest lists these supplies as Senate Relief Package Alpha 7, which isn't a recognized cargo classification under the current Humanitarian Priority Zone regulations. I need proper documentation showing compliance with Lending Hand Foundation import standards." The Lending Hand Foundation doesn't get to define import standards for Senate humanitarian operations. Actually, Senator, under the Sovereign Receivership Protocols established in Section 71 of the Greev LHF Service Agreement, all imports to Greev space require Foundation approval. That includes Senate relief supplies. I'll need certification that your cargo meets current standards before I can authorize transit. Threx's diplomatic training was being tested. "Officer Chen, the Galactic Senate has been providing humanitarian aid for 3,000 years. We don't need certification from a human NGO that's been operating for 6 months. 3 months, Chen corrected. And you absolutely do need certification. It's in the protocols. Would you like me to pull up the relevant sections? I have them bookmarked." Before Threx could respond, an alarm flashed on the station's tactical display. Another ship entering the customs zone, this one massive, moving slowly, broadcasting civilian identification codes. LHF Sanitation 447, Waste Disposal Operations. "What is that?" Threx asked. "Garbage scow," Chen said without looking up from his manifest review. "We're moving industrial waste out of the humanitarian zone. Standard sanitation operations." The ship was huge, at least 200,000 tons displacement, moving with the ponderous momentum of something that had given up on elegance in favor of cargo capacity. Its hull was covered in the white and red livery of the Lending Hand Foundation, though the paint was weathered and stained. "That's not a garbage scow," Threx said slowly. "That's a decommissioned frigate. It's a waste management vessel. Says so right there in the designation. LHF Sanitation 447. It has frigate-class armor plating, industrial shielding. You need robust construction for waste transport, hazardous materials, chemical contamination, that sort of thing. Can't have waste containers rupturing in transit." Threx pulled up tactical data on his tablet. The garbage scow had power signatures consistent with military-grade fusion drives. Its maneuvering thrusters were positioned exactly where you'd put them on a combat vessel. And unless he was very much mistaken, those waste collection bays were former weapons hardpoints. "Officer Chen, that vessel is a military ship disguised as a garbage hauler. It's a decommissioned frigate that's been repurposed for waste management. Very different things. We bought it surplus from Earth's naval yards, stripped out the weapons systems, and converted the cargo bays for industrial waste transport. All properly documented." "And you're moving it through this customs zone right now?" "Optimal transfer window. The waste needs to be disposed of in the outer system. Can't keep it near inhabited areas. Environmental contamination risk." On the tactical display, the garbage scow continued its ponderous approach to the outer system. Its trajectory would take it directly past the Senate inspection vessel that had been holding position at the edge of the humanitarian zone. Directly past. Very close. Threx activated his communicator. "This is Senator Vorn to inspection vessel, Oversight 7. Be advised, there's a large waste transport approaching your position. Maintain safe distance." The response came back immediately. "Senator, we're tracking the contact. It's showing as civilian waste management. Should we be concerned?" "Yes, it's actually a decommissioned frigate. Maintain..." Another alarm, this one urgent. "Senator," Chen said, looking at his displays with sudden professional concern, "I'm getting a priority notification from the Sanitation 447 on. They're reporting a thruster malfunction, control system failure. They're on ballistic trajectory, and can't maneuver. Can't maneuver toward the inspection vessel? Unfortunately, yes. The vessel's current trajectory will bring it within approximately 400 meters of the Oversight 7. They're broadcasting distress signals and requesting emergency assistance. Threx pulled up the tactical plot. The garbage scow was accelerating. Not much, just enough to close the distance faster than orbital mechanics would naturally allow. A thruster malfunction that somehow increased velocity. Very convenient. Officer Chen, that ship is on an intercept course. It's on a ballistic trajectory resulting from mechanical failure. The crew is attempting emergency repairs. Very dangerous situation. Tell them to fire maneuvering thrusters. They report maneuvering thrusters are non-responsive. Control system failure affecting all lateral propulsion. They're working on bypass protocols, but it'll take time. How much time? Approximately 14 minutes. Unfortunately, contact with the Oversight 7 will occur in approximately 8 minutes if neither vessel maneuvers. Threx activated his communicator again. Senator Vorn to Oversight 7. Emergency evasive maneuvers. That waste transport is on collision course. Acknowledged, Senator. Firing thrusters. Stand by. Senator, we're getting interference from local traffic control. They're broadcasting priority navigation warnings that are overriding our flight systems. What? Some kind of priority alert about hazardous waste transport in distress. It's requiring all vessels to maintain position until the emergency is resolved. Our navigation systems are treating it as a no maneuvering zone. Threx turned to Chen. You're locking them in position. We're broadcasting mandatory safety protocols during a waste transport emergency. Standard procedure. Can't have vessels maneuvering unpredictably during hazardous material incidents. Too much risk of secondary collisions. You're about to ram a Senate inspection vessel with a garbage hauler. We're experiencing an unfortunate mechanical emergency that's creating a collision risk. Very different things. And technically, Senator, your inspection vessel is in violation of humanitarian zone traffic protocols by maintaining position without proper authorization. They should have cleared the area hours ago. On the tactical display, the distance closed. 7 minutes, 6, 5. The Oversight 7 was broadcasting increasingly urgent requests for clearance to maneuver. Traffic control was responding with bureaucratically sympathetic denials, pending resolution of the waste transport emergency. This is deliberate, Threx said. This is an equipment malfunction during routine sanitation operations, Chen corrected. Though I should note that if your inspection vessel would simply leave the humanitarian priority zone as requested 17 times over the past week, they wouldn't be in the collision trajectory. They're conducting legitimate Senate oversight. They're conducting unauthorized loitering in restricted space. The Foundation filed formal complaints about their presence. We've requested departure through proper channels. They refused. Now we have a mechanical emergency that unfortunately places them at risk. 3 minutes. Officer Chen, people could die. The Sanitation 4471 is broadcasting continuous warnings. The Oversight 7 has multiple opportunities to disregard traffic control protocols and maneuver anyway. If they choose not to, that's their decision. You're blocking their maneuvering systems. We're broadcasting mandatory safety protocols. They're free to override them. They'll just be in violation of humanitarian zone traffic regulations if they do, which would require us to file interference charges with the Senate Traffic Safety Committee. Lots of paperwork. But they're absolutely free to maneuver if they want to accept the legal consequences. 2 minutes. Threx watched the tactical display with mounting horror. The garbage scow, the decommissioned frigate repurposed for waste management, was closing at exactly the right velocity to create a collision that looked accidental, but was clearly calculated. The Oversight 7 was trapped in a bureaucratic cage. Maneuver and violate traffic safety protocols, or maintain position and get hit by 200,000 tons of waste management vessel. 1 minute. This is piracy, Threx said quietly. This is an industrial accident resulting from mechanical failure during routine sanitation operations. All properly documented. Though I should mention that the Sanitation 4471 is carrying approximately 47,000 tons of industrial waste in its holds. If there's a collision and the waste containers rupture, we'll need to implement a 14-day quarantine zone around the impact area. Biohazard protocols. Very disruptive to traffic. 30 seconds. The Oversight 7 finally disengaged from traffic control, fired emergency thrusters, and burned away from the collision trajectory at maximum acceleration. The garbage scow drifted past, missing them by approximately 800 meters. "Oh, good," Chen said, reviewing the tactical data. They decided to maneuver. Crisis averted. Though I'll need to file a violation notice for unauthorized thrust during active safety protocols. Their insurance rates are going to be problematic. He turned back to his manifest inspection. "Now, Senator, about these relief supplies. I'm still seeing documentation issues. Specifically, your cargo manifest lists packaged food supplies without specifying contents. I'll need detailed ingredient lists for customs approval. Can't have unauthorized biological materials entering the humanitarian zone." 8 hours later, Senator Vorn was still at the customs station, waiting for clearance that wasn't coming. His transport sat in holding position, its cargo of relief supplies slowly aging in storage, while human customs officials found increasingly creative objections to the documentation. The food supplies needed ingredient certification. The medical equipment required compatibility testing with local humanitarian infrastructure. The clothing had to meet environmental safety standards. Each objection required paperwork. Each piece of paperwork required review. Each review took approximately 4 hours. It was bureaucratic warfare conducted at a speed that made glaciers look hasty. Threx stood in the observation deck, watching cargo vessels move through the customs zone with efficient precision. All of them lending hand Foundation ships. All of them cleared for transit within minutes. His communicator chimed. Ambassador Miller's face appeared. "Senator Vorn, I understand you're experiencing delays at the customs checkpoint. Your people are blocking Senate humanitarian relief. Our people are conducting mandatory safety inspections on all imports to the humanitarian priority zone. Standard customs procedures. I'm sure your transport will be cleared once the documentation is properly filed. We've been here 8 hours. Customs procedures can be time-consuming, especially when imports don't meet current regulatory standards. However, I wanted to inform you of another matter that may affect your visit to the Greev homeworld." He pulled up medical data on screen. "We've detected a minor outbreak of what humans call the common cold in landing zone Gamma. Nothing serious, just a respiratory infection that's moderately contagious. However, under Article 4, Section 9 of the Interstellar Health and Safety Protocols, we're required to implement a 14-day quarantine zone around any detected biological contamination event. A common cold. A cross-species respiratory pathogen with unknown transmission vectors. We can't risk exposing Greev populations to Earth-origin diseases, or exposing Senate personnel to potential infection. The quarantine zone includes all primary landing facilities in the Southern Hemisphere. That's where we were planning to deliver the relief supplies. Unfortunately, yes. However, the Foundation's sanitation teams are currently working to contain the outbreak. We expect to have the landing zones cleared within 2 weeks. You're welcome to wait in orbit until then." Threx looked at his tactical display. At the customs station holding his transport. At the quarantine zone that had conveniently appeared around landing zones exactly when Senate inspection teams tried to visit. "This is deliberate obstruction." "This is mandatory health safety compliance," Miller corrected. "We take disease control very seriously, Senator. Can't have biological contamination spreading through relief operations. I'm sure you understand. What are you building down there that you don't want us to see?" Miller's expression was professionally innocent. "Building? We're conducting standard humanitarian operations, medical facilities, agricultural infrastructure, that sort of thing. Though I should mention that our atmospheric engineering teams have just completed installation of a planetary-scale weather modification array. Very exciting technology. Weather modification. Climate stabilization systems. The Greev homeworld has experienced significant atmospheric disruption from the orbital bombardment. Particulate contamination, altered precipitation patterns, that sort of thing. The array will help restore normal weather cycles. Improved agricultural productivity. Better living conditions for survivors. What does a weather modification array actually do, Ambassador? It generates precisely calibrated electromagnetic fields across the planet's upper atmosphere to influence precipitation patterns and temperature regulation. The field projectors are positioned at key locations, primarily the magnetic poles, where the planet's natural field lines provide optimal propagation. The magnetic poles you just leased. The research facilities we're building under the debt restructuring agreement, yes. The weather modification equipment requires significant power generation capacity. Fortunate that we're already constructing power plants at those locations. Threx pulled up sensor data from the Oversight 7 before they'd been forced to evacuate. The weather modification array was generating electromagnetic signatures consistent with projected energy shielding, planetary-scale defensive barriers. That's not a weather system. That's a shield generator. It's a climate stabilization array that happens to generate planet-wide electromagnetic field patterns. If those fields hypothetically created a protective barrier against kinetic bombardment. Miller shrugged. Well, that would be a fortunate side effect of weather management, wouldn't it? This is militarization. This is humanitarian infrastructure deployment with dual-use benefits. We're building systems that improve agricultural conditions and protect civilian populations, all properly documented, all legal under the receivership agreements. He pulled up more documentation. I should also mention that our sanitation teams report finding significant quantities of industrial waste during cleanup operations. Approximately 47,000 tons of hyperdense metal alloys. Waste products from the Mercy Hub construction, tungsten carbide composites, titanium alloy fragments, that sort of thing. We're moving it out of the humanitarian zone for proper disposal. Tungsten carbide composites, construction debris. Though I suppose if someone wanted to manufacture kinetic projectiles for railgun systems, tungsten carbide would be ideal material. Very dense. Excellent ballistic properties, but we're classifying it as industrial waste. Can't have construction debris cluttering up the landing zones. You're stockpiling ammunition. We're disposing of construction refuse, Miller corrected. That it happens to be useful for defensive applications is incidental. The waste will be transported to secure disposal facilities in the outer system, all properly documented with customs. Threx looked at the chessboard, at the customs delays blocking Senate relief, at the quarantine zones preventing inspections, at the garbage scows full of waste that was actually munitions, at the shield generators disguised as weather arrays, at the fortress planet that Earth was building while keeping Senate oversight locked in bureaucratic loops. How long? He asked quietly. How long what, Senator? How long until you're finished turning this planet into a military installation? Miller consulted his tablet. The weather modification array should be fully operational within 6 weeks. Full defensive capabilities, full climate stabilization capabilities, within 12 weeks. After that, the Greev homeworld will have comprehensive protection against kinetic bombardment, orbital strikes, and adverse weather events. And if the Senate objects? Object to what? Humanitarian medical facilities? Agricultural infrastructure? Weather management systems? All of it is documented as civilian aid. If those systems happen to have defensive applications. He smiled. Not our fault that good humanitarian infrastructure looks a lot like military fortification. The Senate will see through this. The Senate will see properly documented humanitarian operations conducted under legitimate receivership agreements. If they want to challenge our weather modification array, they're welcome to file objections with the interstellar commerce courts. I estimate resolution time at approximately 37 years. Miller closed his tablet. Now, Senator, about your relief supplies. I've reviewed the customs documentation. I'm afraid there are still some issues with the biological safety certifications on the food packages. We'll need additional testing before clearance can be approved. Another 72 hours at minimum. You're starving people with paperwork. We're ensuring proper safety compliance. The Greev have been through enough without adding contaminated food supplies to their problems. I'm sure you understand. Everything by the book, Senator. Exactly as the regulations require. And the regulations happen to prevent Senate oversight. The regulations happen to prioritize safety and proper documentation. If that creates procedural delays, Miller shrugged. Well, that's just bureaucracy, Senator. Very thorough, very legal, very effective at ensuring only authorized materials enter the humanitarian priority zone. He smiled. You're welcome to wait in orbit until the quarantine is lifted. 2 weeks should be sufficient. by which time the weather modification array will be operational, and you'll be able to observe our humanitarian operations in their fully completed state. Very impressive. You'll love it." Then the screen went dark, leaving Threx alone in the observation deck of a customs station, watching Earth complete its conquest through regulatory compliance. 14 days later, when the quarantine finally lifted, Senator Vorn's transport was cleared to land at a facility in the Northern Hemisphere, far from the magnetic pole installations, far from the primary humanitarian zones, far from anything Earth didn't want Senate observers to see. His relief supplies were delivered to distribution centers managed by Lending Hand Foundation personnel. His inspection requests were deferred pending coordination with local authorities. His attempts to schedule meetings with Greev government officials were delayed by scheduling conflicts, and when he finally stood on the surface of the Greev homeworld, looking up at a sky that shimmered with the barely visible distortion of a planetary-scale electromagnetic shield, he understood exactly what had happened. Earth had built a fortress. They'd called it humanitarian aid. They'd documented every piece as civilian infrastructure. They'd used health regulations, customs procedures, and quarantine protocols to keep Senate oversight at bay while they worked. And now the Greev homeworld was defended by weapons platforms disguised as research facilities, protected by shield generators disguised as weather arrays, and occupied by military forces disguised as humanitarian workers. All of it legal, all of it documented, all of it completely untouchable through Senate oversight, because challenging it would require proving that hospitals were bunkers, that tractors were tanks, and that weather systems were weapons, and that proof would take decades to establish through proper channels. By which time Earth would have exported the model to 20 other dying civilizations. Senator Vorn stood in the northern hemisphere of a planet that wasn't quite occupied but definitely wasn't sovereign, and filed his report to the Senate Oversight Committee. Report: Greev Humanitarian Zone Inspection. Classification: concerning. Recommendation: further investigation required. Estimated timeline for actionable findings: 37 to 42 years. It was the most damning thing he could write. It was also completely useless. Because by the time the Senate finished investigating, Earth would already own half the quadrant through humanitarian assistance agreements. And there wasn't a damn thing anyone could do about it, as per the regulations. Chapter 9. The Graduation. The central training facility had been a sports arena once. Before the war, it hosted athletic competitions, the kind of events that gave civilizations a sense of normalcy and community. Now it was a parade ground, its playing field converted to packed earth suitable for formation drills, its spectator stands filled with Greev civilians who'd come to watch Earth's investment demonstrate operational readiness. 10,000 Greev stood in perfect formation on the field. They were arranged in companies of 200, each company aligned with geometric precision that suggested months of drill practice. They stood at attention with the kind of disciplined stillness that only comes from extensive training, or extensive fear, possibly both. Captain Marcus Chen, different Chen, no relation to the customs officer or the lawyer, stood on a raised platform overlooking the formation. He was human, mid-30s, with the bearing of someone who'd spent a career turning civilians into soldiers and knew exactly how to make it look like something else. His official title was Industrial Safety Coordinator. His actual job was training proxy forces for deployment in legally complicated environments. Behind him, a massive banner displayed the Lending Hand Foundation logo, alongside text in both Greev and Earth Standard. Greev Civil Defense Force, Graduation Ceremony. Industrial Safety and Emergency Response Training, Class 00. Prime Minister Vorik sat in the front row of the spectator stands, watching 10,000 of his people stand in military formation, while humans called it workplace safety training. Beside him sat Admiral Kes Vorian of the Senate Defense Forces, who'd been invited to observe the ceremony as part of ongoing humanitarian oversight coordination. The Admiral looked like someone watching a nightmare unfold in slow motion. "Prime Minister," he said quietly, "those are soldiers." "Those are civil defense workers," Vorik corrected. Trained in emergency response and disaster coordination. It's all in the documentation. They're standing in military formation. They're demonstrating proper organizational structure for mass casualty response scenarios. Very important for civilian safety operations. The Admiral pulled up data on his tablet, reviewing the training program documentation that the Lending Hand Foundation had helpfully provided. Industrial Safety and Emergency Response Training Program. Duration, 12 weeks. Curriculum. Hazardous materials handling. Emergency rescue operations. Crowd control and evacuation procedures. Equipment operation and maintenance. Disaster response coordination. Strategic emergency planning. Tactical emergency planning, the Admiral read aloud. A typo in the documentation, Vorek said. They meant strategic. Very different things. On the field, Captain Chen activated his communicator. His voice broadcast across the arena with professional authority. Greev Civil Defense Force, Class 001. You have completed 12 weeks of intensive industrial safety training. You have learned to operate emergency response equipment in high-risk environments. You have demonstrated proficiency in disaster coordination and civilian protection protocols. He paused. Today, you graduate from training status to active deployment. You are now certified emergency response specialists, qualified to operate in hazardous conditions for the protection of civilian populations. A human sergeant, officially designated as Safety Equipment Specialist, gave an order in Greev that sounded suspiciously like a military command. The formation responded instantly. 10,000 Greev executed a synchronized about-face with the precision of a military drill team. That's a military maneuver, the Admiral said. That's an emergency coordination pivot, Vorek corrected. For rapid reorientation during mass casualty events. Standard safety protocol. Another command. The formation began marching, not walking, marching toward equipment stations arranged around the perimeter of the field. They moved in perfect lockstep, companies maintaining formation integrity, the sound of their synchronized footfalls echoing across the arena like distant thunder. They outmarch my Marines, the Admiral said quietly. They're demonstrating proper foot discipline for navigating unstable terrain during disaster response. Very important for workplace safety. At the equipment stations, human safety specialists waited beside rows of what the documentation called industrial hazard suits. The suits were impressive. Each one stood approximately 2.3 meters tall, taller than the Greev who would wear them, necessitating integrated servo-assist systems to compensate for the height difference. The suits were constructed from layered composite armor, environmental shielding, rated for extreme temperature, pressure, and impact resistance. The helmet systems featured integrated heads-up displays for hazard monitoring and coordination data. The power cores were rated at 47 kilowatts, enough to run the suit's servo systems and support equipment for 72 hours of continuous operation. The mounting hardpoints on the shoulders and back were designed for emergency equipment attachment. They were power armor, very sophisticated power armor, painted white with red safety stripes and the Lending Hand Foundation logo prominently displayed. Those are combat exoskeletons, the Admiral said. Those are industrial hazard suits, Vorek replied. Designed for high-risk emergency response in contaminated or structurally unstable environments. The documentation is very clear. They're military-grade power armor. They're civilian safety equipment that happens to provide comprehensive protection and mobility enhancement. If that makes them similar to military systems. Vorek shrugged. Not our fault that good safety equipment looks like combat gear. The first company of Greev reached their equipment stations. Human specialists helped them into the suits, checking seals, testing servo response, calibrating the integrated systems. The process was smooth, practiced, clearly rehearsed hundreds of times during training. One by one, the Greev Civil Defense Force donned their industrial hazard suits. The transformation was striking. The small, fragile-looking Greev disappeared into armored frames that made them look like human-sized combat troops. The servo systems compensated for their smaller stature, giving them strength and mobility that their biology couldn't naturally achieve. When they stood at attention in their suits, they looked like an army. A very well-equipped army. Equipment distribution phase, Captain Chen announced. All personnel will be issued standard emergency response tools as specified in their deployment certifications. The human specialists began distributing equipment. The Admiral watched with mounting horror as each Greev received what the manifest called hydraulic rescue tools. They looked like axes, very large axes, with powered servo-assist handles, vibrating carbide-edged blades for cutting through structural debris, and impact heads that could theoretically breach reinforced bulkheads with a single swing. The documentation classified them as emergency extraction equipment for collapsed structure scenarios. The Admiral recognized them as power axes, close combat weapons that could cut through anything short of starship armor. "Those are melee weapons," he said. "Those are rescue tools," Vorik corrected, "for extracting trapped civilians from collapsed buildings. The powered edge technology helps them cut through reinforced concrete and metal debris. Standard emergency equipment. They can cut through people. They can cut through obstacles during rescue operations. If those obstacles happen to be hostile forces interfering with civilian protection." Vorik let it hang. Other equipment was being distributed. Non-lethal crowd control devices, which looked suspiciously like sonic disruptors. Emergency signaling equipment, which appeared to be tactical comm systems. Portable environmental monitors, which the Admiral's tactical database identified as military-grade sensor packages. All of it classified as civilian safety equipment. All of it functionally identical to military hardware. All of it perfectly legal under humanitarian aid frameworks. "This is an army," the Admiral said quietly. "This is a civil defense force," Vorik replied. "Trained and equipped for emergency response in high-risk environments. If they happen to be effective at defending civilian populations against hostile forces." He gestured at the formation. "Well, that's just efficient resource allocation." On the field, the equipment distribution was complete. 10,000 Greaves stood in their industrial hazard suits, holding their hydraulic rescue tools, wearing their non-lethal crowd control devices, looking every bit like a mechanized infantry brigade ready for deployment. Captain Chen surveyed the formation with visible satisfaction. "Greev Civil Defense Force, you are now operational. Your primary mission is protection of civilian populations during emergency events. You will respond to disasters. You will evacuate endangered areas. You will maintain order during crisis situations." He paused, and something in his voice shifted. "And if hostile forces attempt to harm the civilians you're protecting, you will use every tool at your disposal to stop them, as per your emergency response protocols." It wasn't a military briefing. It was just very similar to one. Another command from the human safety equipment specialists. The formation executed a synchronized weapons drill with their hydraulic rescue tools, practiced movements, combat stances disguised as equipment handling procedures, the kind of coordination that only comes from extensive tactical training. The Admiral pulled up his communicator and activated a secure channel. "This is Admiral Vorian to Senate Intelligence. I'm observing what appears to be a fully trained and equipped military force of approximately 10,000 personnel operating under civilian emergency response classification. They are armed with power armor and melee weapons that are documented as industrial safety equipment. Request immediate policy guidance." The response took several minutes. When it came, the voice on the other end sounded tired. "Admiral, our legal team has reviewed the Lending Hand Foundation's documentation. Everything is classified as civilian emergency response equipment under approved humanitarian aid frameworks. We have no legal basis to challenge the deployment. They're a proxy army. They're civil defense workers. The distinction is academic. They have power armor. They have industrial hazard suits rated for emergency response in contaminated environments. Different nomenclature. They have weapons. They have rescue equipment that could theoretically be used for combat purposes, yes. But the same could be said of any heavy machinery. A construction excavator could be used as a weapon. We don't classify excavators as military hardware." The Admiral looked at the formation. At 10,000 Greev in power armor, holding power axes, standing in perfect military discipline. This is different. This is dual-use civilian equipment deployed under proper humanitarian protocols. If the Senate wants to challenge it, we'll need to prove military intent. That will require evidence that the equipment is being used for combat operations rather than emergency response. And if we can't prove that, then it's civilian safety equipment and we have no jurisdiction. The channel closed. On the field, the graduation ceremony continued. Speeches about civilian protection and emergency preparedness. Awards for training excellence. The formal certification of the Greev Civil Defense Force as operational. All of it documented as humanitarian aid. All of it functionally equivalent to creating a mechanized infantry division. The ceremony concluded. The formation was dismissed. The Greev began moving toward deployment positions, strategic locations around the planet where emergency response readiness required stationing of civil defense personnel. Locations that coincidentally provided optimal coverage for defending population centers against orbital assault. The Admiral stood to leave, but Vorik gestured him to stay seated. "There's one more demonstration," the Prime Minister said. "The Foundation thought you might find it educational." 30 minutes later, the orbital alarm sounded. Vorkash raiders, 3 scout ships, approaching from the outer system. They've been getting bolder recently, testing the defenses of the Greev homeworld now that the massive die-off had slowed, probing for weaknesses, looking for opportunities to finish what they'd started. They didn't know about the Civil Defense Force. On the tactical display in the arena's command center, the Admiral watched the raid develop. The Vorkash scouts were moving in standard pattern, high-velocity approach, targeting what looked like an undefended agricultural zone in the eastern hemisphere. What they thought was an undefended agricultural zone. What was actually a deployment position for 2 companies of the Greev Civil Defense Force. Captain Chen pulled up emergency response, coordination data. Civil Defense Companies 7 and 8 are in position at the target zone. They have their full equipment loadout, including long-range non-lethal crowd control systems. Long-range non-lethal systems? The Admiral asked. Sonic disruptors, rated for civilian crowd dispersal at ranges up to 4 kilometers. Very effective for managing large-scale evacuations during disasters. You're using sonic weapons against spacecraft? We're demonstrating the full capabilities of our emergency response equipment. If that includes air defense applications. Chen shrugged. On the display, the Vorkash scouts entered the atmosphere. They were moving fast, burning hard toward the agricultural zone, where they expected to find undefended Greev civilians. Instead, they found 400 Greev in power armor with military-grade sonic disruptors. The Civil Defense Force didn't wait for the raiders to land. The moment the Vorkash entered effective range, the sonic disruptors opened fire. The weapons were classified as non-lethal crowd control devices. The documentation specified they were designed to generate focused acoustic pressure waves for civilian dispersal during emergency situations. What they actually did was project focused sonic beams at industrial frequencies and amplitudes, the kind used for breaking up concrete or testing metal stress points. When directed at spacecraft hull plating, the acoustic resonance caused catastrophic structural failure. The first Vorkash scout took a direct hit from 6 coordinated disruptors. The sonic pressure wave resonated through its hull plating, creating stress fractures that propagated at supersonic speeds. The ship tumbled out of control, its structural integrity compromised. It crashed 3 kilometers from the target zone. The second scout tried to evade, firing its thrusters for emergency maneuvers. The Civil Defense Force tracked it with their targeting systems, their emergency coordination displays, and fired another coordinated volley. This time 12 disruptors. The scout's hull started resonating at frequencies that metal shouldn't resonate at. Stress fractures appeared. The ship began coming apart in flight. It broke up at 800 meters altitude. The third scout attempted to retreat. The Civil Defense Force demonstrated the mobile deployment capabilities of their industrial hazard suits by engaging their jump jets, which were absolutely not military equipment, but rather elevated positioning systems for high-altitude rescue operations. 400 Greev in power armor leapt into the air, using their jet-assisted mobility to achieve firing positions on elevated terrain. The sonic disruptors coordinated their fire. 24 beams, focused, synchronized, targeting the same stress point on the Scout's engineering section. The ship's fusion containment failed. It detonated at 3,000 meters altitude. The entire engagement lasted 97 seconds. 3 Vorkash scouts, 3 kills, 0 casualties among the Civil Defense Force. On the tactical display, Captain Chen reviewed the engagement data with professional satisfaction. Excellent performance from Companies 7 and 8. Proper use of non-lethal crowd control equipment to manage hostile intrusion into civilian protection zones. Textbook emergency response. The Admiral stared at the display. At the wreckage of 3 Vorkash scouts. At the 400 Greev and power armor who'd just demonstrated combat effectiveness that would make his own Marines jealous. You just shot down 3 spacecraft with non-lethal crowd control equipment. We defended a civilian population center from hostile intrusion using properly certified emergency response tools. That the tools were effective against armored spacecraft is testament to their robust design. This is a military force. This is a civil defense force with comprehensive training in emergency response and civilian protection. If their training happens to make them effective against hostile forces, Chen pulled up documentation. Well, that's just the nature of high-quality safety preparation. He closed the tactical display. The Vorkash have been raiding this planet for 14 months. They've killed billions of Greev. Today, for the first time, the Greev fought back, and they won, using civilian safety equipment provided through humanitarian aid programs. You've created a proxy army. We've created a civil defense force. The Greev still don't have a military. They don't have weapons. They don't have combat training. What they have is industrial safety certification and emergency response equipment. That they just used to destroy 3 warships. That they just used to protect civilians from hostile intrusion, as per their emergency response protocols. Chen gestured at the display showing the Civil Defense Force companies returning to their deployment positions. Their industrial hazard suits gleaming in the setting sun, their hydraulic rescue tools held at regulation-ready positions. The Lending Hand Foundation hasn't sold the Greev a single weapon, Admiral. We've provided safety equipment, training in emergency procedures, coordination systems for disaster response, all of it documented as humanitarian aid. And it just happens to function as a military force. It just happens to be effective at protecting civilians, yes, if that effectiveness extends to defending against hostile forces. He smiled. Not our fault that good emergency response capabilities look a lot like military readiness. The Admiral looked at Vorik. You know what you've become. We've become a civilization with comprehensive civil defense capabilities, Vorik replied. Trained and equipped to protect our population during emergencies. If those emergencies happen to include Vorkash raids, he gestured at the wreckage on the tactical display. Well, our civil defense force is prepared. The Senate will see this as militarization. The Senate will see properly trained emergency responders using certified safety equipment to protect civilians. If they want to challenge our civil defense program, they're welcome to file objections. And those objections will take 40 years to resolve. Approximately, Vorik agreed. By which time the Greev Civil Defense Force will be fully established, possibly expanded to 50,000 personnel, and the model will likely have been exported to other civilizations facing similar emergency preparedness needs. The Admiral stood, gathering his materials. I'll file my report. Please do, Vorik said. Make sure to note that the Greev Collective now has comprehensive civilian protection capabilities. I'm sure the Senate will be very interested in how we achieved that without violating any weapons transfer restrictions. The Admiral left without another word. Vorik stood alone in the command center, watching the tactical display as the Civil Defense Force secured the crash sites, cataloged the Vorkash wreckage, and resumed their patrol positions around civilian population centers. 10,000 Greev in power armor, trained by human military specialists disguised as safety coordinators, equipped with weapons disguised as rescue tools, operating under protocols that were simultaneously emergency response procedures and tactical combat doctrines. All of it legal, all of it documented as humanitarian aid, all of it proof that Earth had figured out how to create proxy armies without technically selling weapons. His communicator chimed. Captain Chen. Prime Minister, we're already receiving applications for the next training class. Approximately 40,000 Greev volunteers want industrial safety certification. How many can we train? The Foundation is prepared to expand the program to accommodate demand. We're planning 4 additional training facilities. Target is 50,000 certified civil defense personnel within 18 months. Vorek looked at the tactical display, at his planet defended by emergency responders in power armor, at the wreckage of Vorkash ships destroyed by non-lethal crowd control equipment. Proceed with expansion. The Greev Collective has significant emergency preparedness needs. Understood, Prime Minister. We'll begin facility construction immediately, as per the Humanitarian Assistance Framework. The channel closed. Vorek stood in the command center of a sports arena converted to a training ground, pulling up the financial projections for the Civil Defense Force expansion. The current 10,000 personnel had cost approximately 47 billion credits in equipment, training, and operational support. Expanding to 50,000 would cost another 235 billion over 18 months, which would need to be added to the existing 407 billion credit debt obligation, 642 billion credits total. For an army that was technically not an army because the equipment was technically not weapons and the training was technically industrial safety certification, the Vorkash had spent over a year trying to exterminate his species. Now his species had a debt that would take 3 centuries to pay off and 400 people in power armor who could shoot down spacecraft with acoustic resonance equipment. By the end of next year, he'd have 50,000. And Earth would bill him for every piece of equipment, every hour of training, every kilogram of supplies, all documented as humanitarian assistance at actual cost, plus standard administrative overhead. His people would survive, but they'd spend the next 300 years working for Earth to pay for the privilege, as per the agreement. Chapter 10. The Seat. The Galactic Senate chamber looked exactly as it had 6 months ago. The same void glass dome, the same Vornexian marble walls, the same concentric rings of delegates arranged in carefully calibrated hierarchy, the same 3.7-meter podium where High Chancellor Vrel projected authority without appearing overtly tyrannical. Everything the same, except for the figure standing at the supplicant's platform. 6 months ago, First Speaker 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 had stood there, small, desperate, begging for protection while his civilization died in real time. He'd worn the traditional robes of Greev leadership, which were essentially ceremonial rags by that point. He'd spoken with the quiet desperation of someone watching extinction approach and finding only bureaucratic procedure in its way. Today, the Greev representative was different. Councillor Mera stood at the supplicant's platform, wearing a tailored suit that probably cost more than the Greev government's pre-war annual budget. She was taller than 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞, closer to 1.2 meters, and her bearing suggested someone who'd spent recent months learning how to negotiate from humans who treated diplomatic confrontation like contract law. She wasn't standing 0.7 meters below floor level anymore. The platform had been raised, exactly to floor level. The Senate hadn't authorized that modification, but the platform controls were managed by the Chamber's administrative systems, and those systems had recently been updated for accessibility compliance by Lending Hand Foundation technical advisors who'd been invited to optimize humanitarian coordination infrastructure. So now the supplicant's platform was at eye level with the delegates, because the Greev weren't supplicating anymore. High Chancellor Vrel looked at Councillor Mera with the expression of someone who'd just discovered that the debt-ridden charity case he'd ignored 6 months ago had shown up driving a nicer car than his. Councillor Mera of the Greev Collective, he said carefully. The Senate acknowledges your request for, what was it again? Full membership status, Mera replied. Her voice was amplified by the Chamber's systems, no longer quiet, no longer desperate. Professional, precise. The kind of voice that came from extensive coaching by humans who understood that confidence was 70% presentation. The Greev Collective formally petitions for recognition as a sovereign member state of the Galactic Senate with full voting privileges and representation rights. The chamber went very quiet. Ambassador Threx of the Consolidation Worlds, who'd spent 6 months watching Earth turn humanitarian aid into military occupation, leaned forward in his seat. Councillor Mera, the Greev Collective is a pre-FTL civilization under humanitarian receivership. You don't qualify for Senate membership under any established criteria. We were pre-FTL, Mera corrected. 6 months ago. Current status is different. She activated a holographic display above the platform. Data began flowing across the chamber's shared visualization systems. Economic metrics, infrastructure assessments, technological capability indices. As of 14 days ago, the Greev Collective achieved functional FTL capability through licensed technology transfer agreements with the Lending Hand Foundation. We now operate a fleet of 6 FTL-capable cargo vessels for interstellar commerce. We meet the technological threshold for Senate consideration. Vrel pulled up the data on his personal tablet. The FTL vessels were real, registered to Greev corporate entities, crewed by Greev personnel, operating under Greev flight control. They were also built in Earth orbital yards, powered by human-licensed fusion systems, and their navigation computers were probably running Earth software with localization support. But they were technically Greev vessels. Technological capability is only one criterion, Vrel said. Senate membership requires demonstrated economic stability, political cohesion, and economic stability. Mira pulled up financial data. The Greev Collective's current GDP is approximately 11.4 billion credits annually, and growing at 34% year over year. Our debt-to-GDP ratio is high but manageable under long-term restructuring agreements. We maintain positive trade balances with 17 systems and operate as a regional logistics hub for the entire sector. A logistics hub? Threx said slowly. That happens to be positioned at the intersection of 3 major trade routes. Exactly. Our orbital infrastructure, constructed with Lending Hand Foundation assistance, provides refueling, cargo transfer, and customs processing for approximately 4,000 vessels monthly. We've become a critical node in regional commerce. She pulled up more data. We charge competitive fees for these services, standard docking fees, cargo handling surcharges, customs processing administration, very reasonable rates. Current revenue from logistics operations, 2.7 billion credits annually. Vrel was reading the trade flow analysis on his tablet with mounting concern. The Greev system had gone from a dying backwater to a mandatory stopover point for anyone moving goods through the sector. Every ship that used to bypass the system now stopped there for refueling, because Earth had built the only Class A refueling station within 15 light years, and charged very competitive rates that just happened to be slightly lower than the next nearest alternative, making the Greev system the optimal logistics choice for every cargo hauler in the region. This is artificial economic development, Vrel said. You're not a naturally evolved trade hub. You're a constructed choke point. We're a strategically positioned logistics center that provides valuable services to regional commerce, Mira corrected. Whether that position was natural or constructed is irrelevant to Senate membership criteria. The criteria specify economic functionality, not economic origin. She pulled up the actual Senate charter. Article 17, Section 4. Membership shall be granted to sovereign civilizations demonstrating sustainable economic activity with documented trade relationships across multiple stellar systems. We meet that threshold. Current trade relationships. 47 registered commercial partners across 23 systems. Relationships established through Earth intermediaries. Relationships established through legal commercial agreements. The intermediaries are irrelevant. We have the contracts. We provide the services. We collect the revenue. Ambassador Miller appeared on a secondary display. He was attending remotely from the THFS Compassion, which was currently holding position in Greev orbit. Probably a coincidence. High Chancellor, Miller said with his professional smile. If I may provide supporting documentation. The Lending Hand Foundation has conducted a comprehensive assessment of Greev economic maturity as part of our ongoing humanitarian coordination. I've prepared a certification report for Senate review. He transmitted a document. Vrel opened it with the expression of someone expecting to find a landmine disguised as a PDF. Certification of Economic Maturity and Sovereign Capability. Subject: Greev Collective Provisional Government. Prepared by Lending Hand Foundation Economic Assessment Division. Classification: Official Senate Submission. The document was 847 pages long. Of course it was. Vrel scrolled through it with practiced speed, looking for the trap. The document was comprehensive. Economic data, infrastructure assessments, political stability metrics, technological capability indices. Everything properly formatted according to Senate certification standards. everything showing that the Greev Collective met minimum thresholds for membership consideration. This certification, Vrel said carefully, was prepared by the same organization that's currently operating under receivership agreements with the Greev government. There's a conflict of interest. There's a thorough assessment by qualified economic analysts, Miller corrected. The Lending Hand Foundation maintains certified expertise in developmental economics. Our assessments are recognized by the interstellar commerce courts. If the Senate wants to challenge our methodology, they're welcome to conduct their own evaluation. Though I should note that independent certification would take approximately 18 months and cost the Senate approximately 400 million credits in assessment fees. Or, Mera added, you could accept the provided certification and process our membership application according to standard protocols. Article 17, Section 9 specifies a maximum review period of 90 days for applications with supporting documentation. Vrel looked at the certification, at the economic data showing the Greev had gone from extinction-level population collapse to operating a profitable logistics hub in 6 months, at the legal framework that made everything technically compliant with Senate requirements, at the trap closing with bureaucratic precision. The Greev Collective is under humanitarian receivership, he said, trying a different angle. That status is incompatible with sovereign membership. The receivership was temporary, Mera replied. Article 71 of our service agreement with the Lending Hand Foundation specifies that sovereign authority reverts to Greev control upon achievement of economic stabilization thresholds. We've met those thresholds. As of 3 days ago, the receivership was formally dissolved. She pulled up the documentation. Notice of receivership termination. Parties, Greev Collective, Lending Hand Foundation. Effective date, 3 days ago. Status, sovereign authority fully restored. Vrel read the notice. It was real, properly filed, legally binding. The Greev Collective was no longer under receivership. They were a sovereign government again, technically. Though I should note, Miller added helpfully, that while sovereign authority has been restored, the Greev Collective maintains ongoing service agreements with the Lending Hand Foundation for infrastructure management, defensive coordination, and debt service administration. These are standard commercial relationships between sovereign entities, no different than any other government contracting with private service providers. Threx was pulling up data on his own tablet. The Greev still owe you 642 billion credits. That's not sovereignty. That's debt bondage. That's a long-term financial obligation, Miller corrected. Many Senate member states maintain significant debt positions. The consolidation worlds, for instance, currently carry approximately 12 trillion credits in sovereign bonds. Does that debt disqualify them from membership? That's different. It's exactly the same. Debt and sovereignty are separate concepts. The Greev Collective is legally sovereign and financially obligated. Those facts can coexist. Mera pulled up more documentation. The Greev Collective requests that our membership application be processed according to Article 17 protocols. We've provided economic certification, demonstrated FTL capability, established commercial relationships across multiple systems, and restored full sovereign authority. We meet all threshold requirements. You meet the letter of the requirements, Vrel said carefully. But Senate membership isn't simply a checklist. Article 17, Section 3, Mera interrupted, reading directly from the Charter, specifies that membership shall be granted to civilizations meeting documented threshold criteria, not may be granted, shall. It's mandatory language, Chancellor. If we meet the requirements, you're legally obligated to grant membership, unless the Senate determines that membership would be contrary to galactic stability. Article 17, Section 11. Such determination requires a 4/5 majority vote and documented evidence of specific destabilizing factors. Do you have documented evidence that Greev membership would destabilize the Senate? Vrel looked at her, at this small alien who 6 months ago had been begging for scraps and was now citing Senate charter provisions with the confidence of someone who'd been very thoroughly coached by human lawyers. The concern, he said carefully, is that your civilization remains heavily influenced by external actors, specifically Earth. We maintain commercial relationships with Earth-based organizations, Mera replied, as do 47 other Senate member states. The consolidation worlds alone have over 200 billion credits in commercial contracts with Terran compact corporations. Does that influence disqualify them from membership? That's different. It's exactly the same. We have contracts. We have debt. We have service agreements. None of that changes our sovereign status or our qualification for membership. She paused, then delivered the line that Miller had probably spent hours crafting for maximum impact. We don't want your pity anymore, Chancellor. We want your taxes. The chamber went silent, because that was the real threat. Senate members contributed to the general fund based on their economic activity. A small civilization like the Greev would normally contribute minimally, maybe 100 million credits annually. But a civilization operating a strategic logistics hub charging fees on 4,000 vessels monthly, that would generate tax obligations of approximately 800 million credits annually. Money that would go into the Senate General Fund. Money that could be used for Senate programs. Money that made the Greev Collective financially valuable rather than just politically inconvenient. Vrel could see the calculation happening across the chamber. Delegates pulling up fiscal data, running numbers, realizing that accepting Greev membership meant accepting a significant new revenue stream. The application will require review, Vrel said finally, economic assessment, political stability verification, technological capability confirmation. The process takes time. Article 17, Section 9, Mera repeated. 90 days maximum review period for applications with supporting documentation. We've provided comprehensive documentation. The 90-day period begins today. She pulled up a legal filing. Formal application for Senate membership. Applicant, Greev Collective Sovereign Government. Supporting documentation, provided, 847 pages. Review period, commencement, today's date. Mandatory decision deadline, 90 days from today. We'll await the Senate's decision, Mera said. I'm sure the review will be thorough and compliant with all charter requirements. She stepped down from the platform, which descended back to its regulation 0.7 meters below floor level position as soon as she moved away. But the point had been made. The Greev had arrived at the platform as supplicants. They'd left as applicants. Very different categories. After the session concluded, Vrel stood alone in his office reviewing the Greev membership application. Every piece of documentation was perfect. Every requirement was met. Every legal angle was covered. The Greev Collective had gone from dying civilization to qualified Senate applicant in 6 months. Because Earth had built them a logistics hub, trained them a proxy army, provided them with FTL capability, and restructured their debt into manageable long-term obligations that didn't technically prevent sovereign status. His communicator chimed. Director Kess from Senate Intelligence. Chancellor, I've reviewed the Greev application. And it's legally sound. They meet every threshold requirement. If we reject them, they can appeal to the commerce courts, and we'll lose. The charter language is mandatory. They're an Earth puppet state. They're a sovereign government with commercial relationships with Earth-based organizations. We can't reject membership based on commercial relationships. That would invalidate 40% of our current membership. Vrel pulled up the list of Senate member states with significant Earth connections. Trade agreements, service contracts, technology licenses, investment relationships. Earth had spent the last decade quietly integrating itself into the galactic economy through perfectly legal commercial relationships. And now one of those relationships had generated a qualified Senate applicant. If we grant membership, Vrel said, we're giving Earth a proxy vote. If we deny membership, we're violating our own charter and creating legal precedent that could be used against us in future applications. Worse precedent. So we're trapped. We're legally obligated to process the application according to charter protocols, which means 90 days of review followed by a membership vote. If they still meet requirements at vote time, we have to grant membership. Vrel looked at the application, at the economic data showing the Greev operating a profitable logistics hub, at the FTL capability giving them technological qualification, at the sovereign status giving them legal standing. at the debt giving Earth control without technically violating sovereignty. They said they wanted our taxes, he said quietly. They want legitimacy, Kess corrected. Membership means they're not a charity case anymore. They're a peer. They get voting rights. They get trade privileges. They get Senate protection. They get to vote on Senate policy. 1 vote out of 400, not exactly a controlling position. 1 vote that will reliably align with Earth's interests on every contested issue. We can't prove that. They're sovereign. Their votes are their own. If those votes happen to align with Earth's positions... Kess paused. That's just normal political alliance building. Happens all the time. Vrel activated his display, pulling up projections for potential Senate voting outcomes if the Greev gained membership. Trade policy, infrastructure spending, humanitarian aid frameworks, military intervention protocols. All issues where 1 additional vote could shift marginal decisions. 1 vote that Earth had just purchased for 642 billion credits in debt that the Greev would spend the next 3 centuries paying off. This is the test case, Vrel said. Sir, this is Earth testing whether they can buy Senate membership for client states through humanitarian aid. If it works with the Greev, they'll export the model. How many dying civilizations has the Senate refused to help in the last decade? 17 that I'm aware of. 17 potential client states. 17 potential Senate applicants. 17 votes that Earth can control through debt and service agreements. Kess was quiet for a moment. That's a long-term strategy. That's a very efficient long-term strategy. They're not conquering. They're not invading. They're just helping civilizations in crisis and then guiding them through Senate membership applications. All perfectly legal. All completely untouchable through normal diplomatic channels. Recommendations? Vrel looked at the application one more time, at the trap that had been built through humanitarian assistance and fiscal documentation. Process the application according to charter protocols. 90-day review. If they still qualify, grant membership. We don't have a choice. And then we watch Earth do this 17 more times while we figure out how to stop them. And if we can't stop them... Vrel pulled up a projection showing Senate voting patterns if Earth controlled 20 proxy votes. Enough to swing close decisions. Not enough to dominate policy, but enough to matter. Then we'd better hope, Vrel said quietly, that Earth's interests align with galactic stability. Because in 20 years, they're going to have more influence in this Senate than species who've been members for millennia. He closed the projection. They called it humanitarian aid. We're going to call it what it really is, the most effective form of political infiltration ever devised. And we can't do anything about it. We can document it, we can warn people, we can try to establish new membership criteria that prevent this, which will take 40 years to implement through proper charter amendment procedures. Exactly. By which time Earth will already have their 20 proxy votes and be working on the next 20. Vrel looked out his office window at the void glass dome and the stars beyond. Somewhere out there, 17 dying civilizations were facing extinction. And Earth was probably already deploying humanitarian aid packages with 4,000-page service agreements and plans to turn them into Senate applicants within 6 months. All perfectly legal, all completely unstoppable, all purchased with loans that would take centuries to repay. Welcome to the new galactic order, Vrel said quietly, where sovereignty is measured in debt and membership is bought with infrastructure investments. As per the agreement, Kess added. As per the agreement. Chapter 11. Sanction Defiance. The Senate Emergency Economic Measures Act was 647 pages long and had been drafted in approximately 18 hours. That was fast for the Galactic Senate, which normally took months to pass legislation regulating the color of safety markers on shipping containers. But this was different. This was urgent. This was the Senate trying to maintain control over a situation that was rapidly demonstrating they had none. High Chancellor Vrel stood at his podium reading the final text before the vote. The legislation was comprehensive: economic sanctions, trade embargoes, asset freezes, travel restrictions. Everything short of military blockade, which would have required a declaration of conflict, and nobody wanted that paperwork. The motion before the Senate, Vrel announced, is to implement comprehensive economic sanctions against the Greev system, pending resolution of their membership application. All trade, all commerce, all financial transactions would be suspended until the Senate completes its review process and determines appropriate oversight frameworks. He paused. This is not punishment. This is prudent economic governance. We cannot allow unrestricted trade with a system under significant external influence while we assess the implications for galactic commerce. Translation: we're cutting off the Greev to see if Earth will back down. The vote was swift. 312 delegates in favor, 47 opposed, 41 abstentions. The embargo was law. Within 6 hours, Senate trade enforcement vessels began establishing inspection cordons around the Greev system. Any ship attempting to enter or exit would be subject to mandatory inspection, cargo verification, and potential seizure if found to be in violation of the sanctions. Within 7 hours, Earth demonstrated why embargo enforcement was significantly more complicated than embargo declaration. Captain Sarah Okonkwo sat in the command chair of the LHF Provision 223 WAS, watching her navigation display update with Senate patrol positions. The Provision 223 was officially classified as a humanitarian relief transport, which was technically accurate. She was transporting 400,000 tons of humanitarian supplies to the Greev system. Medical equipment, food synthesizers, industrial materials, all properly documented and certified for crisis relief operations. That those same industrial materials could be used for manufacturing purposes that might include defensive equipment was incidental to their primary humanitarian purpose. Okonkwo was human, 43 years old, with 20 years of experience running blockades for various organizations that preferred not to be named in official records. Her current employer, the Lending Hand Foundation, paid better than most and had the advantage of making everything technically legal. Her comm officer looked up from his console. "Captain, we're being hailed by Senate patrol vessel Enforcement 14 WAMU. They're ordering us to heave to for inspection. Range, 200,000 kilometers and closing. They're on intercept trajectory." Okonkwo pulled up the patrol vessel's profile. Standard Senate enforcement frigate. Decent sensors, adequate engines, crew trained in customs procedures and boarding protocols. Not designed for the kind of legal warfare they were about to encounter. "Open channel," she said. The Senate patrol commander appeared on screen, a Vareth officer with the tired expression of someone who'd been given impossible orders and expected to execute them anyway. "LHF Provision 223. This is Commander Tesk of Senate Enforcement. You are approaching restricted space under emergency economic sanctions. Heave to and prepare for mandatory cargo inspection." "Commander Tesk," Okonkwo replied pleasantly. "The Provision 223 is a registered humanitarian transport operating under 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 Section 7 crisis relief protocols. We're transporting certified relief supplies to the Greev system. We're not subject to trade embargo restrictions. The embargo applies to all commercial traffic. We're not commercial traffic. We're humanitarian relief. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 Section 7 explicitly exempts crisis relief operations from economic sanctions. Article 44, Paragraph 17. Humanitarian assistance shall not be impeded by economic measures imposed for political purposes." "That's your own law, Commander." Tesk pulled up the regulation on his console. His expression suggested he'd just discovered that the rulebook he was supposed to enforce actually prevented him from enforcing anything. The sanctions specify trade restrictions. We're not trading. We're providing humanitarian relief under established protocols. No commercial exchange occurs. We deliver supplies to the Lending Hand Foundation's humanitarian coordination offices on the Greev homeworld. Everything is properly documented. Your cargo manifest lists industrial equipment, medical synthesizers, water purification systems, construction materials for refugee shelter assembly. All standard humanitarian supplies, all certified by the Senate Humanitarian Assessment Bureau. Would you like me to transmit the certification documents? They're only about 400 pages. Tesk was scrolling through regulations, looking for something, anything, that would give him legal authority to stop a humanitarian transport. He wasn't finding it. "Commander," Okonkwo said, "I understand your position. You have orders to enforce the embargo. But 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 Section 7 is very clear about humanitarian exemptions. If you prevent us from delivering crisis relief supplies, you're in violation of interstellar humanitarian law. That's a Commerce Court issue. Lots of paperwork." Significant liability exposure for enforcement personnel who impede relief operations. She pulled up a document. I'm required to inform you that the Lending Hand Foundation maintains comprehensive legal insurance for our relief operations. If you delay or prevent this delivery, our legal team will file interference charges. Those charges will name you personally, Commander Tesk, along with your commanding officers and the Senate Enforcement Division. The litigation could take years. You're threatening me with lawyers. I'm informing you of the legal consequences of interfering with certified humanitarian operations, as required by URSIP disclosure protocols. Tesk looked at his tactical display, at the humanitarian transport carrying 400,000 tons of supplies that were probably going to be used for purposes that weren't strictly medical, at the regulations that prevented him from doing anything about it, at the legal framework that had been specifically designed to make humanitarian aid untouchable. Proceed to your destination, he said finally, but this transport will be logged in our enforcement records. Absolutely, Commander. We maintain comprehensive documentation of all our relief operations. Transparency is very important. The channel closed. 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞's navigation officer updated the course plot. Senate patrol is maintaining distance. We're clear for Greev approach. Mark it as successful transit through humanitarian corridor, 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 said, and log the enforcement vessel's registry. Legal will want it for the reporting protocols. Her comm officer was monitoring other channels. Captain, I'm tracking 17 other Lending Hand Foundation transports in various stages of approaching the Greev system. All of them are being challenged by Senate enforcement. All of them are citing URSIP exemptions. How many are getting through? All of them so far. The Senate patrols don't have legal authority to stop humanitarian traffic. 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 pulled up a strategic display showing the embargo cordon. Senate vessels were positioned at every major approach vector to the Greev system. Dozens of ships, hundreds of personnel, millions of credits in operational costs, all of it rendered completely ineffective by a 400-page humanitarian aid exemption that Earth had probably helped write 3 decades ago when nobody was paying attention to the fine print. Navigation, what's our ETA to Greev orbit? 14 hours at current velocity. Maintain course and start prepping the cargo transfer documentation. I want everything properly filed before we dock. In the Senate Security Operations Center, Director Kess watched the embargo enforcement updates with the expression of someone who'd predicted exactly this outcome and taken no satisfaction in being correct. 17 humanitarian transports had approached the Greev system in the past 6 hours. 17 transports had been challenged by Senate enforcement. 17 transports had cited URSIP exemptions. 17 transports had been legally required to proceed unmolested. 0 transports had been stopped. 0 tons of cargo had been intercepted. 0 effectiveness in the embargo that the Senate had passed 6 hours ago. Commander Tesk appeared on the comm screen. Director, we're unable to enforce the embargo on humanitarian traffic. The URSIP exemptions are absolute. We don't have legal authority to inspect or delay certified relief operations. How much cargo is getting through? Current estimates, approximately 6.8 million tons per day via humanitarian corridors. That's more than the Greev system's pre-embargo trade volume. Kess pulled up the cargo manifests. Medical equipment, food supplies, construction materials, water purification systems. All of it properly certified as humanitarian aid. All of it dual-use materials that could support industrial manufacturing, defensive infrastructure, or technological development. All of it completely legal. What percentage of the traffic is actually humanitarian versus commercial? Unknown, Director. The documentation is comprehensive. Everything meets URSIP certification standards. We'd need to conduct physical inspections to verify contents, and we're legally prohibited from inspecting certified relief shipments. So Earth is running their entire supply operation through humanitarian exemptions. They're running humanitarian operations that happen to provide the same material support as commercial trade. The distinction is academic. Kess activated a channel to High Chancellor Vrel. Chancellor, the embargo is ineffective. Earth is using URSIP humanitarian corridors to bypass all trade restrictions. Current traffic volume through the corridors exceeds pre-embargo commercial traffic. Vrel appeared on screen looking exactly as tired as Kess felt. Can we challenge the humanitarian certification? not without proving that the shipments aren't actually humanitarian in nature. That would require inspections, which we're prohibited from conducting. Catch-22. What about the volume? Surely 6.8 million tons per day exceeds reasonable humanitarian needs. 𝐬𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 doesn't specify volume limits for crisis relief operations. The Greev homeworld has a population of 3 billion. The Foundation could argue that supporting 3 billion people requires significant material throughput. Our legal team says we can't challenge volume without challenging need, and challenging need requires proving the crisis is resolved, which contradicts our own earlier assessments that the Greev were facing extinction. So we're trapped. We're constrained by our own humanitarian protection frameworks, which were designed to prevent exactly this kind of political interference with relief operations. Vrel pulled up economic data. The Greev system logistics hub was still operating at full capacity. Ships were still docking for refueling and cargo transfer. Trade was still flowing through the sector. The embargo had changed exactly nothing. What if we expand the sanctions to include Earth-based organizations? That would require proving the Lending Hand Foundation is acting as a commercial entity rather than a humanitarian organization. They're registered as a non-profit. They operate under crisis relief protocols. They maintain comprehensive documentation. Challenging their status would take years of litigation through the commerce courts. And during those years, they continue operating under current legal frameworks. The challenge doesn't suspend their humanitarian certification. Kess closed the tactical display. Earth designed this system, didn't they? The 𝐬𝐿SUP exemptions, the humanitarian corridor protections, the certification frameworks. They've been building this legal infrastructure for decades. Probably, Vrel agreed, though proving deliberate framework construction would be difficult. They could argue they were simply advocating for strong humanitarian protections, which is technically admirable. It's technically brilliant strategic planning. They created legal frameworks that protect their own operations from exactly the kind of economic pressure we're trying to apply. And we voted for those frameworks, unanimously, because opposing humanitarian protection legislation would have made us look like monsters. Kess pulled up projections showing trade flow through the Greev system over the next 90 days, the remaining period of the Senate membership review. The humanitarian corridors would move approximately 612 million tons of supplies, all of it legally protected, all of it supporting the Greev economic development that was making them a qualified Senate applicant, all of it rendering the embargo completely irrelevant. Recommendations? Vrel asked. Rescind the embargo before we look more ineffective than we already do. Claim it was a temporary measure pending legal clarification. Save what dignity we can. And then, accept that economic pressure isn't going to work against a civilization that Earth has decided to protect. Find other leverage points, such as, we have 43 days left in the membership review period. If we can document specific evidence that the Greev are not genuinely sovereign, that they're a puppet state controlled by Earth, we can challenge their application. Earth will argue that commercial relationships don't prevent sovereignty. Then we need to prove that the relationships go beyond commercial, that Earth is actually governing Greev policy, that the Greev government is just a shell corporation for Terran interests. Vrel looked skeptical. You think we can prove that? I think we can try. And trying gives us something to show the other member states when they ask why we're opposing a civilization that meets all technical requirements for membership. Political theater. Political necessity. If we just roll over and accept the Greev application, we're signaling that Earth can buy Senate seats through humanitarian aid. If we fight it and lose, at least we demonstrated that we took the threat seriously. Vrel closed his displays. Rescind the embargo. Announce it as a good faith measure to facilitate humanitarian operations during the review period. Make it sound like we're being cooperative rather than ineffective. And the investigation? Proceed, quietly. Find evidence of Earth controlling Greev policy. We have 43 days. 3 days later, the Senate quietly rescinded the economic sanctions against the Greev system. The official announcement cited humanitarian considerations and ongoing dialogue with regional partners, and commitment to procedural fairness during the membership review process. The unofficial translation was simpler. The embargo didn't work, and maintaining it just made us look powerless. In her office aboard the THFS Compassion, Sarah Chen reviewed the rescission notice with professional satisfaction. 3 days, she said to Ambassador Miller via comlink. They maintained the embargo for 3 days before giving up. They didn't give up, Miller corrected. They strategically repositioned to preserve diplomatic credibility. Very different things. They gave up. They recognized that economic pressure is ineffective against humanitarian operations protected by comprehensive legal frameworks, which we established specifically to prevent exactly this kind of political interference. Chen pulled up data showing cargo throughput during the 3-day embargo period. 20.4 million tons delivered via humanitarian corridors. 0 tons intercepted. 0 delays in operations. 0 effectiveness in Senate economic warfare. The IRSUP exemptions worked exactly as designed, she said. The IRSUP exemptions worked exactly as we designed them when we advocated for their inclusion 30 years ago. Earth has always been very supportive of strong humanitarian protection legislation because we knew we'd eventually use it to bypass political restrictions. Because we believe humanitarian aid should be above politics. If that belief happens to align with our strategic interests, Miller shrugged. Fortunate coincidence. Chen closed the data displays. How many other systems are ready for the Greev model export? We have preliminary assessments on 14 civilizations currently facing existential crises. 7 are good candidates for humanitarian intervention with potential Senate membership pathways. 3 are borderline. 4 are too unstable for reliable development. So, 7 new client states in the next 5 years. 7 new humanitarian assistance partnerships with potential for sovereign development and regional integration. Very different terminology. 7 more Senate votes. 7 more civilizations that survive their crises and achieve economic maturity through foundation support. If they choose to apply for Senate membership and happen to maintain friendly commercial relationships with Earth-based organizations. Miller smiled. That's just good diplomatic relationship building. Chen pulled up the strategic projection showing potential Senate voting patterns if Earth controlled 8 aligned votes. Not controlling, not dominating. Just enough influence to matter on close decisions. Trade policy, infrastructure spending, humanitarian frameworks, military intervention protocols. All issues where 8 aligned votes could shift outcomes. The Senate is going to fight this, she said. The Senate is going to try to fight this using legal and political tools that we've already neutralized through 3 decades of framework development. They'll investigate. They'll file objections. They'll attempt to establish new membership criteria. All of it will take years while we continue operations under existing protocols. And if they succeed in blocking future applications, then we'll have already established 7 client states with Senate representation. That's enough influence to prevent any charter amendments that would disadvantage our interests. Catch 22. Chen looked at the Greev homeworld on her orbital display, at the Fortress Hospital, at the Civil Defense Force, at the Logistics Hub, at the 3-century debt obligation that gave Earth control disguised as commercial relationship, at the test case that was proving the model worked. 40 days until the membership vote, she said. 40 days for the Senate to find evidence that the Greev aren't genuinely sovereign, which they won't find, because the Greev are genuinely sovereign. They're just heavily influenced by commercial relationships and financial obligations, neither of which disqualify sovereignty. And if the Senate votes against membership anyway, then the Greev appeal to the Commerce Courts citing Article 17's mandatory language. The courts rule in their favor. The Senate is forced to grant membership anyway. Longer timeline, same outcome. Chen closed her displays. We've built a system where the Senate can't win. We've built humanitarian protection frameworks that prioritize saving lives over political convenience. If those frameworks happen to create strategic advantages for civilizations willing to partner with Earth, Miller shrugged. That's just effective crisis management. The comm channel closed. Chen stood alone in her office looking out at the Greev homeworld and the 17 humanitarian transports currently in various stages of approach. All of them carrying supplies that were technically relief aid and functionally economic development. All of them moving through legally protected corridors that embargo attempts couldn't touch. all of them proving that Earth had figured out how to bypass political opposition through procedural compliance and comprehensive documentation. The Senate had tried economic warfare. They'd failed, because Earth had spent 30 years building the legal frameworks that made economic warfare impossible to execute against humanitarian operations. And now those frameworks were protecting Earth's interests, while simultaneously saving civilizations that the Senate had refused to help. Win-win, except for the Senate, as per the agreement. Chapter 12, The Expansion. The neutral meeting station hung at the edge of unclaimed space, technically outside Senate jurisdiction, which made it perfect for discussions that both parties preferred to keep off official records. The station was small, maybe 200 meters across, operated by a consortium of independent traders who asked no questions and maintained no logs that couldn't be purchased for the right price. Ships came and went, deals were made. Everyone pretended not to notice what everyone else was doing. Ambassador Arthur Miller sat in a private conference room, reviewing data on his tablet while waiting for his appointments. 3 meetings scheduled. 3 civilizations facing existential crises. 3 opportunities to demonstrate that the Greev model was exportable, scalable, and absolutely unstoppable once deployed. The first delegation arrived precisely on time. The 𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 were an insectoid species, approximately 1.4 meters tall when standing upright, with 4 arms ending in delicate manipulators designed for fine mechanical work. They'd been a thriving industrial civilization 2 years ago. Population, 14 billion. Manufacturing output, significant enough to supply 3 neighboring systems with specialized electronics. Then the Dravic consortium had arrived. The Dravic were economic predators who'd perfected the art of hostile market integration. They didn't invade planets. They acquired them through debt manipulation, trade dependency, and strategic resource control. The 𝐒𝐿D had borrowed heavily to expand their manufacturing base. The Dravic had provided favorable terms. Then market conditions had shifted. Supply chains had been disrupted. Suddenly, the 𝐒𝐿D couldn't service their debt. The Dravic had offered generous restructuring terms. In exchange for majority ownership of every major industrial asset on the 𝐒𝐿D homeworld, the 𝐒𝐿D government had refused. The Dravic had implemented economic sanctions that made the Vornexian bombardment look gentle by comparison. No trade, no supplies, no access to markets. The 𝐒𝐿D economy had collapsed within months. Current projections showed total societal failure within 18 months. The Senate had declined to intervene, citing commercial disputes as outside their peacekeeping mandate, which brought the 𝐒𝐿D to this meeting station, looking for alternatives. Prime Minister 𝐒𝐿𝐵 stood across the table from Miller, her 4 arms clasped in the 𝐒𝐿D gesture of formal negotiation. Her translator rendered her speech patterns into Earth standard with acceptable accuracy. Ambassador Miller, the 𝐒𝐿D Collective appreciates your willingness to meet. We understand the Lending Hand Foundation has experience with difficult situations. We specialize in humanitarian assistance during existential crises. Miller replied, the 𝐒𝐿D situation appears to qualify. Economic collapse, infrastructure failure, projected societal disintegration. These are exactly the conditions our crisis response protocols are designed to address. He pulled up data on his tablet. I've reviewed your economic assessment. Current GDP, 400 million credits and falling. Debt obligations to the Dravic, 840 billion credits. Debt service requirements exceed total economic output by a factor of 17. The terms were reasonable when we accepted them. The terms were designed to ensure default, Miller corrected gently. The Dravic specialize in this model. Favorable initial rates, shifting market conditions, restructuring offers that transfer ownership. It's very effective economic warfare disguised as commercial lending. You're familiar with their methods. We're familiar with predatory lending practices, yes. Earth experienced similar patterns during our pre-unification period. Corporate states acquiring sovereign territory through debt manipulation. We developed countermeasures. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 leaned forward slightly. The Senate informed us that our situation is a commercial dispute outside their jurisdiction. They suggested we negotiate directly with the Dravic. The Senate is very good at avoiding responsibility for problems they find politically inconvenient. However, their jurisdiction doesn't limit our operations. The Lending Hand Foundation operates under humanitarian frameworks that don't require Senate approval. Miller pulled up a document. We can offer comprehensive economic assistance, debt restructuring, infrastructure support, manufacturing equipment, technical expertise, everything you need to stabilize your economy and maintain independence from Dravic acquisition attempts. At what cost? Service agreements, long-term repayment schedules, operational coordination during the reconstruction period, standard humanitarian aid terms. The terms the Greev accepted. You've been following that situation. The entire sector has been following that situation, Ambassador. The Greev went from extinction to Senate applicant status in 6 months, through humanitarian assistance that looks remarkably similar to what the Dravic attempted through predatory lending. Miller's expression remained professionally neutral. The difference is outcome orientation. The Dravic wanted ownership. We want partnership. The Greev maintained sovereign control of their government, their economy, their territory. They simply owe us money. A lot of money. A manageable amount of money spread over reasonable time frames. The debt is structured to be serviceable rather than overwhelming. We're not trying to force default. We're trying to ensure long-term economic sustainability. So you can collect your payments? So we can maintain productive relationships with civilizations we've invested in developing. Dead civilizations don't make payments, Prime Minister. We have strong incentives to keep our partners viable. 𝐬𝐨𝐫𝐞 pulled up data on her own tablet. The Greev owe you 642 billion credits over 3 centuries. That's effective economic control disguised as humanitarian assistance. That's a long-term service agreement with manageable annual obligations. The Greev retain sovereignty. They operate their own government. They make their own decisions. They simply have financial obligations that influence their decision-making framework. That's sophistry. That's accurate legal description. If you'd prefer, we can discuss alternative frameworks, debt-to-equity conversions, resource lease agreements, technology licensing arrangements. The Lending Hand Foundation is flexible on structure as long as the fundamentals are sound. Miller pulled up a preliminary assessment. Your manufacturing capabilities are still intact, just offline due to supply chain disruptions. We can provide raw materials, restart your production lines, help you establish new trade relationships. Within 6 months, you could be operating at 60% of pre-crisis capacity. Within 18 months, full economic recovery with diversified market access that makes you independent of Dravic control. In exchange for what? Reconstruction costs plus standard administrative overhead. Approximately 240 billion credits over 50 years. 8% annual interest. Very competitive rates for high-risk humanitarian lending. Plus operational coordination agreements giving us temporary oversight of key infrastructure during the recovery period. Temporary. Duration of crisis plus reconstruction. Approximately 2 years of receivership, then graduated return of full sovereign control as economic stability metrics are achieved. All properly documented, all completely transparent. 𝐬𝐶 read the preliminary terms. Everything was professional, reasonable, clearly structured. Everything looked exactly like the agreement that had turned the Greev into an Earth client state. You're offering to do to us what the Dravic tried to do, except with better documentation. We're offering to prevent the Dravic from acquiring your civilization by providing alternative financing with sustainable terms. The choice is yours, Prime Minister. Accept Dravic restructuring and lose sovereignty immediately, or accept our assistance and maintain sovereignty while managing long-term debt obligations. Those aren't really different outcomes. They're very different outcomes. Under Dravic control, you'd be a subsidiary. Your government would be advisory. Your economy would be optimized for Dravic profit extraction. Under our framework, you remain sovereign. Your government retains authority. Your economy is optimized for your own development. You just have service obligations to us. For 50 years. For 50 years. After which the debt is satisfied and the relationship becomes purely commercial. No special obligations, no oversight, just normal trade between independent civilizations. Miller closed his tablet. Prime Minister, the 𝐬𝐫𝐞 collective is facing economic extinction. The Dravic will acquire your assets within 18 months. The Senate won't intervene. Your options are limited. We're offering a path that preserves your sovereignty and prevents acquisition. The cost is debt and temporary oversight. The alternative is permanent loss of independence. 𝐒𝐮𝐻 was silent for a long moment, her forearms moving through complex gestures that the translator didn't attempt to interpret. We'll need time to review the detailed terms. Of course, I've prepared a comprehensive assistance package. 4,000 pages. Takes 72 hours. Consult with your economic advisors. When you're ready, we can formalize the agreement. And if we decline, then you negotiate with the Dravik and hope their restructuring terms are better than ours. Though I should note that the Dravik don't offer restructuring anymore. They're past that stage with you. They're just waiting for total collapse so they can acquire your assets at liquidation prices. Miller stood, offering the human gesture of farewell. We're trying to help, Prime Minister. Whether you accept that help is your decision, but the offer has a timeline. If we're going to prevent economic collapse, we need to begin operations within 30 days. After that, the deterioration may be too advanced for effective intervention. 𝐒𝐻 accepted the data packet containing the full assistance agreement. We'll contact you within 72 hours. We'll be waiting. The second meeting was shorter. The Varath had been fighting a civil war for 7 years. Resources depleted, infrastructure destroyed, population divided. Both sides were losing. Neither side could win. The Senate had attempted mediation 3 years ago and given up after 18 months of procedural gridlock. The Varath Southern Coalition representative, a military commander named Thres, who'd probably shot people that morning, listened to Miller's offer with the exhausted pragmatism of someone who understood that accepting help from questionable sources was better than extinction. You want to rebuild our planet. We want to end your civil war by making continued conflict economically non-viable. We provide reconstruction assistance to both coalitions simultaneously. Food, water, medical supplies, infrastructure support. Everything stops being scarce. Fighting over resources becomes pointless when resources are abundant. You're bribing us to stop killing each other. We're providing economic conditions that make peace more profitable than war. If you and the Northern Coalition both accept our assistance, you'll both benefit more from cooperation than from conflict. We'll help you establish joint economic coordination, trade frameworks, shared infrastructure. Within 18 months, reunification becomes the optimal strategy, and we'll owe you 340 billion credits collectively, split between coalitions based on population distribution, payable over 60 years, plus temporary governance coordination during the reconstruction period. We'll need both coalitions to work with our administrative teams to ensure efficient resource distribution. Thres looked at the preliminary terms. You're offering to buy peace. We're offering to finance peace. Whether you accept it is your decision. But I should note that the Lending Hand Foundation is currently in discussions with the Northern Coalition as well. If they accept and you decline, they'll have significant economic advantages in any resumed conflict. You're playing both sides. We're offering assistance to both sides with the explicit goal of making sides irrelevant. Peace is more profitable for everyone involved, Commander, including us. We collect more debt payments from stable civilizations than from war zones. Thres read the documentation with the careful attention of someone used to checking contracts for explosive clauses. You've done this before. We have extensive experience with post-conflict reconstruction. The Greev situation is our most recent success. They were facing extinction. Now they're applying for Senate membership. Effective assistance produces effective results. And effective debt. And effective debt, yes. Nothing is free, Commander. We're a humanitarian foundation, not a charity. We operate on cost recovery principles. Everything we provide gets billed. Everything gets paid back. We just structure the terms to be manageable rather than overwhelming. Thres closed the documentation. I'll discuss this with our coalition leadership. Please do, and I'd encourage quick decisions. The Northern Coalition is reviewing identical terms. Whoever signs first gets priority deployment. We have limited crisis response capacity. The third meeting was the most interesting. The Torvin were a religious theocracy facing technological stagnation. Their population of 8 billion was sustainable, but their technology base was eroding. No FTL capability, limited industrial output, declining scientific education. They weren't facing extinction. They were facing irrelevance, which made them perfect for a different model. High Priest Morthak sat across from Miller with the serene confidence of someone who believed divine will guided all events, and was curious to see how this particular event would be guided. Ambassador Miller, the Torvan Communion does not typically engage in economic relationships with external powers. We maintain spiritual and material self-sufficiency as a matter of religious principle. I understand completely, Miller said. The Lending Hand Foundation respects cultural autonomy. However, I wanted to discuss an opportunity that might align with your spiritual objectives while supporting material development. We do not seek material development. You seek to preserve your civilization's independence and cultural integrity. Yes. That's difficult to maintain when neighboring civilizations achieve FTL capability and your society remains planet-bound. Not impossible, but difficult. Eventually, external pressures mount. Trade dependencies develop. Cultural dilution begins. Morthak's expression didn't change, but his posture shifted slightly. You're suggesting we need FTL capability to preserve our isolation. I'm suggesting that technological parity provides better options for preserving cultural autonomy than technological dependence. We can provide FTL technology transfer, industrial equipment, educational support, not to change your culture, to give you tools to protect it, in exchange for debt and oversight. In exchange for licensing fees and technical cooperation, a different model than the crisis response framework. You're not in immediate danger, so crisis protocols don't apply. Instead, we offer standard technology transfer agreements. You license our FTL systems, pay ongoing fees, maintain your sovereignty and cultural practices. Why would we want FTL capability if we value isolation? Because isolation requires the capability to enforce it. When your neighbors have FTL and you don't, your isolation becomes dependence on their decision not to visit you. When you have FTL, your isolation becomes a choice you can actively maintain. Miller pulled up regional data. 3 of your neighboring systems have achieved FTL capability in the last decade. 2 more are close. Within 20 years, you'll be surrounded by civilizations that can reach your planet easily. Your current defense infrastructure is designed for planetary threats. You're not equipped to prevent orbital approaches. You're suggesting we need military capability. I'm suggesting you need defensive capability sufficient to maintain the boundaries you choose to establish. If those boundaries include no unannounced visitors, you need the technology to enforce that boundary. Morthak was silent for a moment, processing the implications. And you would provide this technology. We would license FTL systems, provide manufacturing equipment for defensive infrastructure, offer technical training for your personnel. Standard technology transfer terms, 50-year licensing agreement, renewable at mutual discretion, costs approximately 180 billion credits over the license period. That's significantly less than your other proposals. You're not in crisis. We're not providing emergency assistance. This is a straightforward commercial relationship. You license our technology, we collect fees, everyone benefits from the arrangement. And the oversight requirements? Minimal. We need access to verify license compliance. Make sure you're not reverse engineering our systems or selling them to third parties. Standard intellectual property protection, but no governance coordination, no receivership. You maintain complete sovereign control. Morthak read the preliminary licensing terms with careful attention. This is less intrusive than your crisis assistance model. You're in a better negotiating position than civilizations facing immediate extinction. We adjust our frameworks accordingly. But the outcome is similar. We become dependent on your technology. You collect payments for 50 years. We integrate into your commercial network. You gain defensive capability to maintain your autonomy. We collect licensing fees for providing that capability. It's a commercial transaction, High Priest. No hidden angles. Except that after 50 years of licensing your FTL systems, our technological development is oriented around your platforms. Switching to alternative systems becomes economically impractical. We're locked into long-term dependency. Miller smiled slightly. That's accurate. Technology licensing creates path dependency. But the alternative is remaining technologically stagnant while your neighbors advance. Which dependency is worse? planned technological partnership or unplanned cultural absorption when your isolation becomes impossible to maintain. Morthak closed the documentation. I will consult with the communion leadership. Please do. And I should mention, we're in discussions with 7 other civilizations in this region. The licensing agreements aren't exclusive, but priority access to our technical support goes to early adopters. Later licensees experience longer deployment timelines, creating incentive for rapid decision-making, creating honest assessment of our capacity constraints. We can't deploy to everyone simultaneously. First agreements get first service. Miller sat alone in the conference room after the 3rd delegation departed, reviewing his schedule. 3 meetings, 3 offers, 3 different frameworks tailored to 3 different situations. Crisis assistance for the 𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 facing economic extinction, conflict resolution for the Varath facing civil war, technology licensing for the Torvin facing irrelevance, all of them leading to the same outcome: long-term debt relationships, operational influence, and eventual orientation toward Earth-aligned interests. His communicator chimed, Sarah Chen from the Compassion. How did the meetings go? Productive. The 𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 will sign within 72 hours. They don't have better options. The Varath need more internal discussion, but the military commander understood the calculus. The Torvin are cautious but interested. So, potentially 3 new partnerships. Plus, the 4 others we're negotiating with through normal channels. 7 total in development. If they all proceed, we're looking at approximately 1.8 trillion credits in debt relationships across the region within 18 months. And 7 potential Senate applicants. The 𝐭𝐨𝐫𝐞 qualify immediately. They have existing FTL capability and economic infrastructure. The Varath will qualify after reunification and reconstruction. The Torvin aren't interested in Senate membership, but they'll be reliable commercial partners. The others vary. Miller pulled up a regional map showing potential client states. This sector is becoming an Earth-aligned economic zone. Not through conquest, not through colonization, through humanitarian assistance and technology licensing. All perfectly legal. All completely voluntary from the recipient's perspective. And the Senate is watching this happen in real time and discovering they have no effective countermeasures. They tried economic sanctions against the Greev, failed completely. They're investigating Greev's sovereignty. Won't find evidence because the Greev are genuinely sovereign. They can try the same approaches against these new partnerships and they'll fail the same ways. How long until they try military intervention? Unknown. But I suspect we'll find out soon. The Greev membership vote is in 37 days. If they vote to approve, that sets precedent for accepting debt-aligned civilizations. If they vote to deny, the Greev appeal and win through the courts. Either way, the Senate loses legitimacy. And when they lose legitimacy through procedural means, they start considering non-procedural options. Exactly. Which is why we're accelerating deployment schedules. The more client states we establish before any military escalation, the more difficult intervention becomes. Attack 1 humanitarian operation, you're dealing with 1 crisis. Attack 7 simultaneously, you're looking at quadrant-wide destabilization. Chen pulled up deployment data. We have 4 more crisis response fleets in staging. If all 7 partnerships formalize, we can have operations underway within 90 days. Proceed with preparation. I want us ready to deploy the moment agreements are signed. The faster we establish presence, the less room the Senate has to interfere. The channel closed. Miller sat alone, looking at the regional map showing potential Earth-aligned civilizations spreading across the sector like an economic infection. The Greev had been the proof of concept. These 7 would be the proof of scalability. And the Senate was about to discover that opposing 7 humanitarian operations simultaneously was significantly more complicated than opposing 1. They could fight the Greev application. They could investigate sovereignty claims. They could attempt economic sanctions. But they couldn't do all of that against 7 civilizations at once, without openly admitting they were opposing humanitarian assistance for political reasons. And once they admitted that, every crisis civilization in the quadrant would know that Senate protection was conditional on political convenience, which would drive more civilizations to seek alternative partnerships, which would expand Earth's network further, which would weaken Senate influence more. positive feedback loop, all perfectly legal, all completely unstoppable once deployed at scale. Miller closed his displays and prepared for the next meeting. He had 4 more delegations scheduled this week. The expansion was accelerating. Chapter 13. The Escalation. Part 1. The Senate Security Council convened in closed session 32 days before the Greev membership vote. High Chancellor Vrel stood at the center of a conference room designed for decisions that would never appear in public records. 27 delegates representing the most powerful civilizations in the Senate, military commanders, intelligence directors, the people who made decisions when procedure became insufficient. The situation is escalating beyond our control, Vrel said, pulling up regional data. Earth has formalized humanitarian assistance agreements with 7 civilizations in this sector. 3 more are in final negotiations. Within 6 months, we're looking at a network of 10 debt-aligned client states controlling strategic positions across the entire region. He highlighted the systems on the tactical display. The Greev system controls the primary trade corridor. The 𝐒𝐫𝐞 homeworld sits on the largest rare earth deposits in the sector. The Varath territories provide direct access to the outer rim. Individually, these are minor strategic assets. Collectively, they represent effective control over regional commerce, resource distribution, and military positioning. Admiral 𝐒𝐿 stood from his seat. We've attempted economic pressure. It failed. We've investigated sovereignty claims. Found nothing actionable. We've filed legal challenges. They're tied up in commerce court procedures that will take decades. Earth has blocked every conventional response. Which brings us to unconventional responses, Vrel said carefully. The room went very quiet. You're proposing military intervention, said Ambassador Threx. I'm proposing a peacekeeping operation to assess humanitarian aid compliance and ensure that crisis relief operations haven't evolved into unauthorized military infrastructure. That's military intervention with diplomatic language. That's fulfilling our responsibility to maintain galactic stability. The Lending Hand Foundation has deployed fortress hospitals, proxy armies disguised as civil defense forces, and planetary shield generators classified as weather systems. This goes beyond humanitarian assistance. This is militarization under civilian cover. Threx pulled up the legal analysis his team had prepared. The problem is proof. Everything Earth has deployed is documented as humanitarian infrastructure. We'd need to demonstrate military intent, which requires evidence we don't have. We have circumstantial evidence, Director 𝐒𝐿 interjected. The Greev Civil Defense Force destroyed 3 Vorkash scouts using equipment classified as non-lethal crowd control. The Fortress Hospital coordinates tactical operations. The weather modification array generates electromagnetic signatures consistent with projected energy shielding. Circumstantial evidence isn't sufficient for legal intervention. Which is why we don't pursue legal intervention, Vrel said. We pursue peacekeeping assessment under Article 89 of the Senate Security Charter. That article grants the Security Council authority to conduct mandatory inspections of any installations that could potentially threaten regional stability. Earth will challenge the authority. Earth will file objections through proper channels. Those objections will take months to process. During that time, we conduct our assessment. If we find evidence of military infrastructure, we have legal grounds to demand dismantling. If they refuse, we have grounds for enforcement action. Admiral Vornexian pulled up tactical projections. You're talking about deploying Senate forces to Greev space to conduct inspections against Earth's objections. That's not peacekeeping. That's occupation. That's mandatory security assessment conducted under proper charter authority. We're not occupying. We're inspecting. If the Lending Hand Foundation has nothing to hide, they should welcome transparency. And if they resist inspection, then they're obstructing legitimate security oversight, which justifies escalated enforcement measures. The room was silent for a long moment. Threx spoke up. This sets a dangerous precedent. Using security inspections as justification for military deployment against humanitarian operations. If we do this to Earth, what's to prevent other civilizations from doing it to us? The difference, Vrel said, is that we're actually conducting legitimate oversight. Earth is actually building military infrastructure under humanitarian cover. We're not manufacturing a crisis, we're responding to one. As long as we're confident in that distinction, I'm confident that if we don't act now, Within a year, Earth will control this entire sector through debt relationships and proxy forces. At that point, intervention becomes impossible without full-scale conflict. This is our window. Vote was called. 17 in favor, 7 opposed, 3 abstentions. The Senate Security Council authorized peacekeeping assessment operations under Article 89. Admiral Vornexian stood on the bridge of the SDF resolution, watching his tactical display update as the peacekeeping fleet entered Greev space. 23 vessels, 4 heavy cruisers, 12 frigates, 7 support ships, approximately 14,000 personnel. The largest Senate military deployment in a decade. All of it justified as security assessment and humanitarian compliance verification. All of it functioning as military occupation. Status, Vornexian said to his tactical officer. Entering Greev orbital space. No hostile contacts. We're being hailed by Greev traffic control and multiple Lending Hand Foundation vessels. Multiple? 17 distinct contacts. 12 classified as humanitarian transports. 5 designated as orbital support platforms. They're broadcasting standard civilian identification codes, but their power signatures suggest military-grade systems. Vornexian pulled up the contact data. The humanitarian transports were the same vessels that had bypassed the embargo attempt. The orbital support platforms were new, large structures that the manifests classified as logistics coordination hubs, which meant they were probably weapons platforms. Open channel to Greev traffic control. The screen lit up with a Greev controller who looked far too calm for someone watching a Senate fleet enter their orbital space. SDF resolution, this is Greev orbital coordination. We acknowledge your approach. Please transmit your flight plan and operational authorization for traffic management purposes. This is Admiral Vornexian commanding Senate Security Council peacekeeping assessment operations. We're conducting mandatory inspections under Article 89 authority. We'll require landing clearance for inspection teams at designated facilities. Admiral, I'm required to inform you that all Lending Hand Foundation facilities in Greev space are classified as humanitarian operations under IRSEP protocols. Article 89 inspections require prior notification and coordination with the operating organizations. Have you filed the necessary pre-assessment documentation? Vornexian looked at his legal officer, who was frantically pulling up Article 89 procedures. Article 89 grants immediate assessment authority in situations involving potential security threats. Correct, Admiral. However, Section 4 of Article 89 specifies that assessments of humanitarian operations require 48 hours advance notification to allow proper coordination and ensure inspection activities don't disrupt crisis relief operations. Have you provided that notification? The legal officer shook his head. We didn't file advance notification. The assessment authorization assumed immediate authority. Vornexian's communicator lit up with an incoming transmission from Ambassador Miller, who was probably somewhere in the system coordinating exactly this kind of bureaucratic obstruction. Admiral Vornexian, this is Ambassador Miller. I understand you're conducting Article 89 security assessments. The Lending Hand Foundation is committed to full transparency and cooperation with Senate oversight. However, we'll need to coordinate inspection schedules to ensure our humanitarian operations aren't disrupted. Perhaps you could transmit your assessment protocols and we can establish a proper coordination framework. Ambassador, we have immediate assessment authority. You have assessment authority subject to Article 89 procedural requirements. Section 4 is very clear about advance notification for humanitarian operations. I'm sure your legal team has reviewed the relevant protocols. Vornexian's legal officer was reading Section 4 with the expression of someone discovering that the sledgehammer he'd been ordered to swing was actually made of paperwork. Admiral, the officer said quietly, Section 4 does require 48 hours notification for humanitarian facilities. It's a protection clause to prevent political harassment of relief operations. We'd need to file formal notification and wait the required period before conducting inspections. That gives them 48 hours to hide anything they don't want us to see. That gives them 48 hours to coordinate inspection schedules, yes. But if we proceed without proper notification, they can file interference charges and our entire assessment becomes legally questionable. Miller's voice continued from the comm system. Admiral, I've prepared a coordination protocol for your assessment operations. It's only about 200 pages. If your legal team could review it and provide feedback, we can establish a schedule that satisfies Article 89 requirements while ensuring our humanitarian operations continue uninterrupted. Vorian was beginning to understand why the embargo had failed so completely. Ambassador Miller, we're not here for bureaucratic coordination. We're here to verify that your humanitarian operations aren't actually military installations. And we welcome that verification, Admiral. Transparency is very important to the Lending Hand Foundation. We just need to ensure the verification process follows proper protocols. I'm sure you understand, we can't have unauthorized military forces wandering through active humanitarian facilities, liability issues, safety concerns, that sort of thing. You're obstructing a legitimate security assessment. We're ensuring proper coordination of a legitimate security assessment. Very different things. As soon as you file the required notification and we establish appropriate protocols, we'll be happy to facilitate your inspections. Vorian closed the channel and turned to his tactical officer. Launch reconnaissance drones, full sensor sweeps of all Lending Hand Foundation facilities. If they won't let us inspect directly, we'll collect data remotely. Sir, that might be interpreted as hostile intelligence gathering. It's security assessment data collection. Launch the drones. The reconnaissance drones deployed from the SDF Resolution in coordinated patterns. They're sophisticated sensor packages designed to penetrate civilian shielding and provide detailed structural analysis of target facilities. They lasted approximately 40 seconds before the Greev Civil Defense Force demonstrated what non-lethal crowd control equipment could do to aerial reconnaissance platforms. The first drone entered the scanning pattern over the Mercy Hub. The hospital's weather monitoring systems activated, generating a focused electromagnetic pulse that fried the drone's electronics. It fell from the sky like a stone. The second drone attempted to scan one of the Defender-class agricultural platforms. The platform's pest control systems, which were technically sonic disruptors rated for dispersing large animal populations, locked onto the drone and hit it with enough acoustic pressure to shatter its composite housing. It disintegrated mid-flight. The third through seventh drones were engaged by aerial agricultural coordination units, which were technically pollination drones operating in defensive swarm formation and systematically disabled through coordinated electromagnetic interference. On the bridge of the Resolution, Vorian watched his reconnaissance assets disappear from tactical displays with mounting frustration. They're destroying our drones. They're defending their airspace against unauthorized intelligence-gathering platforms, his legal officer corrected. Technically, we're in violation of their sovereign territory rights by deploying military reconnaissance assets without authorization. We have Article 89 authority. We have assessment authority subject to proper coordination. Deploying drones before filing notification is legally questionable. The Greev government could argue we're conducting hostile intelligence operations. Vorian pulled up what little data the drones had managed to transmit before being destroyed. The Mercy Hub was heavily shielded. Power signatures indicated military-grade fusion cores. The agricultural platforms had weapons-grade sensor arrays. The orbital support platforms were definitely not civilian logistics hubs. All of it circumstantial, none of it definitive proof. Sir, his tactical officer said urgently, we're detecting energy signatures from multiple ground installations. They're powering up defensive systems. Vorian's tactical display lit up with threat indicators. The Defender-class platforms were activating. The Civil Defense Force was deploying to positions around major facilities. The orbital support platforms were extending what the sensors tentatively identified as weapons arrays. They're preparing for combat. They're implementing defensive protocols in response to military reconnaissance operations in their sovereign space, the legal officer said, which is their legal right. Miller's voice appeared on the comm system again. Admiral Vorian, I'm detecting unauthorized drone deployments over Greev territory. That's a violation of sovereign airspace. I'm required to inform you that continued intelligence gathering operations will be interpreted as hostile action, and the Greev Collective will exercise their right to self-defense. Ambassador, we're conducting security assessments. You're deploying military reconnaissance platforms without proper authorization. That's intelligence gathering, not assessment. If you'd like to conduct assessments, please file the required Article 89 notification, and we'll establish proper coordination protocols. Until then, any military operations in Greev space will be treated as hostile. Vorian cut the channel. "Tactical assessment," he demanded. His tactical officer pulled up threat analysis. "Sir, if they're actually prepared to defend against our assessment operations, we're looking at a significant engagement. The ground installations have defensive capabilities equivalent to theater missile defense. The Civil Defense Force numbers approximately 10,000 personnel in power armor with heavy weapons. The orbital platforms have what appears to be point defense systems and possibly ship-to-ship capabilities. You're saying they can contest a Senate peacekeeping fleet. I'm saying they have defensive infrastructure sufficient to make any forced inspection operation extremely costly. We'd need to suppress their ground defenses, neutralize their civil defense force, and secure the facilities against active resistance. That's not an inspection, that's an invasion." Vorian looked at his fleet disposition. 23 ships, 14,000 personnel, designed for peacekeeping operations and security assessments, not designed for forcing entry against a fortified planet with theater defense capabilities. "Pull back to high orbit," he ordered. "Defensive formation, and get me a secure channel to High Chancellor Vrel." "They're not going to let us inspect," Vorian reported. "They've activated defensive systems and positioned their civil defense force around all major facilities. If we attempt forced entry, we're looking at full-scale combat." Vrel appeared on the secure channel looking exactly as frustrated as Vorian felt. "We have Article 89 authority. We don't need their permission. We need the ability to conduct inspections without triggering a shooting war, Chancellor. And we don't have that. Earth has turned the Greev homeworld into a fortified position. Our assessment operations would require military assault to execute. Then we conduct military assault. We have authorization. Article 89 authorizes assessments, not invasions. If we attack Greev defensive positions to force inspections, we're no longer conducting security oversight. We're conducting military occupation of a sovereign civilization. A sovereign civilization harboring Earth's military infrastructure. A sovereign civilization operating humanitarian facilities that happen to have defensive capabilities. The distinction matters, Chancellor. If we attack, we're the aggressors. Earth becomes the defender of a humanitarian operation against Senate military action." Vrel was silent for a moment. "Recommendations? We need to either file proper Article 89 notification and conduct coordinated inspections, or we need to escalate to actual military enforcement. Half measures won't work. Earth has prepared for exactly this scenario. If we escalate to enforcement, we're committing to full-scale military operation." "Yes, which means deploying significantly more forces, accepting higher casualties, and justifying offensive action against humanitarian facilities to the broader Senate. That's a political decision, not a tactical one." Vrel closed his displays. "Hold position. Defensive posture. Don't engage unless engaged. I need to consult with the Security Council." The channel closed. Vorian stood on his bridge, watching the Greev homeworld on his tactical display. The fortress hospital. The agricultural platforms that were actually weapons emplacements. The Civil Defense Force in their industrial hazard suits holding their hydraulic rescue tools at ready positions. A fortified planet that looked like a humanitarian operation and functioned like a military installation. And a Senate fleet that had arrived to conduct inspections and discovered it didn't have the capability to force compliance. "Maintain defensive formation," he ordered, "and start calculating what we'd need for actual military suppression of those ground installations." "Sir, are we planning to attack?" "We're planning for contingencies. If the Security Council decides to escalate, I want to know exactly what that escalation costs." His tactical officer began running simulations. The results were not encouraging. Chapter 14. The Escalation. Part 2. The Senate Security Council reconvened 8 hours after Admiral Vorian's report. High Chancellor Vrel stood at the conference table reviewing tactical simulations that showed exactly how expensive forcing inspections would be. "Admiral Vorian's assessment is clear," he said. "The Greev homeworld is fortified. Conducting inspections against active resistance would require military suppression of defensive installations. Estimated casualties, 2,000, 4,000 Senate personnel. Estimated duration, 14-21 days of sustained combat operations. For inspections," Threx said. We're talking about invading a planet to verify that humanitarian facilities are actually humanitarian facilities. We're talking about enforcing legitimate security oversight against illegal militarization, Vrel corrected. The cost is high, but the cost of allowing Earth to establish fortified client states across the sector is higher. Director Kess pulled up strategic projections. If we back down now, we signal that Earth can deploy military infrastructure under humanitarian cover without consequence. Every crisis civilization in the quadrant will know that Senate oversight is toothless. Earth's expansion accelerates. And if we escalate, we demonstrate that humanitarian frameworks have limits, that fortification has consequences. We force Earth to either withdraw their military assets or openly admit their military assets. Either way, we establish boundaries. Admiral Vornexian appeared via comlink. Chancellor, if we're committing to military suppression, I need authorization to engage defensive installations with lethal force. Current rules of engagement restrict us to defensive actions only. You're requesting authorization to attack civilian facilities. I'm requesting authorization to suppress military installations that are classified as civilian facilities. The distinction is semantic. Vrel looked around the table. At 27 faces representing the most powerful civilizations in the Senate, at the decision point between procedural defeat and military escalation, vote on authorization for military suppression operations. Admiral Vornexian is authorized to engage Greev defensive installations with necessary force to facilitate security assessment operations. The vote was closer than the Article 89 authorization had been. 14 in favor, 9 opposed, 4 abstentions. Military engagement was authorized. Admiral Vornexian received the authorization codes with the grim satisfaction of someone who'd argued against a decision but would execute it professionally. All ships, this is Fleet Command. We are authorized to engage defensive installations preventing security assessment operations. Rules of engagement are hereby updated to permit offensive action against military targets classified as humanitarian infrastructure. He pulled up the tactical plan his team had prepared during the 8-hour wait. Target priority: Defender-class agricultural platforms. These installations provide theater defense coverage and must be suppressed before ground operations can proceed. Frigate divisions will engage with ship-to-surface ordnance. Cruisers will provide fire support and counter-battery operations. His tactical officer updated targeting solutions. Sir, the Defender-class platforms are positioned in civilian zones. Some are within 200 meters of population centers. They're military installations in civilian zones. Precision strikes. Minimize collateral damage but prioritize mission objectives. Aye, sir. All batteries acquiring targets. On the Greev homeworld, Captain Marcus Chen stood in the Civil Defense Force Command Center watching Senate fleet positions update on tactical displays. They're targeting the Defender platforms. His tactical coordinator reported. Frigate divisions splitting into attack formations. Estimate time to engagement, 4 minutes. Chen activated his comm system, broadcasting to all civil defense companies deployed around the platforms. All units, Senate forces are engaging. Defensive protocols are active. You are authorized to use all available equipment to protect civilian facilities and humanitarian infrastructure. ROE is defensive only. Do not fire on Senate forces unless they engage our positions. He paused. But if they engage our positions, make them regret it. Across the planet, 10,000 Greev in industrial hazard suits received the order and began final equipment checks. Hydraulic rescue tools powered up. Non-lethal crowd control devices activated. Emergency response coordination systems synchronized targeting data. All of it perfectly legal. All of it about to be used for purposes the documentation had carefully avoided specifying. The Senate frigates, Enforcement 7 and Enforcement 11, made their attack runs in coordinated pairs, approaching Defender Platform 23 from different vectors to split defensive fire. The platform was positioned on elevated terrain overlooking a major Greev population center. Its official designation, Agricultural Coordination Hub with enhanced structural protection. Its actual function, point defense battery with theater-level coverage. The frigates launched their ordnance at 40,000 meters. Guided missiles designed to penetrate hardened installations without excessive blast radius. Precision weapons for precision targeting. The Defender platform's pest control systems activated, focused acoustic arrays locked onto incoming missiles. Multiple disruptors coordinated fire, creating overlapping pressure waves that disrupted guidance systems and compromised structural integrity. The missiles began tumbling, their targeting solutions corrupted by acoustic interference. 3 missiles detonated prematurely at 8,000 meters. 2 reached the platform but impacted at incorrect angles, their warheads failing to penetrate the environmental shielding that was actually 400 mm ferro-concrete reinforcement. The frigates banked for second pass approach. The Defender platform's secondary systems, officially classified as emergency signaling equipment, locked onto the Senate vessels and transmitted targeting data to nearby Titan agricultural platforms. 4 Titans, positioned in what the documentation called optimal crop management positions, received the targeting solutions. Their dual-use kinetic dispersers rotated on 360-degree mounting points, elevating to firing angles that agricultural seed distribution absolutely did not require. They fired. The seed pods left the dispersers at 850 meters per second, following ballistic trajectories calculated by systems designed for soil density analysis. The pods were tungsten carbide composite, each one massed 4.7 kilograms. They were designed to penetrate hard-packed soil and bedrock. They worked equally well on frigate armor plating. Enforcement 7 took 3 hits along its port side. The pods punched through the hull, their kinetic energy creating catastrophic damage to internal systems. The frigate's reactor containment held, but maneuvering thrusters failed. The ship began tumbling in uncontrolled descent. Enforcement 11 attempted evasive maneuvers. The Titans adjusted fire, their targeting computers tracking the frigate's new trajectory with the precision of agricultural equipment that happened to be very good at calculating ballistic solutions. 2 more pods impacted the frigate's engine section. Secondary explosions rippled through the engineering spaces. The ship's power systems failed. Both frigates crashed in unpopulated zones approximately 14 kilometers from the Defender platform. Casualty estimates, 240 Senate personnel. Cause of loss, agricultural equipment malfunction. Admiral Vornexian watched the frigate icons disappear from his tactical display with the cold calculation of someone updating cost projections. 2 frigates down. Enforcement 7 none and Enforcement 11 none. Casualties unknown. Cause, kinetic projectile impacts from ground-based platforms. The agricultural platforms are firing on our ships with what appears to be railgun velocity kinetic weapons. Those are seed dispersal systems. Those are anti-ship weapons disguised as seed dispersal systems. And they're effective. Update tactical assessment. Ground installations are hostile and actively engaging fleet assets. His tactical officer was recalculating engagement parameters. Sir, if all Defender platforms have similar capabilities and all Titan platforms can provide fire support, we're looking at theater-level anti-ship coverage across the entire planet. Our frigates can't operate in that environment without suppression. Then we suppress. Cruiser divisions, engage Titan platforms with heavy ordnance. I want those agricultural installations destroyed before they can engage more of our ships. The heavy cruisers, Resolution and Vindication, began target acquisition, their main batteries designed for ship-to-ship combat but perfectly capable of surface bombardment. They fired on the Titan platforms that had destroyed the frigates. The Mercy Hub's comprehensive environmental monitoring systems detected the incoming fire. What happened next was technically classified as emergency medical evacuation support, but functionally operated as integrated air defense. The Mercy Hub systems, which officially monitored atmospheric conditions for optimal patient transport, coordinated with the Pollination drone network to create overlapping electromagnetic interference zones. The Senate cruise missiles entered zones where their guidance systems experienced cascading failures. 2 missiles detonated harmlessly at altitude. 3 missed their targets by margins that suggested their targeting computers had been actively disrupted. 1 missile reached its target, Titan Agricultural Platform 14. The platform's environmental shielding absorbed most of the blast, but structural damage was significant. The platform was offline. Cost, 1 Titan platform destroyed. Cost to achieve that destruction, 2 frigates, 5 missiles, and revealing that the Mercy Hub was coordinating planetary air defense. The tactical math was not favorable. On the ground, the Civil Defense Force engaged Senate landing parties, attempting to secure positions near disabled Titan platforms. The Senate Marines deployed from assault shuttles in standard formation, expecting to face civilian resistance or light defensive forces. They encountered 400 Greev-empowered exoskeletons carrying industrial rescue equipment. The engagement was brief. The Civil Defense Force's hydraulic rescue tools, officially rated for cutting through ferro-concrete and metal debris, cut through Marine combat armor with equal efficiency. The vibrating carbide edges designed for structural extraction proved equally effective at structural dismemberment. The non-lethal crowd control devices generated acoustic pressure at frequencies that disrupted Marine tactical communications and, at close range, caused severe disorientation and structural damage to unshielded personnel. The emergency response exoskeletons provided strength augmentation that let smaller Greev operators match or exceed Marine combat effectiveness in close-quarters engagement. The Marines retreated after sustaining 47% casualties in the first 12 minutes. The Civil Defense Force held their positions, their industrial hazard suits showing minimal damage, their hydraulic rescue tools operating within normal parameters. Casualty report: 89 Senate Marines killed or incapacitated. 14 Greev civil defense personnel with equipment damage requiring maintenance. Operational assessment: Civil Defense Force is combat effective against Senate Marine units. Revised classification: not recommended to engage Civil Defense Force in ground operations without significant numerical superiority and heavy fire support. 6 hours into the engagement, Admiral Vornexian stood on his bridge reviewing casualty reports and tactical assessments. 2 frigates destroyed, 1 damaged, 3 assault shuttles lost. 374 Senate personnel confirmed casualties. Unknown additional casualties from failed landing operations. Greev defensive installations destroyed, 1 Titan platform. Partial damage to 2 Defender platforms. Cost exchange ratio: approximately 374 Senate casualties per 1 agricultural platform destroyed. Tactical assessment, Vornexian demanded. His tactical officer pulled up updated projections. Sir, continued operations at current engagement levels would require approximately 47 days to suppress all defensive installations. Projected casualties: 12,000, 18,000 personnel. Fleet losses: 8 to 12 vessels. Success probability: 67%. 67%. The defensive installations are more capable than initial assessments suggested. The Civil Defense Force is combat effective. The coordination between ground installations, orbital platforms, and drone networks indicates integrated tactical command. This isn't a humanitarian operation defending itself. This is a military defense network operating under civilian classification, which is what we came to prove. Which we've proven, sir, at the cost of 374 personnel. Continuing operations to complete inspections would cost thousands more. Vornexian looked at his tactical display, at the Greev homeworld with its fortress hospital coordinating air defense, at the agricultural platforms functioning as anti-ship batteries, at the Civil Defense Force holding defensive positions with their rescue equipment, at the proof that Earth had militarized a humanitarian operation, and at the cost of forcing inspections through that militarization. All ships cease offensive operations, maintain defensive posture, establish high orbit holding pattern. Sir, we have authorization to continue. We have authorization. We don't have cost-effective execution capability. I'm not losing half my fleet to prove what we already know. He activated his secure channel to High Chancellor Varel. Chancellor, we've engaged Greev defensive installations. Confirmed. They're military-grade systems operating under civilian classification. We've proven militarization. Continuing operations to complete forced inspections would cost approximately 12,000 casualties and half my fleet. Recommend we withdraw and use the evidence we've gathered to challenge Greev membership application through legal channels. Varel appeared on screen looking older than he had 8 hours ago. You're requesting permission to retreat. I'm requesting permission to terminate operations that have achieved their intelligence gathering objectives at acceptable cost and would achieve their inspection objectives only at unacceptable cost. We came to verify militarization. We've verified it. We don't need to die proving it further. Vrel was silent for a long moment. Approved. Withdraw to neutral space. Compile all tactical data for Senate presentation. We'll challenge the Greev application with evidence of military infrastructure. And if Earth claims it's all defensive humanitarian protection, then we explain how agricultural platforms destroyed our frigates and rescue equipment killed our Marines. Let the Senate decide if that constitutes appropriate humanitarian infrastructure. The channel closed. Vornexian gave the withdrawal order. The Senate peacekeeping fleet began its retreat from Greev space, leaving behind wreckage of 2 frigates and the bodies of 374 personnel who'd died conducting security assessments of humanitarian facilities. In the Civil Defense Force Command Center, Captain Chen watched the Senate fleet withdraw and filed his after-action report. Defensive Engagement Summary. Duration: 6 hours, 14 minutes. Senate forces engaged. 23 vessels, estimated 14,000 personnel. Defensive systems activated. Defender platforms, 47. Titan platforms, 400. Mercy Hub coordination systems, Pollination drone network, Civil Defense Force, deployed strength, 4,000 personnel. Senate casualties: 374 confirmed, unknown additional from failed landing operations. Lach, Greev casualties: 14 personnel with equipment damage, 1 Titan platform destroyed, 2 Defender platforms with structural damage. Equipment performance: all systems operated within specifications. Industrial rescue tools, crowd control devices, and agricultural platforms performed as designed. Operational assessment: Senate forces withdrew after determining cost-exchange ratio unfavorable for continued operations. Defensive capabilities proven effective. Humanitarian classification maintained throughout engagement. All equipment used in documented defensive capacity. He transmitted the report to Ambassador Miller and Sarah Chen. The response came back within minutes. Excellent work, Captain. Document everything. We'll need comprehensive evidence that all defensive actions were proportionate responses to Senate aggression against humanitarian facilities. Make sure every equipment activation, every casualty, every engagement sequence is properly logged. For legal proceedings and operational analysis. The Senate just gave us proof that our humanitarian infrastructure is defensible against peacekeeping fleets. That's valuable data for future deployments. Chen closed the channel and looked at his tactical displays. 374 Senate casualties, 14 Greev equipment damage reports, 2 frigates destroyed, 1 agricultural platform lost. All of it carefully documented as defensive action against hostile military assessment operations. All of it proving that humanitarian infrastructure, when properly designed, could contest Senate military forces. All of it perfectly legal. The Senate had tried peacekeeping intervention. They'd failed, because Earth had spent 6 months building defenses that were technically civilian, functionally military, and legally untouchable. And now the Senate would return to legal proceedings knowing that military enforcement wasn't cost-effective, which left them exactly where Earth wanted them, trapped between procedural defeat and tactical defeat, with no viable path to preventing the Greev membership vote. 24 days remaining. Chapter 15. The Escalation. Part 3. Admiral Vornexian's fleet held position in high orbit, far enough from the Greev homeworld to avoid immediate engagement, but close enough to maintain sensor coverage. The tactical situation was clear. They'd proven the Greev homeworld was militarized. They couldn't force inspections without unacceptable casualties. They were waiting for the Senate Security Council to decide what came next. What came next was not what anyone expected. Lieutenant Thess, the Resolution's sensor officer, was the first to notice the anomaly. Admiral, I'm detecting unusual power fluctuations from the magnetic pole installations. Vornexian pulled up the sensor data. The research facilities that Earth had built on the Greev homeworld's magnetic poles were showing massive power draws, far beyond anything required for the ion cannon systems they'd suspected were hidden in the structures. How much power? Current draw is approximately 470 terawatts and increasing. That's more than the entire Greev planetary grid capacity. Multiple fusion plants running at maximum output. I'm reading structural stress indicators across the entire installation network. Structural stress? The facilities are vibrating, sir. Synchronized oscillation at very specific frequencies. The Mercy Hub, the Defender platforms, the orbital logistics hubs, they're all resonating together, like they're components of a single massive machine activating. Vornexian's tactical officer pulled up engineering analysis. Every major lending hand foundation facility in the system was showing coordinated power surges and mechanical stress patterns. Sir, whatever they built, it's all connected. The entire humanitarian infrastructure network is functioning as integrated machinery. I'm detecting synchronized operations across all installations. They're activating something. All platforms, battle stations, defensive formation, and get me Ambassador Miller. The space around the Greev system began registering anomalous sensor returns. Multiple points throughout the system, coordinates that aligned with the humanitarian infrastructure network, started showing contact signatures that the tactical systems initially flagged as sensor malfunctions. Except they weren't malfunctions. Admiral, the sensor officer said with carefully controlled alarm, I'm reading contact signatures appearing at multiple coordinates. Ship mass objects. They're just appearing. No transit signatures, no FTL wake. They're just there. Explain.
Sir, I can't explain it. The infrastructure network is operating at maximum power. Everything's synchronized. And ships are appearing at the coordinate points the network is targeting. 127 distinct contacts emerging simultaneously. The sensor officer checked his readings, rechecked them, then reported with the flat affect of someone delivering impossible data.
Terran compact military signatures, sir. Cruiser-class vessels, destroyer escorts, fleet carriers. They're forming up around us. Total displacement approximately 14 million tons. I have no data on how they got here. They just registered on sensors fully formed. Vornexian stared at the tactical display. At the humanitarian infrastructure network that was still running at maximum power. At the synchronized mechanical operations across every facility. At the 127 warships that had simply appeared at coordinates the network was targeting. At proof that Earth's humanitarian aid had been transit infrastructure all along. How did they get here? Unknown, sir. The infrastructure network is operating as some kind of coordinated system. Maximum power consumption. Synchronized mechanical stress. Ships appearing at targeted coordinates. I can describe what's happening. I can't explain how it's happening. The answer was displayed on tactical sensors as the contact signatures solidified into confirmed vessel classifications. Ships. Lots of ships. Contact Terran 001 through Terran 127. Classification: military vessels. Terran compact standard. Total displacement: approximately 14 million tons. Formation: combat deployment pattern. Origin: unknown. No transit signatures detected. Vornexian's tactical officer was updating the display with identification data pulled from ship recognition databases. Sir, I'm identifying Terran compact warship signatures, cruiser-class vessels, destroyer escorts, fleet carriers. This matches Earth's first fleet composition. They've deployed their main battle fleet into this system using infrastructure we thought was humanitarian aid. No conventional FTL signatures, no warning. They're just here. How many ships? Current count, 127 vessels. Estimated total personnel, 84,000. They're taking positions around the system perimeter. Admiral, they're surrounding us. Vornexian pulled up the fleet positions. The Senate Peacekeeping Force, 23 vessels, 14,000 personnel, was now surrounded by 127 Earth warships that had been built in secret inside infrastructure that was supposed to be humanitarian logistics coordination. The tactical assessment was clear. They were comprehensively outmatched. His comm system activated. Ambassador Miller's face appeared, still wearing that professional smile. Admiral Vornexian, I apologize for the dramatic demonstration. We've been conducting infrastructure integration testing as part of our network development operations. I hope the fleet arrival didn't cause alarm. You just deployed an entire battle fleet into this system through infrastructure that's supposed to be humanitarian aid. We activated our regional operational transit network using established infrastructure integration protocols. The network is quite sophisticated. Synchronized power distribution, coordinated mechanical resonance, precision timing across all facilities. Very efficient engineering. The humanitarian infrastructure is a transit system. The humanitarian infrastructure is multi-purpose coordinated machinery. One of those purposes happens to be enabling rapid personnel and equipment deployment. We documented this in our lease applications as Advanced Logistics Coordination Infrastructure, all properly filed. Vorian looked at the tactical display showing 127 warships in formation around his fleet. This is an invasion force. This is our regional operational headquarters relocating to a more strategically optimal position. We're not invading anyone, Admiral. We're simply moving our main office to better coordinate humanitarian operations across the sector. You surrounded a Senate peacekeeping force with a battle fleet. We established defensive positions around humanitarian infrastructure that your peacekeeping force recently attacked. Very different framing. From our perspective, we're protecting civilian facilities from continued military aggression. Vorian's tactical officer was analyzing the humanitarian infrastructure network. Every facility still running at maximum power, all synchronized, all functioning as components of whatever system had just deployed 127 warships with no conventional transit signatures. How does it work? The network? Coordinated infrastructure integration using synchronized power distribution and precision mechanical resonance. The technical specifications are quite complex. I have approximately 600 pages of engineering documentation if your team would like to review the system's architecture. Vorian's tactical officer was running engagement simulations. The results were predictable. Senate peacekeeping force versus Earth's first fleet. Complete tactical defeat within approximately 40 minutes. You're holding us hostage. We're maintaining defensive posture around our operational area. You're welcome to leave at any time. We're not restricting your movement. We're just present in significant numbers. If we attempt to leave, you'll encounter no interference from our forces. We're not blockading. We're not detaining. We're simply occupying the same general spatial region. If you choose to navigate through our fleet positions, we'll provide traffic coordination to ensure safe passage. Through 127 warships in combat formation. Through our operational deployment, I've prepared traffic coordination protocols. Only about 80 pages. Your navigation team can review them and plot appropriate exit vectors. Vorian cut the channel and activated his secure link to High Chancellor Vrel. Chancellor, Earth just deployed approximately 127 warships into the Greev system using infrastructure we thought was humanitarian aid. The facilities, poles, platforms, everything, they're all components of a transit network. Ships just appeared. No conventional FTL signatures, no warning. The entire humanitarian infrastructure network was transit machinery. We're surrounded. Recommend immediate withdrawal before they demonstrate additional capabilities. Vrel appeared on screen looking like someone who'd just watched his worst strategic nightmare materialize without any conventional warning. How is this possible? Transit networks require massive infrastructure, coordinated systems across entire planets. They built it, Chancellor, over 6 months, under the cover of humanitarian aid operations. The magnetic pole facilities provide synchronized power. The Mercy Hub coordinates network timing. The Defender platforms handle mechanical resonance. Everything we thought was defensive infrastructure, it's actually integrated transit machinery. And it works. They deployed 127 warships with no conventional signatures. They can deploy fleet strength anywhere they've established humanitarian networks. Not just deploy. Deploy instantly with no FTL signatures we can detect or intercept. If they export this model to their other client states. Vrel pulled up the strategic map showing Earth's 7 humanitarian partnerships in development. 7 potential transit networks. 7 positions where Earth could deploy overwhelming force without conventional FTL transit. 7 locations that would give Earth military presence across the entire sector without anyone detecting fleet movements. This changes everything, Vrel said quietly. This makes everything we've attempted to do completely irrelevant, Vorian corrected. We can't embargo systems that can be reinforced without detectable fleet movements. We can't conduct military operations against positions that can have reinforcements arrive with no warning. We can't monitor fleet deployments we can't detect. They've just obsoleted conventional strategic intelligence. What do they want? Unknown. But Miller says we're welcome to leave. I suspect he's giving us an opportunity to withdraw before 127 fresh deployed warships demonstrate their combat capabilities. Vorian looked at the tactical display. At the Humanitarian infrastructure network, still running at maximum power. At the synchronized mechanical operations that had somehow deployed 127 warships without conventional transit signatures. At Earth, demonstrating they could deploy overwhelming military force using infrastructure that was documented as humanitarian aid while maintaining perfect diplomatic courtesy. I believe he's giving us an opportunity to withdraw before they demonstrate additional capabilities we don't want to see. Recommend we accept the offer. Approved. Withdraw all forces from Greev space. Compile all data on the transit network and send a priority message to all Senate member states. Earth has achieved rapid deployment capability without conventional FTL signatures. Strategic implications are catastrophic. The channel closed. Vorian gave the withdrawal order, his fleet navigating carefully through the perimeter of Earth warships that could have destroyed them, but instead provided helpful traffic coordination. As the last Senate vessel cleared Greev space, Vorian looked back at the system on his tactical display, at the transit network that had deployed 127 warships without conventional signatures, at the humanitarian infrastructure that was actually integrated deployment machinery, at the proof that Earth hadn't been building client states. They'd been building forward deployment capability. In the lead warship TCFS mandate, Fleet Admiral Victoria Zhao stood on the bridge reviewing network deployment status. 127 ships, perfect operational readiness, 0 casualties during transit. Total deployment time from Earth space to Greev space, less than the time it took to power up the transit network. All vessels report operational status, her tactical coordinator announced. Transit network performed within specifications. Infrastructure integration successful. Fleet ready for independent operations. Zhao pulled up the network performance data. The humanitarian infrastructure had activated exactly as designed. Magnetic pole facilities providing synchronized power. Mercy hub coordinating precision timing. Defender platforms handling mechanical resonance. Orbital logistics hubs serving as terminal positioning points. Everything Earth had deployed to the Greev system as humanitarian aid was simultaneously functioning as components of a transit deployment network. Dual use at the highest level of engineering integration. Her comm system activated. Ambassador Miller from the Compassion. Admiral Zhao, the Senate peacekeeping force is withdrawing. I've provided traffic coordination as discussed. They should clear our operational perimeter within 2 hours. No incidents. They're being very cooperative. I think Admiral Vorian understands the tactical situation. How much did you tell him about the transit network? I explained that the infrastructure is multi-purpose coordinated machinery, synchronized power distribution, precision mechanical resonance, advanced logistics coordination. I may have mentioned we've been developing the integration protocols for 15 years. Have we been developing them for 15 years? We've been developing transit infrastructure theory for 15 years. The actual implementation of operational deployment networks was accelerated significantly once we had the Greev system to work with. Turns out that building planet-scale transit machinery is much easier when you're already building planet-scale humanitarian infrastructure and nobody's questioning your power generation specifications. Zhu pulled up the deployment timeline. The transit network had been constructed in parallel with all the defensive systems. Every piece of humanitarian infrastructure served at least 3 purposes: civilian aid, military defense, and transit network components. This is the first operational transit deployment network. First operational network outside of Earth's solar system, yes. We have 7 more in development across our humanitarian partnership systems. Once those networks are established, we'll have rapid deployment capability across the entire sector. And the Senate can't do anything about it. The Senate can file objections about our infrastructure specifications. They can attempt to regulate transit technology through treaty frameworks. They can try to prevent other civilizations from accepting our humanitarian assistance. All of that will take years while we continue establishing transit networks in every system where we have infrastructure agreements. Miller pulled up the strategic map. The 𝐭𝐨 transit network will be operational in 4 months, the Verith network in 7 months, the Torva network in 11 months. By this time next year, we'll have rapid deployment capacity to 10 systems across this sector. And the Senate realizes this means they've lost strategic control of the region. The Senate realizes that opposing Earth-aligned civilizations means potentially facing our full fleet strength arriving without conventional FTL signatures to detect or intercept. That's a significant deterrent to aggressive policy enforcement. Zhao looked at the tactical display, showing her fleet deployed from the construction platforms, at the logistics infrastructure that had enabled covert warship fabrication, at the humanitarian operations that had been designed from the beginning to serve this purpose. This was always the plan. This was always one possible outcome of successful humanitarian operations. We came to the Greev system to save a dying civilization. We built infrastructure to accomplish that objective. If that infrastructure happens to also enable covert military shipbuilding, Miller shrugged. That's just efficient resource allocation. The Senate is going to realize we can deploy more than just warships through these networks. They'll figure it out when we start using the transit capacity for commercial applications. We can move cargo as easily as cruisers. The network capacity is identical. Why maintain conventional shipping routes when you can move goods through humanitarian infrastructure? Zhao closed her tactical displays. We haven't just built forward bases. We've built covert industrial capacity that lets us manufacture military power anywhere we establish humanitarian infrastructure. We've built logistics platforms that serve humanitarian, defensive, and deployment transit purposes simultaneously. The Greev Collective gets saved from extinction. Earth gets rapid force projection capability. Everyone benefits. Except the Senate. The Senate had the opportunity to save the Greev themselves. They declined. Not our fault if we filled the void they created and happened to build something strategically valuable in the process. The comm channel closed. Zhao stood on her bridge, commanding a fleet that had just demonstrated the ability to deploy without detectable FTL signatures, watching a Senate peacekeeping force retreat through the formations her ships had politely provided. The Greev membership vote was in 21 days. The Senate would probably vote to deny membership, citing evidence of militarization and Earth control. The Greev would appeal to the commerce courts. The appeal would take years. During those years, Earth's transit network would expand to 10 systems, then 20, then 50, each one providing rapid deployment capability without conventional FTL signatures, each one allowing fleet movements that strategic intelligence couldn't detect or intercept. Each one built under humanitarian aid frameworks that the Senate had established specifically to protect crisis relief operations, and there wasn't a damn thing the Senate could do to stop it. Because you couldn't monitor fleet movements you couldn't detect. You couldn't intercept deployments that didn't use conventional FTL. You couldn't maintain strategic intelligence when your opponent could move forces without signatures you could track. The transit networks, the 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐿, as the engineering teams had nicknamed the deployment project, weren't just infrastructure, they were the end of conventional strategic intelligence. And Earth had built the first operational network by helping people who needed help, documenting everything as civilian infrastructure, and making sure every system served at least 3 purposes: humanitarian aid, military defense, rapid deployment capability, all perfectly legal, all completely undetectable until activation. All deployed for the first time today when a Senate peacekeeping fleet made the tactical error of trying to prove Earth was militarizing humanitarian operations. Mission accomplished, Admiral Vornexian. You proved it. Now go home and explain to your Senate why that proof doesn't matter anymore. Chapter 16. The Injunction of Sol. The Senate Grand Assembly convened in emergency session 14 days after the 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐿 demonstration. High Chancellor Vrel stood at the podium reviewing the strategic assessment that had been compiled from Admiral Vornexian's withdrawal report. The document was comprehensive, devastating, and politically untenable. Earth-controlled transit deployment capability in 1 operational system, with 7 more in development. They'd built the infrastructure under humanitarian frameworks that the Senate had established. They'd documented everything properly. They'd defeated peacekeeping operations through defensive action that was technically legal. And now they had the Greev membership vote scheduled in 7 days. The situation is clear, Vrel said to the assembled delegates. Earth has established strategic control over the Greev system and is replicating the model across 7 additional civilizations. Their transit networks provide rapid deployment capability we cannot counter. Their humanitarian frameworks provide legal protection we cannot penetrate. Their debt structures provide economic control we cannot challenge. He paused. We have three options. First, accept the Greev membership application and establish precedent that debt-aligned civilizations qualify for Senate representation. Second, reject the application and face Commerce Court appeals that will lose. Third, negotiate a framework agreement that establishes boundaries for Earth's humanitarian operations going forward. Ambassador Threx stood from his delegation seat. You're proposing we negotiate with Earth from a position of weakness. I'm proposing we negotiate from a position of realism. Earth has demonstrated capabilities we cannot match and legal frameworks we cannot challenge. Fighting them through existing procedures has failed at every stage. Our options are accept defeat through procedure or establish negotiated terms that limit future expansion. The chamber erupted in debate, delegates arguing for military escalation, others demanding economic sanctions, some calling for diplomatic isolation of Earth-aligned civilizations. All of it ignoring the fact that every conventional tool had already been tried and failed. Vrel let the debate continue for exactly 15 minutes, then called for order. The Security Council has prepared a draft framework agreement, what we're calling the New Cordial Accords. The agreement would establish formal recognition of Earth's humanitarian operations in exchange for limitations on future expansion and requirements for Senate oversight of debt restructuring terms. He pulled up the draft treaty. The New Cordial Accords. Framework agreement between the Galactic Senate and the Terran Compact. The document was 847 pages long. Vrel had stopped being surprised by Earth's preference for that specific page count. The key provisions: Earth agrees to limit humanitarian assistance to civilizations facing documented existential crises. The Senate agrees to recognize Earth-aligned civilizations as qualified for membership consideration. Earth agrees to transparent reporting of debt obligations. The Senate agrees not to interfere with ongoing humanitarian operations. That's surrender, Threx said. We're formally recognizing their client state network. We're formally establishing a framework that prevents unlimited expansion while acknowledging the reality of their current operations. It's not surrender, it's damage control. The vote was scheduled for the following day. Delegates filed out of the chamber to consult with their governments, review the treaty terms, and calculate which form of defeat was least damaging to their political positions. None of them noticed the technical filing that had been submitted to the Senate Property Claims Office 3 hours before the Assembly convened. Admiral Vorian stood on the bridge of the SDF resolution, now positioned with the rest of the Senate peacekeeping fleet in high orbit above the Senate homeworld. They'd withdrawn from Greev space as ordered. They'd compiled their reports. They'd prepared for whatever came next. What came next was not what anyone expected. Admiral, his communications officer said with controlled confusion, we're receiving a broadcast on all Senate frequencies. Origin point, Terran Compact Vessel, TCFS mandate. They're broadcasting a legal notice. A legal notice? Yes, sir. It's formatted as an official Senate property claims filing. They're citing Article 47 of Senate Commercial Law. Vorian pulled up the broadcast. Ambassador Miller's face appeared on screen, wearing his professional smile and standing on what appeared to be the bridge of a very large warship. Behind him, through the ship's viewports, Vorian could see stars and the Senate homeworld. The Terran Compact fleet, all 127 vessels from the Kennel demonstration, had deployed into orbit around the Senate's own homeworld. This is Ambassador Arthur Miller of the Terran Compact, broadcasting on behalf of the Lending Hand Foundation. I'm transmitting an official legal notice regarding property claims filing 847-TC001, submitted to the Senate Property Claims Office at 0800 hours Standard Galactic Time today. He pulled up a document. The Lending Hand Foundation hereby files formal trespass notification against all Senate Defense Force vessels currently operating within 400,000 kilometers of the Greev system, the 𝐭𝐨 system, the Varath territories, and 6 additional systems where Foundation humanitarian operations are ongoing. Vorian stared at the screen. The Foundation maintains registered property interests in the above-mentioned systems through lease agreements, debt obligations, and operational infrastructure. Senate vessels operating in these systems without Foundation authorization are in violation of Article 47, Section 12, which prohibits military operations on or above registered property without owner consent. "He's suing us for trespass," Vornexian said quietly. "Yes, sir. He's claiming the humanitarian systems are registered property, and we're trespassing by maintaining military presence," Miller continued. Under Article 47, Section 19, property owners have the right to demand immediate cessation of trespassing activities and compensation for damages incurred during unauthorized presence. The Foundation is hereby demanding that all Senate vessels withdraw from registered Foundation property within 72 hours and remit damages totaling 847 billion credits for interference with humanitarian operations. He paused. Additionally, under Article 47, Section 23, property owners may take reasonable defensive action to protect registered holdings from continued trespass. The Foundation's regional security fleet is currently positioned to enforce property rights as necessary. The view screen showed the Terran compact fleet in formation around the Senate homeworld. 127 warships, 14 million tons displacement, all broadcasting civilian property enforcement identification codes. You'll find the complete legal filing in your Senate property claims database. The Foundation looks forward to resolving this matter through proper channels. We have excellent lawyers. The broadcast ended. Vornexian activated his comm to High Chancellor Vrel. "Chancellor, Earth just filed trespass charges against our entire peacekeeping fleet. They're claiming the humanitarian systems are registered property, and we're conducting unauthorized military operations. And their fleet is currently in orbit around our homeworld, delivering the legal notice in person." Vrel appeared on screen looking exactly as tired as the situation warranted. "How many ships?" 127, sir. The entire 𝐭𝐮𝐬 deployment force. They're broadcasting civilian property enforcement codes. Technically, they're here for legitimate legal notification purposes. Technically, they're occupying our orbital space with a battle fleet while suing us for trespass in systems we were trying to conduct oversight operations in. "Yes, sir. That's an accurate assessment." Vrel closed his eyes for a moment. "Recall all vessels from Earth-aligned systems, immediately, before they add contempt charges to the trespass filing. Sir, that means abandoning all oversight. We're being sued for conducting oversight, under our own property laws, while Earth's fleet demonstrates they can deploy to our homeworld with no warning. We've lost, Admiral. Withdraw our forces before they charge us for continued violations." The channel closed. Vornexian gave the orders. Within 6 hours, every Senate vessel withdrew from Greev, 𝐭𝐿ID, Varath, and the other Earth-aligned systems, leaving Earth in complete operational control. Enforced by Senate property law. Applied against the Senate. By Earth's excellent lawyers. 3 days later, High Chancellor Vrel sat in a private negotiation chamber with Ambassador Miller and Sarah Chen. The new cordial accords lay on the table between them. 847 pages of framework agreements, mutual recognition clauses, and carefully worded limitations that wouldn't actually limit anything. "The trespass filing," Vrel said. "You're withdrawing it. Once the accords are signed, the Foundation will withdraw all trespass claims and waive damages. We're not interested in litigation, Chancellor. We're interested in establishing proper operational frameworks. You occupied our orbital space with a battle fleet to deliver a legal notice. We deployed our property enforcement security detail to ensure proper notification of legitimate legal claims. Very different things, though I admit the optics were dramatic." Chen slid a tablet across the table. "The accords establish everything you wanted: limitations on crisis intervention scope, transparency requirements for debt terms, Senate recognition of humanitarian frameworks. Everyone benefits. Except we're recognizing your client state network as legitimate. You're recognizing that civilizations in crisis have the right to accept assistance from qualified providers. If those providers happen to be Earth-based organizations operating under comprehensive legal frameworks." Miller shrugged. "That's just market dynamics." Vrel looked at the treaty, at the formal recognition of Earth's humanitarian operations, at the limitations that wouldn't actually limit anything because Earth would define what constituted documented existential crisis. at the oversight requirements that would generate mountains of documentation while changing nothing, at surrender dressed up as negotiated framework. The Greev membership vote, he said. We recommend approval, Miller said. They meet all threshold requirements. Denying them would violate your own charter and trigger Commerce Court appeals. Approving them sets precedent that civilizations can recover from crisis through humanitarian partnerships and achieve Senate membership. Everyone wins. 7 more civilizations will follow the same path. 7 civilizations currently in crisis will have opportunities to stabilize their situations through Foundation assistance, if they subsequently qualify for Senate membership. Miller smiled. That's just successful humanitarian outcomes. Vrel pulled up the voting projections. With Earth's transit networks demonstrated and their fleet currently orbiting the Senate homeworld for legal notification purposes, the vote on the Accords was predictable. The Senate would approve. Unanimously. Because the alternative was continuing a fight they'd already lost through every conventional mechanism. If we sign this, Vrel said, we're establishing precedent that humanitarian aid organizations can operate outside Senate oversight. You're establishing precedent that humanitarian operations conducted under proper legal frameworks deserve recognition and protection. The Lending Hand Foundation operates with comprehensive transparency. We document everything. We follow all applicable laws. We just happen to be very good at using those laws effectively. You've weaponized humanitarian assistance. We've demonstrated that helping civilizations in crisis can align with strategic interests while remaining completely legal. If that makes humanitarian assistance more effective. Miller's smile didn't change. Well, that's just good resource allocation. Chen pulled up the signing protocols. The Greev vote is in 4 days. We'd like the Accords finalized before then. Clean timeline. No questions about whether the vote is influenced by outstanding treaty negotiations. You want us to sign before the vote so it looks like we're cooperating rather than surrendering. We want to establish the framework before the vote so everyone understands the new operating environment. Semantics matter, Chancellor. Vrel looked at the Accords one more time. At 847 pages of legal language that formalized Earth's victory while making it look like negotiated compromise. At the choice between signing now or signing later after Earth added more trespass charges and demonstrated more capabilities. I need authorization from the Security Council. Of course. We'll wait. The Security Council authorization came through in 18 hours. Vote 24-3. 3 delegates objecting on principle, everyone else accepting reality. Vrel signed the new cordial accords in a ceremony that was broadcast across the Senate. Ambassador Miller signed for the Terran Compact. Sarah Chen signed for the Lending Hand Foundation. Cameras recorded the moment that Earth's humanitarian framework received formal Senate recognition. News services described it as a historic agreement establishing mutual cooperation on crisis intervention. Political analysts recognized it as the Senate formalizing its own defeat. The treaty established Earth's humanitarian operations as legitimate, recognized debt restructuring as acceptable, protected transit networks from Senate interference, limited future expansion only to civilizations in documented crisis, a definition Earth would control through their assessment protocols. All of it legal, all of it voluntary, all of it making Earth's conquest through humanitarian aid officially sanctioned by the Senate itself. 4 days after the Accords were signed, the Greev membership vote was held. The result was 387 in favor, 13 opposed. Councillor Mira stood at the Senate podium, no longer the supplicant's platform, 0.7 meters below floor level, but the full member's position at equal height with all other delegates. The Greev Collective thanks the Senate for this recognition. We look forward to contributing to galactic stability and participating in the important work of this body. She didn't mention that the Greev owed Earth 407 billion credits. She didn't mention that Earth controlled their orbital space, their magnetic poles, and their 4th moon. She didn't mention that the Civil Defense Force was trained by Earth personnel and equipped with Earth systems. She just thanked the Senate for the membership they'd earned by meeting all documented threshold requirements. While Earth's transit network in the Greev system continued operations, while the kennel prepared for expansion to 7 more civilizations. while the new cordial accords protected everything Earth had built. In the observation gallery, Ambassador Miller watched the vote and felt the quiet satisfaction of someone who'd just won a war through contract law and proper documentation. The Greev were Senate members now, which meant Earth had a vote, 1 vote out of 400. Not controlling, not dominant, just enough to matter on close decisions. And in 7 months, the 𝐭𝐨 would be ready to apply for membership, and 7 months after that, the Varath. And eventually, all 10 civilizations in the current Humanitarian Partnership Network would achieve economic stabilization, meet membership thresholds, and take their seats in the Senate. 10 votes. 10 civilizations that Earth had saved from extinction. 10 civilizations that owed Earth approximately 1.8 trillion credits in debt that would take centuries to repay. 10 civilizations that would reliably align with Earth's interests, because alignment was cheaper than opposition, and opposition would mean losing the infrastructure that kept them alive. 10 votes was enough to swing close decisions. 20 votes would be enough to block unfavorable legislation. 50 votes would be enough to shape policy, and Earth could keep expanding because the accords only limited intervention to documented crisis situations, a condition Earth's assessment teams would find in approximately 17 additional civilizations over the next 5 years. The Senate had tried procedure, failed. They'd tried economic pressure, failed. They'd tried military intervention, failed. They'd tried negotiated frameworks, signed a treaty that formalized their own defeat. Now they were voting to admit the first Earth-aligned civilization to membership, and watching Earth's ambassador smile in the observation gallery while reviewing humanitarian assistance proposals for the next wave of partnerships. All perfectly legal, all completely unstoppable, all purchased with aid packages, documented with comprehensive legal frameworks, and enforced through debt obligations that would last for centuries. The Senate had forgotten who owned the roads. Earth was reminding them, one humanitarian intervention at a time. That evening, Miller stood on the bridge of the TCFS mandate reviewing deployment schedules for the next phase of operations. The 𝐭𝐨 network was on schedule, 4 months to operational status. The Varath reconstruction was proceeding, 7 months to unified government and economic stability. The Torvan had signed licensing agreements, technology transfer in progress. 14 other civilizations were under assessment for potential crisis intervention eligibility. The model was proven, the frameworks were established. The Senate had formally recognized the legitimacy of humanitarian aid organizations operating under proper documentation, and the 𝐭𝐨 was expanding. 7 more systems within 18 months, 20 systems within 5 years, 50 systems within a decade, each one a forward deployment position disguised as humanitarian infrastructure, each one generating debt that would take centuries to repay, each one creating civilizations that would reliably vote with Earth's interests, because Earth had saved them when the Senate wouldn't. His communicator chimed. Sarah Chen from the Foundation's Operations Center. Ambassador, I'm seeing the Greev membership confirmation. Congratulations on the first successful client-state integration. Thank you. Though I should note that the Greev are a sovereign civilization that happens to maintain friendly commercial relationships with Earth-based organizations. Very different from client-state status. Of course, my mistake. Sovereign civilization, with 407 billion in debt obligations and Earth control of their defensive infrastructure. Manageable long-term financial arrangements and contracted security services. Standard commercial relationships. Right. How many more standard commercial relationships are we establishing this year? Miller pulled up the expansion timeline. We have capacity for 7 additional humanitarian interventions. Assessment teams are currently evaluating 14 potential crisis situations. We'll prioritize based on strategic positioning and Senate oversight likelihood. Strategic positioning, not humanitarian need. Strategic positioning that aligns with humanitarian need. We help civilizations in crisis that happen to be positioned at useful locations. Everyone benefits. Chen transmitted updated financial projections. At current expansion rates, we're looking at approximately 4.7 trillion credits in outstanding debt obligations across our partnership network within 5 years. That's more than the annual GDP of most Senate member states. That's comprehensive humanitarian assistance delivered at scale. We're saving civilizations, Sarah. The fact that we're also building the largest debt-based influence network in galactic history is just efficient resource allocation. And the Senate just signed a treaty recognizing it as legitimate. The Senate just signed a treaty establishing proper frameworks for humanitarian operations. Very forward-thinking of them. The comm channel closed. Miller looked at the strategic map showing Earth's humanitarian partnerships spreading across the sector like an economic infection. The Greev had been the proof of concept. The next 7 would prove scalability. The 50 after that would prove inevitability. And the Senate had just voted to accept the first one as a full member with voting rights, recognizing debt-aligned civilizations as qualified participants in galactic governance, setting precedent that Earth would cite for every subsequent application, creating the framework for Earth's long-term strategy. Don't conquer territory. Acquire voting rights through humanitarian assistance and debt restructuring. Don't fight wars. Win influence through contract law and proper documentation. Don't invade. Just help people who need help and make sure they remember who helped them when nobody else would. The galaxy was a big place. Lots of civilizations facing crisis. Lots of opportunities for humanitarian intervention. Lots of debt to be accumulated. Lots of votes to be earned. And the Senate had just signed the treaty that made all of it officially sanctioned. As per the agreement. Chapter 17. The bill comes due. Prime Minister Vorek stood in the Foundation's demonstration garden reviewing the updated financial projections on his tablet. The garden occupied 4.7 hectares of what had been scorched wasteland 18 months ago. Now it was operational, terraformed space. 247 pages of landscape specifications implemented at itemized cost. Earth-sourced topsoil, 840,000 credits. Irrigation infrastructure, 2,100,000 credits. Atmospheric processor integration, 14,700,000 credits. Native flora genetic reconstruction and propagation, 47,000 credits. Total garden cost, 80,400,000 credits, added to the existing debt obligation. The garden wasn't decorative. It was a proof of concept for planetary-scale terraforming operations that the Greev would need to fully restore their biosphere. Operations that would cost approximately 80 billion credits over the next decade. Operations they'd already accepted preliminary contracts for. Vorek pulled up the revised debt schedule on his tablet. Greev Collective Debt Obligation, Revised Schedule. Original debt, 407,192,183,471 credits, 50-year term. Additional manufacturing support, 34,000 credits, industrial capacity restoration, terraforming preliminary operations, 46,000 credits, atmospheric and biosphere recovery. Total revised obligation, 487,192,183,471 credits, revised term. 298 years, quarterly payment, 231,000 credits, 2 billion credits every 3 months, approximately 68% of current projected GDP, for 298 years, assuming no additional efficient assistance became necessary, which it would. The atmospheric processors in the garden were already demonstrating 34% efficiency improvements over initial projections. Earth's engineering teams were preparing proposals for full planetary deployment. Estimated cost, another 140 billion credits. Estimated timeline, 8 to 12 years. Estimated debt term extension, 87 years. Vorek closed the projections as Ambassador Miller approached through the garden's irrigation grid. Prime Minister, thank you for meeting here. I thought you'd appreciate seeing the terraforming demonstration firsthand. I've reviewed the cost documentation. 80 million for 4.7 hectares. Proof of concept requires precision implementation. The specifications were comprehensive. All materials sourced to exact tolerances. Labor costs for genetic reconstruction aren't trivial. Scaling this to planetary coverage would cost approximately 80 billion credits. Our preliminary assessment suggests 82 billion actually, though that includes atmospheric integration and long-term stability protocols, all properly itemized in the proposal documentation. Vorek looked at the irrigation system delivering water on precisely calculated schedules, at the reconstructed flora demonstrating genetic viability, at the atmospheric processors maintaining optimal growth conditions, at proof that Earth could restore what the Vorkash had destroyed. For a price, always at a price, properly documented, completely legal, absolutely unstoppable once the first contract was signed. The revised debt schedule puts quarterly payments at 2 billion credits. Manageable under your current GDP projections. Your manufacturing sector is recovering ahead of schedule. The industrial support we provided is generating approximately 4.8 billion in annual output, more than sufficient to service the payment terms, leaving approximately 1.9 billion annually for everything else. Government operations, infrastructure, social services. Efficient resource allocation requires prioritization, though I should mention that the Foundation offers additional support packages for governmental operational efficiency, administrative systems, logistics optimization, that sort of thing. Very competitive terms. More debt, more efficient assistance, more centuries added to the payment schedule. Vorek pulled up the complete financial projection showing the inevitable escalation. Every efficient solution Earth provided created new obligations that required more assistance to service, which created more obligations, which required more assistance. Positive feedback loop, designed into the system from the beginning. How many other civilizations are currently in this position? Miller pulled up his tablet. The Lending Hand Foundation currently maintains active humanitarian partnerships with 23 civilizations. 14 additional partnerships have been approved for implementation. We're assessing approximately 40 more potential crisis situations for intervention eligibility. That's 77 civilizations. That's 77 civilizations facing existential crises that the Senate declined to address. We have capacity to scale operations to approximately 200 partnerships over the next decade. Infrastructure is already being positioned. 200 civilizations, 200 debt obligations, 200 Senate votes once they achieved economic stability and membership qualification. 200 civilizations that would reliably align with Earth's interests because opposing Earth meant losing the infrastructure that prevented their extinction. The Senate signed the new cordial accords. The Senate established a framework that recognizes humanitarian operations as legitimate while requiring transparency and limiting expansion to documented crisis situations. Very responsible governance. You define what constitutes documented crisis. The Foundation maintains assessment protocols developed over 15 years of humanitarian operations research. Very rigorous criteria. We only intervene in situations meeting specific thresholds of existential threat. Thresholds you control. Thresholds based on objective analysis of population stability, economic viability, and threat assessment. All properly documented, all completely transparent. Miller pulled up the expansion timeline on his tablet. The 𝐬𝐫𝐞 Partnership Network will be operational in 3 months. The Varath reconstruction is ahead of schedule. Unified government formation projected within 5 months. The Torvan have requested additional technology licensing beyond the initial FTL package. 14 more civilizations are in various stages of preliminary assessment and agreement negotiation. He showed Vorek the strategic map. Earth's humanitarian partnerships spreading across the sector in precisely calculated patterns. Each one positioned at strategically valuable locations. Each one generating debt obligations. Each one creating future Senate votes. Within 5 years, the Foundation projects approximately 40 active partnerships with total outstanding debt of approximately 6.8 trillion credits. Within 10 years, that number reaches 100 partnerships and 18 trillion credits. Within 20 years, he paused. Well, scalability is excellent, and the Senate can't prevent any of it. The Senate signed a treaty recognizing our operations as legitimate. They established frameworks we operate within. If those frameworks happen to permit significant expansion of humanitarian assistance to civilizations in crisis, Miller shrugged. That's just effective crisis response at scale. Vorek looked at the garden, at the precisely calibrated demonstration of Earth's terraforming capabilities, at the 80 million credit proof that Earth could restore his planet's biosphere, at the preliminary contracts that would add 80 billion more to the debt obligation, at the inevitable additional efficient assistance that would add another 140 billion after that, at the 298-year payment schedule that would extend to 400 years, then 500, then longer as each new crisis required new assistance that Earth would provide at actual cost plus standard administrative overhead. We had a choice, he said. Extinction or debt. You had a choice between immediate civilizational collapse or long-term financial obligations in exchange for survival and economic reconstruction. You made the rational decision. And now we'll spend the next 3 centuries paying for that decision. You'll spend the next 3 centuries servicing debt obligations while maintaining economic stability and Senate membership. Your civilization survives, your economy functions, your people have operational infrastructure and defensive capabilities. In humanitarian accounting terms, that's an acceptable outcome. Miller closed his tablet. The Foundation is prepared to begin full terraforming operations whenever you're ready to proceed. We have the contracts prepared. $82 billion over 12 years. Quarterly payment terms. Very manageable integration with your existing debt schedule. Extending the total obligation to approximately 569 billion credits over 385 years. Providing complete atmospheric and biosphere restoration that would otherwise take centuries through natural recovery, if it recovered at all. The Vorkash damage was extensive. Without active terraforming, your planet's ecosystem remains permanently compromised. More efficient assistance, more debt, more centuries. The machine kept running. Vorik accepted the contract documentation. He'd review it. His economic advisors would review it. They'd calculate that refusing terraforming meant permanent ecological damage that would cost more than accepting it. They'd sign, because the choice was always the same: accept Earth's assistance or face consequences that were worse than the debt. And Earth had spent 18 months ensuring that the consequences of refusing were always worse than the cost of accepting. The galaxy is a big place, Prime Minister. Miller was looking at the strategic map on his tablet, at the 23 active partnerships, at the 14 approved implementations, at the 40 under assessment, at the capacity to scale to 200, at Earth's humanitarian machine expanding across the sector one crisis at a time. Lots of civilizations facing existential threats. Lots of opportunities for humanitarian intervention. The Senate spent millennia building the frameworks that were supposed to maintain stability. Interstellar commerce law, humanitarian protection protocols, property rights, treaty obligations. He closed the tablet. They built the roads, Prime Minister. They just forgot that roads work both ways. They thought the frameworks protected them from external threats. Turns out the frameworks protect whoever knows how to use them most effectively. Miller looked at Vorik with that professional smile that had never changed in 18 months of negotiations. Earth knows how to use them. The Senate is discovering that a bit late. He turned to leave, then paused. The terraforming contracts are on your desk. Take your time reviewing them. Though I should mention that atmospheric degradation projections suggest implementation within the next 18 months would be optimal. After that, the damage becomes significantly more expensive to remediate. More expensive than $82 billion. Approximately $140 billion if delayed beyond optimal intervention windows. Efficiency decreases with extended degradation. Standard environmental remediation dynamics. Miller walked back through the garden's irrigation grid, leaving Vorik alone with the demonstration that Earth could fix everything the Vorkash had broken. At a price, always at a price, properly documented, completely legal. Absolutely unstoppable once the first contract was signed. Vorik pulled up the debt projections one more time, ran the calculations assuming he accepted the terraforming contracts, then ran them assuming he waited and faced the higher costs Miller had mentioned. The difference was approximately 58 billion credits and 74 years of additional debt service. The rational decision was accepting the contracts now, which would add to the debt, which would eventually require more efficient assistance, which would add more debt, which would require more assistance. The machine didn't stop. It just kept accumulating, credit by credit, year by year, contract by contract, until civilizations that had faced extinction 18 months ago found themselves stable, defended, economically functional, and completely unable to escape the debt structures that had saved them. Vorik looked at the garden one last time. At Earth's 80 million credit demonstration that they could restore an entire planet's biosphere. At the preliminary contracts on his tablet that would cost 82 billion more. At the inevitable additional assistance that would follow. At the 298 years, that would become 385 years, that would become longer still. At the rational decisions that civilizations in crisis made when the alternative was extinction. At the aggregate of those rational decisions creating a network of 200 civilizations owing Earth trillions of credits and providing 140 Senate votes. At Earth's conquest through humanitarian assistance. Perfectly legal, completely documented, absolutely unstoppable, as per the agreement. End goodwill.